Dreamscape presents Dragonsworn by Marty Mayberry. Narrated by Nicole Parnell. I survived orientation at Crystal Wing Academy. Barely. And now it's time to learn how to control my power. After destroying a power-sucking slake before he killed my friends, I'm feeling stronger and more confident than ever. Donovan and I are together. I'm pulling in more threads than before, and I have new abilities I'm excited to master. So I might be flunking magical creatures and how to tame them. Not everything comes easy, right? When I stumble over a dead girl, one of 8 outlings at the academy, and she's marked with an O and a number 7, it's clear someone's copycatting the outling murders that took place 100 years ago. With the clock ticking down and more outlings turning up dead, I'll soon be next. Last time, every outling at the academy was murdered. But the killer is about to learn this outling wizard won't go down without a fight. Chapter 1. 1 month into first year. My last class of the day, and I was about to plunge to my death. Why had I signed up for magical creatures and how to tame them? Oh yeah, the dragon I'd met in the forest. Might be nice to learn new ways to communicate with him, although dragons weren't on this class's syllabus. Unfortunately, I was barely passing magical creatures, let alone taming them, which didn't speak well for my ability to cozy up further to the dragon. First test in magical creatures, ride the albacore, aka a giant wolf. Sort of a wolf, if you ignored the huge curly horns on their heads and long, spiky tails. Other than that, they would fit in with mythical giant wolves with their 4-clawed paws and lush black fur, and canines too close to that of a Siberian tiger. The better to eat wizards with, my dear. Really needed to ditch the fairy tales. Riding albacores is an academy tradition, Professor Trarian had said on our first day of class. The original 6 used albacores for transportation instead of flitting, an elemental magic they learned later. Frankly, I'd rather wear myself out with a flit than wrangle one of these beasts, but I also needed to pass this test. We stood on a platform on the edge of the for now not forbidden northern forest. A well-used trail stretched below and on either side of us, snaking down from the mountains. Behind us, the copper rooftops of the academy gleamed in the fading sunlight. "Okay, here they come," Professor Trarian shouted. She tugged her dark blue teacher's tunic down over her snug leggings. 10 students around me did the same with their academy-emblazoned riding outfits. Sheepishly, I did as well. Only a few kids had signed up for this class. Everyone else had wisely chosen the other first-year course offered for this period. Magical foods, from exquisite cuisine to poison. Just think, I could have been discovering ways to poison Alice instead of swan diving across the backs of albacores. While riding albacores, something I'd yet to master. As the herd passes beneath us, our teacher said, crouch and spring and think ride to activate your elemental magic. Drea, another outling in my class who lived on my floor at Earth Coven, sent me a wan smile. After fainting at the side of the 3-headed Cerberus during orientation, one would think she'd avoid anything to do with beast. During our first class, she'd confided to me that her scapti involved working with animals. Magical creatures was her academy major. I'd yet to pick a major. Throwing fire and feeding power into another person seemed to be my only scapties. And I wasn't sure what purpose they'd serve in my future. Could someone major in tossing fireballs? "Here they come," a guy squealed. "Get ready!" Hard to miss them since their grunts and bellows resounded around us. Each day at dusk, herds of albacores streamed en masse to the upper pasture to graze. No clue how I'd missed them while slinking around campus during orientation. These beasties were huge. Their paws thundered on the ground. Dust rose into the air, thick enough to make the girl standing next to me cough. My heart flailed in my chest, and my belly already cringed from the upcoming impact with the trail. 2 weeks into this 3 times a week class, and I only had one more chance after today to pass this test. Failure meant I couldn't advance to the next creature, which might not be a bad thing, after all. "You can do it, Floor," Drea said, hip-checking me with a smile. "I know you can." Only certainty came through in her voice. The other students unanimously scowled. "Better do it this time." This support came from Vic. His older brother Ashton was prefect of Windcoven. At least Vic had kept with his family's tradition of hating outlings. I couldn't blame him for feeling irritated. None of them would advance to the next lesson until all of us had ridden an Aldicore. I was the one holding everyone else back. Well, unless I flunked out, then they'd move on without me. 1 week until ad drop period ended. Should I quit now? Surely they could squeeze me into poisons. "Lean forward, sight, and spring," Professor Trerion said in a lilting voice. An elf like her sister, Professor Aileen, who also taught classes incorporating magical creatures. Professor Trerion stood 2 feet taller than me and had long, bright purple dreadlocks. Was she worried about imps making off with their hair overnight? Imps enjoyed colorful things and didn't seem to mind stealing something, even if it was attached to the top of a person's head. She patted my shoulder, doling out encouragement. I needed it. The beasts plunged nearer, the lead animal huffing as it bounded around a corner in the trail, leaped over a rock, and approached our platform. "Ready? Set?" the professor said as the animals grunted and snorted beneath us in a stream of black fur and gnashing horns, rushing toward the pasture. "Now!" Around me, students leapt gracefully off the platform, landing solidly on Aldicores. Their fingers wove into the creature's dense manes as they swung their legs up and across the animals' backs. From past experience, I knew they'd ride the Aldicore all the way to the pasture, after which they'd hop onto the ground, give the Aldicore a decent grooming in exchange for the ride, then meet up to congratulate each other on mastering the skill. While I'd troop down the trail behind the last Aldicore and stand in the shadows with defeat heating my body. "Do it!" one of the other students yelled over his shoulder as the beast he rode galloped away. "Come on, Floor!" I jumped as the last straggling Aldicore bellowed and thrashed its paws on the ground beneath me. Smack! My belly hit the creature. Nice backbone there, buddy. Nearly cut off my wind. My fingers scrambled through fur, latching on. I was going to do it this time. My legs bounced on the Aldicore's hips as I struggled to drag one up and across the animal's back. Closer. Something hit my right foot. A bush or a tree, and my legs scissored out. Silky mane slipped through my fingers. No! I tumbled backward off the Aldicore, who kicked in what felt too much like excitement. I swore the creature burst into beastie laughter. He kept going, his golden paws winking in the sunlight. With a teeth-jarring impact, my butt hit the trail. The squishy trail. "Ah, shit!" I said, grimacing. Because, literally, shit. Sinking to the city sundial, I realized I was late. I hadn't intended to stop in my room to wash and change before my meeting, but I'd never live it down if I showed up in the library with Aldicore dues stuck to my ass. Tonight, I was meeting up with an exclusive, their term, not mine, club. Outling Club. With so few members, exclusive had to be pushing it. 8 outlings total at the academy, including me. Climbing the stairs to the 3rd floor of the library, I puffed as I rushed past the long rows of stacks to the small sitting area in the back, set up with an oval wooden table, a few chairs, and a recliner and 2 sofas. I arrived winded and too sweaty, which told me it was past time to get some regular exercise. not on an albacore. "Sorry I'm late, guys," I said weakly. Eben, a second-year student and our self-appointed club president, lifted his arm and scrutinized his watch. So far, he'd been unable to harness enough energy to sync with Braithy's city sundial. 2 minutes late, he said with a scowl. Whoa, thank the Fae it wasn't 3. Who knew what would happen then? Maybe I'd turn into a pumpkin. I dropped down onto the sofa beside Jenny, another first-year outling like me, though she was in Windcoven. Her bright smile cheered me up. She fingered the citrine pendant she wore, a decent stone. Leaning close, she whispered, "Ignore him, jerk. He's just jealous." I lifted my eyebrows, and her gaze fell to my dagger, my moonstone. So, okay, I possessed the stone that ruled them all. At least I wasn't being asked to throw it into the fiery pits of Mordor. My gaze skimmed over the outlings present. Sarah, short and with chestnut hair, sat with her feet up in the recliner. The other second-year students included Eben, Carly, and Eli. An even split. Me, Manuel, Drea, and Jenny made up the first-year outlings. "We'll give Drea 3 more minutes. I'm confident she'll be here by then." Eben stared down his nose, his gaze focused beyond the stacks, as if he expected her to appear this second, upon command. "But after 3 minutes, we're starting without her." We kinda all stared at each other for those 3 minutes, before Eben stood and passed around papers. "Agenda," he said. "First up, elemental magic." His gaze swept over us. "Who needs more practice with mind speak?" Skimming the list, I didn't miss the lack of sundial syncing on the agenda. Honestly, I'd leave it off if it was my weakness, too. We outlings had met together once since the second-year students arrived, to commiserate and help each other acclimate to magical life at the academy. Fingering my dragonfly pendant, I wondered what my fellow outlings would think if I called Alex. I'd only spoken to my dragonfly friend once since the ball at the end of orientation. Grilled him, actually, about the 6th family and the fact they'd had a dragonfly companion. As usual, he'd turned into the king of vague. So far, my history class had not revealed any details about the horrible thing the 6th family had done. We were still stuck in the background, leading up to the original split from the Fae. What could the 6th have done to be banished? Sarah raised her hand. "I still can't hear a mind speak ping." "Okay," Eben said. "Come on over and we'll practice." He tapped the back of the chair beside him. "I believe it's easier to hear when you're close to the person pinging you." We spent the next 15 minutes taking turns pinging Sarah, without much success. "It'll come," I said when she sighed out defeat. "Give it time." She raised a hesitant smile. "You think so? I'm beginning to wonder." "Sure, keep at it." I wasn't sure, actually, and I was beyond grateful for Donovan's teaching. "Next on the agenda is flitting," Eben said. "Anyone having problems with that?" "I traveled 10 feet yesterday," Carly said with a grin. "Cool, go you, and wonderful," the others cried out, cheering her on until she blushed. While I did like feeling as if I belonged somewhere, I hated seeing Ashton's comment about an outling's poor magical skills confirmed. My abilities had to be an anomaly. Even the elites displayed varying degrees of aptitude, from Donovan, who was neck and neck with me in most of my classes, to Alice, who could still only pull in one thread. That latter fact provided me endless satisfaction in Cloven's classes. "Anyone else have a flitting update?" Eben asked. "Still working on it," Manuel said. He scratched his dark hair, leaving a few strands standing on end. "But I was able to flit from my dorm room to the ground floor this morning." Eben high-fived Manuel. "You're doing fantastic." Eben may be a bit anal, but he was supportive. Maybe he wasn't that bad a club president. "I, can flit from my bathroom to my main dorm room," I said. Flitting came easy for me, but mentioning the fact felt too much like bragging. Everyone smiled, and Jenny patted my arm. "Okay, then," Eben said. "Next on the agenda is enhancing Skapti." I sat forward. "We're all pulling in at least one thread, correct?" Eben asked. Everyone nodded, but none of us would have made it through stone selection if we didn't have the potential to pull in some variation of power. "Keep at it. Since they're all around us, we can grab them in any situation. Some of you might not know this, but that's why Skapti power is sometimes called environmental power. Threads are fed to us from the world around us. Before you know it, the luckier among you will find it easier and easier to draw in multiple threads. Though, don't be disappointed if you can only ever draw in one at a time, or only one color. You'll still be able to fulfill your full level 5 potential with one solitary thread." "Fantastic," Sarah said with a grin. "Last item on the agenda is the most vital." Eben stared down at the paper on the table in front of him. "Fitting in at the academy." His solemn gaze met each of ours, one by one, and our moods dropped at least 3 notches. "Who's dealing with bullies? Which, unfortunately, will be a common occurrence, I'm afraid." Sarah raised her hand. "Only one so far." Protectiveness rose inside me, and I stroked my dagger. "Who?" I asked. "I'll speak to the headmistress about them, if you want." "Right now, I'd rather not say." "How do you want to handle it, then?" I asked, my fingers gliding across my stone. As her eyes drifted to my hand, she released a soft smile. "Not that way, but thanks." Her chin lifted, and she tucked a long strand of hair behind her ear. "Instead of getting pissed off or crying, I'm answering each of his taunts with pure kindness. I'm hoping that'll smooth out his rough edges." She blushed. "Because he's kind of cute." "It's hard to be mean to someone who is unfailingly nice," Eben said, ignoring the cute comment. "Good thought on your part." He made a note on his agenda. "Let me know if we need to intervene." His brown eyes darkened. "It won't be the first time I've had to handle something like this." Sarah dipped her head. "I will." "Anyone else?" Eben asked. When we all shrugged, he said, "Okay, that's it for tonight then. Let's meet up here again next week at the same time." Agreeing, we rose and took the stairs to the ground floor, then walked out of the library together. "Anyone want to get an iced coffee?" Manuel asked. "Not me, but thanks," I said. It was getting late, and my body ached from my repeated tumbles off random aldecors. We split up, me walking right after a soft goodbye, the others turning left, going either to Wind or Fire Coven, or to the coffee shop. Me and Drea were the only outlings in Earth Coven. Weird that Drea hadn't shown up for the meeting. My footsteps echoed around me as I passed the exit to the clinic. I waved to a few kids in the shopping area, but only one responded. Second-year students were almost universally snooty, as if we first-year kids deserved a trial by scowl, their version of a mini initiation before acceptance. Or maybe they didn't want to bother getting to know us until it was clear we wouldn't flunk out. Definitely needed to master writing in Aldecor, and discover my other Skapti, because flunking out of the academy was not an option. I'd gone to Justine, the headmistress of Crystal Wing Academy, after things settled, and shared my ability with fire and feeding power into Professor Spires, Cloven, but she'd only smiled and said, "Wonderful, keep exploring," whatever that meant. Leaving the mall, I bumped into Ashton coming from the other direction. "Outling," he said snidely, smoothing his hair and jacket. Messy, considering how flawless he always kept his appearance. "Elite," I said just as snidely, but I knew the taunt had no kick. He huffed and crossed the mall to join a bunch of guys sitting at a table outside the ice cream shop. He should get an ice cream. It might sweeten him up. Shaking my head, I continued, taking the stairs leading to the skywalk, spanning across to Earth Coven. I loved how they'd built it completely out of clear crystal. A lot of kids avoided it because, as you walked across, vertigo hit, giving the feeling you were about to plunge to the ground. After a few more excursions on the roof with Donovan, I'd become addicted to heights, as well as Donovan. I walked across the span, staring through the clear glass, taking in the stars and moon overhead and the trees at eye level at my sides, plus the statues below. A slithering, scraping sound behind me made me pause. Frowning, I peered back into the darkness that swallowed the entrance. "Hello?" I called out. My heart tripped when the sound was repeated, but I didn't see a thing, not a speck of movement either. Had I imagined it? I couldn't quite convince myself it had been nothing. Okay, so the skywalk wasn't as much fun as I'd thought, not when night had fallen and I was traveling alone. Ignoring the prickles lifting along my spine, I turned back and continued toward Earth Coven, my pace quicker than before. I wasn't scared. Not too much, that is. When the scraping grew louder, as if something was creeping up on me, my mouth flashed dry, and I bolted. I hit the far side of the skywalk at a dead run, my breath raging in my chest, my veins on fire. My fingers scrambled on the doorknob, fear sobbing out of me. I wrenched the panel open and dashed forward. I tripped over something solid lying on the floor on the landing. Falling onto my knees, beyond whatever it was, I flipped onto my butt and then scrambled backward, abrading my palms on the tiles with the frantic movement. It was shaped like a human. By the Fae. "Drea?" I whispered, squinting in the low light. Lying on her back, she'd clasped her hands on her chest like she'd decided the stairway floor was an awesome place to take a nap. Or like she was lying in a casket. Not a good thought there. Green leaves lay around her body, tossed there by someone or scattered by the wind. Plump and full, they looked freshly picked. When I inched forward, my gasp burst past my lips. Drea stared at the ceiling, glassy-eyed. I checked, but she had no pulse. She wasn't breathing either. At the base of her throat, where her school uniform was unbuttoned to expose her pale skin, something drew my eye. I leaned forward, my pulse hammering in my ears, loud enough to eclipse everything else. Tears welling in my eyes, I reached toward her, but snatched my hand back. A circle had been carved into her flesh, and beaded blood had dried in the outline. What? Inside the circle. No, not a circle. An O. For Outling? In the middle, someone had carved a number. With Drea dead, there were no longer 8 Outlings at Crystal Wing Academy. The clock had just ticked down to 7. Chapter 2. I pinged the headmistress, and after I had essentially screamed into her brain, she immediately appeared at my side. One quick glance at Drea, and she grabbed my quaking shoulders, turned me to face her, and said sharply, "Flit to your room immediately. Pausing, she squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened them, tears rimmed across the brown depths. "I'll notify the authorities. They'll want to question you." "The council?" They'd shown up after Moira, the girl in the dorm room next to mine, was nearly drained by a power-sucking slake, a power vampire. Donovan and I killed the slake with lightning and fireballs before he could finish draining me and my favorite teacher, Cloven. Talk about frightening everyone during orientation week. While a council-appointed seeker had questioned us 2 weeks ago, their investigation had concluded with Professor Mealer, the slake's, death. To think one of our teachers had masked his identity so he could sneak on campus and tap into our power. He gave the law-abiding slakes like my roommate's boyfriend, Bryce, a bad name. Justine paused again and frowned, and I knew she mind-spoke to someone. She nodded, then turned back to me. Actually, one of the council seekers will be here shortly. We'll go to my office immediately. Wizards dressed in white coats and wearing rubber gloves flitted onto the landing and crowded around Drea. Before I could contemplate flitting there myself, she'd taken my arm and relocated us. A centaur awaited us, his slitted hooves shifting impatiently on the colorful braided rug. Over his furry body, he wore a button-up shirt and four-legged pants that ended at his ankles. "This is the one who found her?" he grated out, his gaze holding mine in place, as if he could plunge into my mind and drag out my every secret. "This is Fleur," the headmistress said in a voice that came across calm and collected. But how could she be? My hands shook, and my heart still slammed, double time in my chest. "Fleur found Drea, the murdered student." Murdered. Having it confirmed only made me shake harder. I sunk into a chair before my legs gave way. "The body," he chipped out. "Where is it?" "Taken care of," she said, wincing at the term body. "All evidence has been mapped and spirited away to the lab intact, exactly the way I found it." It? We were talking about Drea here, an outling like me. I sniffed and wiped my eyes. My mind pulled back to when Drea patted my shoulder, telling me I could ride the Albacore, that she believed in me. It seemed only seconds ago she was standing beside me. "Did you touch the girl?" the centaur asked me. He hovered close, and his breath was hot on the back of my neck. Reaching around my shoulder, he lifted my hand and slid his fingers across mine. "You did?" "Just to make sure she was really dead," burst from me. I wrenched my hand away, but I had no need to feel defensive. I hadn't hurt Drea. Yet, somehow this conversation felt accusatory. "Explain," he barked. "Now." "It's okay, dear," Justine said to me in a soothing tone. "Just answer his questions honestly. You're not on trial here." And to the centaur, she added, "Rourke, this is the one." He plodded forward, nudging the chair to my right aside, and pivoted his flanks so he could face me. His fathomless eyes sunk into mine as he studied me with even greater intensity. "She can't be." Justine shrugged. "True, it's still uncertain, but still." The centaur's shoulders loosened, as if me possibly being the one, whatever that was, meant I could now be trusted. "Tell me what happened, girl." I started with when I left the library and ended with hearing something slithering behind me and bolting through the door where I tripped over Drea. The leaves, scattered around her, looked fresh, like they'd been picked from the branches seconds before I found her. The leaves had to be evidence. "I must touch your head," Rourke said, plodding a few steps closer. I reeled back against the hard wooden chair, my panicked gaze darting to the headmistress. "Rourke will scan your mind for any details you might have forgotten, dear. Sort of." She frowned. "An instant replay. Is that what it's called in the outling world?" Maybe. I really didn't remember. After Mom dumped me at the academy entrance when I was 10, I'd been taken to Esther, a strict, half-troll woman who lived in the woods. She didn't have electricity, let alone a TV. "Just relax, and he'll be finished in no time," the headmistress added. Did I have any choice about this? Probably not. At my hesitant nod, Rourke reached out, but his hand stopped a few inches beyond my temples. "Will you permit this?" I squirmed. By the Fae. Was this the serum I'd heard about? Something used by seekers to ferret out information. "Sit calmly," Justine said. "Don't move while he probes." She leaned forward, eagerness tightening her features. I swallowed my unease and nodded to Rourke. "I guess you can look." He cupped my head and closed his eyes. A grating hum lifted from his chest and encircled the room like a swarm of angry bees. As he sorted through my memories, tossing most aside like useless flotsam, anxiety rose inside me in a sickening wave. Saliva pooled in my mouth. "Stop!" I cried out, wrenching away from his grip. Now I knew why everyone feared seekers.
"Nothing,"
he said to Justine.
"I don't believe she was involved."
Hadn't I just said that? I told you I was in the library. My voice rose as horror sunk tendrils through me. I have witnesses. Although I had no idea why I'd need them, I wasn't on trial here. Drea had only been dead a few seconds, the headmistress said. I knew you weren't involved, but now we have Rourke's word for the council as proof. Her intent gaze fell on Rourke. And? His chest collapsed with his sigh.
"I couldn't tell."
Interesting. Justine relaxed back in her chair and tapped her chin. Not there, then. Rourke partly turned away from me.
"I felt as if parts of her had been locked down."
Bespelled? Justine asked. Even more intriguing.
Maybe, or...
Their combined gazes pinned me in place.
"You're an outling,"
Rourke said. Had he read that in my mind? Her mother left her here when she was 10, the headmistress said. She had already drawn power and released fire.
"Ah,"
Rourke said, but I couldn't tell what he meant from the single word. She lived with Esther until it was time to attend the academy.
"The Sketar witch,"
Rourke said.
"Wise choice."
Esther purposefully did not test her. Defensiveness came through in Justine's voice. I asked that she prepare Fleur for anything, just in case. Prepare me for what? I asked, my attention flicking between them. They were discussing something big regarding me, and I had the right to know what it was. Did this involve my suspicions about the Sixth family and my maybe companion, the dragonfly Alex? Justine flipped her hand my way, as if dismissing my question as unworthy. If we're letting her develop naturally, of course.
"Wise,"
Rourke said. What's going on? I asked. Please tell me. You can go to your room now, Fleur, the headmistress said, leaning forward. She shuffled papers on her desk as if she'd already dismissed me. We have no further questions. I had questions, but I also had a feeling they would not be answered. Grinding my teeth to bite back the words I wanted to blurt out, I stood. Can you flit or do you need help? The headmistress asked. I can do it myself. Don't say anything about this, dear, Justine said. Keep the events regarding Drea to yourself for now. Rourke nodded. Tomorrow we'll announce Drea left, that she returned to her outling parents. She was murdered, I said. You said that yourself. Whoever killed her carved an O on her chest for outling and, inside, a 7. This morning there were 8 outlings here at the academy. Now there are only 7 left. A bullseye felt burned into my forehead. I don't remember a mark. Justine paused, and her eyes glazed over. Mine speak again. With whom this time? No, it has been confirmed by the lab. There's no mark on her skin. From their early observations, the technicians believe she encountered a rogue nightlace cluster during her studies. It must have followed her after she left class. At my frown, she added, We hold one class after sunset, Magical Horticulture of the Night. Drea attended that class earlier this evening. She was supposed to meet us at Outling Club but didn't show. What time was the meeting? She asked. 8. The headmistress nodded. As I suspected. Her class let out just before then. The nightlace cluster followed. They can be sly, and you saw what happened. This sounded too easy. And what was up with the O and 7? I'd seen them.
I assume the class is taught by Professor Grimm?
Rourke asked.
He's the best with the deadliest varieties of plant life.
I bet he was.
Nightlace can be vicious if provoked,
Rourke said to Justine.
You'll speak to Professor Grimm? He'll need to do some urgent pruning. I already have. He's horrified, actually. Went to the greenhouse with searing shears to take care of it immediately. Yes, roast them alive,
Rourke said, rubbing his hands together, a slick grin rising on his face, crimping his cheekbones. Rather gruesome, wasn't he? But I saw the marks, I said.
Did you? Because I didn't see anything in your mind to support that supposition,
Rourke said. How was that possible? The image still blazed in my brain like it had been branded there. Something followed me, chased me.
The Nightlace cluster,
Justine shuddered.
You're fortunate it had been sated already.
Sated? I winced, picturing how horrible Drea's last moment must have been.
Go, dear,
Justine said, flicking her fingers my way.
Get some sleep. You've got a busy day tomorrow.
There was nothing I could do except nod. I'd seen the marks carved below Drea's throat. I was sure of it. Nothing the headmistress or Rourke said would convince me otherwise. Had someone left the mark for me to find? I pinched my shaking hands together on my lap. I couldn't dismiss this as a simple Nightlace attack. Someone or something was determined to hide the evidence. Why did the murderer let me see the markings, but no one else? It wasn't too far a stretch to think this could be a warning to Outlings.
Good night, dear,
Justine said with a brief smile as I rose from the chair.
Sleep well.
As if I could. Night, I said. My eyes skimmed to Rourke, who studied me with a gaze so sharp I felt its nails clawing down my back. I shut the door behind me and leaned against the wall in the corridor. Raking my hair off my face, I huffed. Go to your room, I whispered. Forget all about this. It was just a simple Nightlace attack. Sure. My spine stiffened. While I should travel directly to my room, no one would ever call me obedient. My teeth crimped together. I flitted to the skywalk. Chapter 3. In seconds, I stood on the landing at the top of the stairs, staring into the skywalk, the throat of a beast. The moon had fled the sky and the night eclipsed everything except the strand of twinkle lights streaming along either side of the passage. At any other time, it would appear cute, inviting. Now I shuddered. Something terrible had happened here, and I was determined to solve this mystery. I glanced around the landing, but nothing stood out as evidence. While a few bulbs flickered and hummed overhead, the corners and edges of the room were dark, and extra dark, which was only exciting when it was chocolate. Now, I wished I'd asked Donovan if there was a flashlight elemental magic trick. Was elemental magic finite, or could I make things up? Wait, my fire scapty. Could I find a way to control my fire and use it like a mini torch? Surely I could contain my magic and avoid flinging flaming balls around, because lighting the Academy aflame wouldn't go over well. Closing my eyes, I sought a few threads of power. There. I gently tugged them in and sent them to the moonstone I'd claimed during stone selection. The Academy jeweler had set the opalescent feldspar crystal into the hilt of a dagger. My stone stored power. Once I topped off the energy supply, I went simple, calling elemental magic and thinking, tiny fire on my fingertip. I opened my eyes to see my fingertip aglow. Cool. Blue flames licked across my nail, but they didn't burn. I turned my finger into a glow stick. The light winked out. Grumbling, I again pulled elemental magic. Only this time, I fed in a tiny bit of power from my moonstone. My finger glowed and remained alight. Too alight, actually. Brighter than a strobe light, it blinded me. Shielding my face, I dropped my hand to waist level and, maintaining the light, I searched the corners of the landing at the top of the stairwell. I'd heard sounds coming from this area earlier. Slithering, creepy sounds. A nightlace cluster, like the headmistress suggested, or something else? Aha! A few leaves had collected behind a post near the back right corner, and I snatched them up and tucked them into my pocket. More searching, both here, in the skywalk, and on the other side, revealed nothing. Another flit, and I arrived in my room, where I tiptoed around so as not to wake my roommate, Patty. I dragged a textbook out of my bag and pressed the leaves between the pages to make sure they'd dry flat. As I crept across the room, Beatrice, our brownie, who kept things neat and tidy, popped into view and grinned at me. Patty snored softly in her bed. When my foot snagged on a rug and I grunted, while barely avoiding falling, Patty mumbled and rolled over to face the wall. With the way I was trooping around all the time, it was a good thing she was a heavy sleeper. Beatrice glared at the empty bowl.
"Me thinky feelings of likey for you on edge."
Brownies were paid by the academy to keep our rooms clean, but if we wanted to keep them from turning into a boggart and playing tricks on us, we needed to keep them happy by leaving them treats. Patty must have forgotten. She'd been wrapped up in Bryce lately. Not that I blamed her. I kinda liked being wrapped up in Donovan, too. A few weeks ago, Beatrice had told me she was thinky that I was her favorite student. Obviously, I'd be usurped by a more indulgent student if I didn't act quickly. "Sorry," I whispered. I opened a bag of mini peanut butter cups and dumped a handful into the bowl. Beatrice delicately lifted one, bigger than her head, and nibbled on the corner. Her eyes closed and she shimmied.
"Oh, me likey you again."
"Have at it." Releasing a soft laugh, I went into our bathroom that connected our coven dorm room with another. Moira and her bestie, Alice, mean girl extraordinaire, had the room adjoining mine and Patty's. Moira, I liked well enough. Alice? Never happening. Of course, who should I run into in the bathroom? "Ugh," Alice said. She wore a pale blue robe, and a matching towel secured her hair on the top of her head. In her hand, she clutched a blue-striped shower tote. Maybe knock first? With a growl, she stormed into her room, slamming the connecting door behind her. "Nice seeing you too," I whispered, not as eager to disturb my roommate as Alice was. When I returned to my room with clean teeth and dressed in my PJs, Beatrice was gone. The peanut butter cups were also gone, and the room was spotless. I tumbled onto my bed and hauled up the quilt Esther had made for me. Big surprise there. Who would have thought the strict half-troll who'd seen to my care for the past 7 years had a squishy side? She'd gifted me with the blanket, a bunch of clothes, and a cointage, a round golden disc that worked like a debit card. Mine had no spending limit. Yawning, I stared at the flecked white ceiling, but my thoughts remained on Drea and her murder. I'd seen the O for Outling on her neck. A 7, too. No one could tell me otherwise. Justine and Rourke might feel this investigation was over, but I wasn't convinced. No choice where my Outling friends were concerned. I'd have to look into this on my own. Chapter 4. I found it incredibly sad that no one other than her roommate noticed Drea wasn't on campus any longer. In history class the next afternoon, Professor Crete began her lecture with the casual announcement that Drea had left the academy and would not be returning. Like it was a blip on radar. No one commented. As if it was any other day at the start of class, kids around me opened their textbooks and scowled at the pages. It made me wonder, if the nightlace cluster had stalked and killed me instead of Drea, would my disappearance receive the same lack of interest? Patty would notice, as would Donovan, but everyone else? Maybe Cloven and the headmistress. Alice would probably hold a party to celebrate. The next 2 hours felt like 7 as I tried to stay awake, while our professor told us more dry details leading up to the phase split, including a string of unpronounceable names I'd be tested on next week. After everyone else had left, I went up to Professor Crete, who was snuffing out the tiny flame simmering beneath the pot of herbs on her desk. A Sketar witch like Esther, Professor Crete used sage and basil and catnip rather than threads to create magic. She was a full troll, but other than being petite like me and my roommate Patty, who was part pixie, you wouldn't guess Professor Crete's lineage. In fairy tales, trolls were supposed to be knobby and gruff and have big noses. Esther had perfected gruff and definitely had a big nose. But fortunately, Professor Crete not only looked like she could compete in a beauty contest, she spent most of her time smiling and singing. "Can I help you, Flor?" she asked with a perky grin. Her long black hair swung across her low back as she danced in a circle and dumped the moist herbs into the trash bucket. They plopped in the bottom with a wet smack. "I was wondering when we'd be getting to the sixth family." Humming a lilting tune, she wiped out the clay pot with a cloth and settled it back on the burner in preparation for her next class. "The sixth, eh?" Her well-plucked brows narrowed. "I saved the best for last, you know." Last didn't sound promising. "Will we get to them soon? I'm curious about what they could have done to make the other families banish them." She snorted. "Ah, well, I imagine all of you are curious, are you not? I'll have to skirt around that detail for sure." My shoulders sagged. "You won't be able to tell us then?" "I'm not bespelled like everyone else, if that's what you're asking. But as I said, that information will be delivered later in the year. I do like to build the suspense and get everyone salivating before I reveal the exciting details. And the sixth..." She leaned in close and lowered her voice. "I guess there's no harm in sharing a few tiny secrets. They actually used magic, too." To my right, a balding head poked through the doorway connecting this classroom and the one on the other side. "Isla, are you almost—" His gaze flicked to me. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were still with the student." "No problem at all, Will." Her teal eyes twinkled, and she whispered to me. "We've got a hot date tonight. That man can—" Coughing, her face colored. "Guess you don't need to hear that secret." I couldn't hold back my cringe. Ugh, too much information. She waved Will's way. "Come on in, Flor was just leaving." "But you almost had me there." Her laughter peeled out, and she shook her slender finger in my face. "Sly girl. You'll have to wait like everyone else to find out the juicy details about the sixth family." I barely suppressed my groan. "I'll see you in class," she said. "Don't forget, we have a test next week." "Yes, I remember," I grumbled. Rolling my eyes and growling about stupid secrets, I snagged my bag as I passed my desk and strode out into the hall. I flopped against the wall and pinged Donovan, who'd wisely chosen to take magical everyday chores during this period instead. Even dusting with elemental magic sounded more interesting than history, especially if Professor Crete stuck to the dry, boring stuff. "Meet up?" I mind-spoke when he answered. "Sure. You want to learn more elemental magic?" "Yes. Also, kissing would be nice. Although I didn't mind speak that detail. I was finally learning to screen my thoughts. Sadly, I was less successful with my face. "The roof?" he said. "Unless my next trick might make me fall." "I'll hold you tight." I was counting on it. We met up a short time later, dropping down onto the wooden shingles covering the western campus tower. "Tell me why you jump," I said once we'd lain down on the roof side by side. The first day I met him, he'd limped. Pressed, he'd confessed he'd jumped off the roof, hurting his ankle. He wouldn't tell me why he jumped, other than he felt compelled. Ahead, trees along the edge of the forest swayed in the stiff breeze. I'd found a dragon and bandaged his leg deep in the woods not long after arriving at the academy. While I'd returned to the same location a few days ago, I hadn't been able to locate him. Would you believe I jumped because I was trying to fly? Donovan asked. Elites can't fly, only elves can. I cricked my head to the side to watch his face, which remained neutral. You part elf? He ran his fingertips across the perfectly oval upper curves of his ears. Nope. You sound certain about that, but you said the royal consort wasn't your true father. His mom had been queen, a throne now ruled by his older brother, Niles. Donovan was next in line, though he said he wasn't interested in taking the job if something happened to his brother. My birth father wasn't an elf. Then who was he? His shoulders fell. I want to say, but I can't. Not without betraying others. Are you bespelled to keep you from telling? From what I'd seen so far, bespellings were complicated things. Used correctly, they could keep someone safe. But what if a bespelling was used to cause harm? No bespelling, I just can't. It's okay. I won't press you. They need to be protected. They. I wanted to ask about the dragon, but if Donovan didn't know the creature existed, it wasn't for me to share. Alex, my dragonfly friend, had asked me to keep the dragon secret. The forest is warded, which helps, Donovan said. No one can harm us. Only those deemed worthy are allowed to go more than a quarter mile inside. I've been deep inside. He smiled. That's because you're worthy. Not sure why. Yes, I seem to have magical skills few others possessed, but unless I could harness even one of them for something useful, I might spend the rest of my life stuck in the rut of trying and never quite succeeding at anything. Why do you want to fly, then? Sitting up, I picked at a thread hanging from my school uniform skirt, made up of academy colors, green and blue plaid. When I held the strand up, the wind swept it away. I mean, I get it, sort of. Flying would be cool. It was easy to picture myself soaring through the clouds, coasting over the forest. Rising up as well, he tilted his head and laid it on my shoulder, staring toward the woods. Flying is a family tradition. On your mom or dad's side? It's all dad. He could fly? Did he have wings? Yes, to both. That would be awesome. I could almost taste the grin in his voice. It is. Then it's working. I dropped my head onto his, enjoying the warmth of his arm resting along my back. No more twisted ankles? Only every now and then. I'm still a work in progress. Aren't we all? Leaning away from him, I slid my fingers down his spine, and he shimmied and laughed. Ticklish, huh? A nice detail to tuck away for the future. Don't feel any wings here, buddy. His body stilled, and he turned back to the forest. They're hidden. Do they emerge when you want to fly? Pretty much. Jumping activates them. I guess I can understand that. If I closed my eyes, I could see the ground rushing up to meet me. No wings equaled splat. Sounds like a drastic way to learn how to fly, though. He smoothed the hair off my face that the breeze kept scattering. Don't you know it? Questions piled on top of each other in my mind, ready to burst past my lips. So, let me teach you a little-known trick, Donovan said, neatly changing the subject. I wasn't sure I wanted to let this go, but I would, for now. Content storage. Sounds techie to me. He frowned. No computers here? I asked, already knowing the answer. What's a computer? Parallel fantasy world. Right. No need for anything like that at the academy. So, content storage, I said, playing along. What is it? Something that comes in handy when you're studying for a test. I wondered, would it help me ride an albacore? Nope. That you'll have to learn all on your own. Stop it! I smacked his thigh. He chuckled, and we dropped back down onto the shingles, our shoulders snugged together. A hazy day, the sun barely bit through the low gray clouds hovering overhead. Birds darted past us as if on missions. Donovan's light cologne sank into my senses, making my head swim. There wasn't much better in life than hanging out on the roof with my favorite guy, even if he did act elusive on occasion. I rolled onto my side to face him. Does content storage work like someone with a photographic memory? Meaning once I see something, it'll flash into my mind? Photographic? He said. I waved my hand to dismiss the word. How do I store content? I already had a list I'd love to commit to my mind. Elf names, to be exact. Another test I could not fail. You can't close your eyes. Or I won't see the content? Yep. Do magical words make it happen? Damn it can fill in for just about anything. I pursed my lips, but my laughter came out anyway. What should I commit to memory? Sitting up, he unzipped his pack and pulled out a textbook. He opened it to a list of elf names. How about this? I heard through the grapevine that you've got a big test coming up in history. I huffed out of breath, sending my bangs shooting upward. They keep getting jumbled up in my mind. Hafowl? I sighed. Hafowl something is one. I can't pronounce it, let alone memorize it. The Hafwalon clan? That's the one. I leaned into his side and stared down at the names. Content storage will help with that? With any test. Awesome. So much easier than making flashcards and then reciting them over and over. He frowned. Does anyone do that? Obviously not here. Probably not anywhere. Esther had homeschooled me, which meant it had been years since I attended a real school. Who knew how kids studied today? All you need to do is stare at the page and think, flash. Huh. That's it? Almost seemed too simple. Yep. Once flashed, I made air quotes. I'll be able to pull up the information during a test? You will. Frowning, I tilted my head. Isn't that cheating? How can it be when you're using elemental magic? I shrugged. Donovan dropped the open textbook onto my lap. Give it a try. Staring down at the page, I thought, flash. Now pull up the list. I floundered through my mind, but couldn't find anything like the page in front of me. Does it work like a search engine? I asked. I think elf list and it floats in front of my eyes? He frowned at search engine, making me heave out another breath. I needed to forget all the tech stuff I learned while living with my mom. It should be right there, he said. Just seek it. My growl of frustration puffed out when my brain only came up with the word elf, but no data. I can't, it's just not there. Maybe you need to practice some more. Try again. I did. 3 more times, without success. Definitely didn't like my new pattern. After breezing through orientation, I'd become complacent, confident I could do just about anything. I needed to crack down and study, or failure loomed in my future. Keep trying, he said. You'll get it. Can everyone do this? If so, I was going to get way behind in my classes. Only a few I know of. Who taught you? My father. Your birth father? I asked. I never met him. He died not long after I was born. I meant the royal consort. He was such a great guy. My mom was strict. Not necessarily unfeeling, but busy, I guess you'd call it. But my dad always had time for me. I'm sorry. I dropped my head on his shoulder and stared out at the forest where I'd challenged my fears and helped defeat a killer a few weeks ago with Donovan by my side. That's why. Trailing off, he also stared forward. What did he see? The endless, mysterious woods? Or memories? That's why you felt bad she cheated with your birth father. You said he died not long after you were born. Had he met Donovan? Sad to think a father never had the chance to know his son. Donovan was a great guy. When I found out the truth, I looked for my birth father. That's when I learned he was dead. I slid my arm around the back of his waist and squeezed him close. I'm sorry.
I'm the one who's sorry, he said. I brought you up here.
Turning, his gaze dropped to my lips. To teach me content storage.
That, and...
His hand stuffed into his front pants pocket, and he pulled out a folded piece of paper.
I had this joke in mind that wasn't quite a joke. I planned to bring you up here, have fun together teaching you content storage, then suggest you flash this.
He extended it toward me slowly, as if it was the most precious jewel in the world. Should I open it here? Grazing his lower lip with his teeth, he nodded. When I read the words, my eyes filled.
I'm not too possessive, but I have to know. Do you want to be, like, an official couple?
No need to flash this into my mind. The question was committed to memory forever.
Floor?
He asked, nervousness edging into his voice. I stared at the paper, my eyes stinging. Yes, the answer is yes. He leaned toward me as I dropped onto my back on the roof.
Cool,
he whispered. His mouth hovered over mine.
Yes to this, too?
I wrapped my arms around his shoulders and breathed. Yes. Chapter 5. That night, my belly full after scarfing down a level 5 scapti mushroom and pepperoni pizza made by magical chefs at the academy, I sat in the library with Patty, studying. We'd trooped up to the 3rd floor where it was quieter and staked out a sofa in the back corner beyond a long row of stacks. After trying at least 10 times to store the list of elf names in my mind with elemental magic-infused content storage, something Patty hadn't heard of, but once I explained, mastered in like 3 seconds. I gave up on the trick for now and pulled out a pad of paper and started writing down fae names. While this method was infinitely slower, I'd eventually memorized the list. Il and Breck Darthia? I garbled out. Talk about a tongue twister. That's eel, Patty said without looking up from her textbook. Pronounced like eel. I only need to write the damn things, not pronounce them. The smile she shot me came out too sympathetic. Sorry, but I think I heard the test is both oral and written. Why would Professor Crete do that? To make me suffer, that was why. Why do I need to be able to say them? I slumped back in my chair, defeated. They're not spells. It's part of our history. She stared at her book unblinking, then nodded. Lucky for her, another page stored in her memory. They're not part of my history, as far as I knew. I'd wondered about my parentage, but my mom wasn't magical, which meant I couldn't be elite. While she'd been elusive about my dad, none of the few details she'd shared when I was little suggested he had magic. It had to be a coincidence that Alex, a dragonfly, and the original companion to the Six family, had befriended me. Sadly enough, I was a full-blooded outling. Might as well savor the fact. Enjoy it. I just needed to figure out how to do that. I know what! I can help you, Patty said with excitement, pushing aside her book. A string of unpronounceable, let alone memorable, words spewed from her mouth before she waved my way. Go ahead, say it. Ill? Eel! She dragged out the word, but added a lilt to the end. I mimicked her, but her carefully schooled face made it clear I'd never be mistaken for a native fae. A kid walking by, heading for the stacks for a book, snickered until I glared. After I tried again, she giggled. Okay, so... Pinching my cheeks together, she said it again, very slowly. Eel and Breck Darthia. I fumbled it out. Exactly! That was perfect! Her grin, as sunny as always, lightened my mood. When she looked like that, who could be grumpy with anything? I said the name again, committing it to my mind, sort of. Eel and Breck Darthia. Patty rubbed my shoulder. I'm proud of how quickly you're picking this up. Some outlings... She visibly bit off the words by crimpling her lips together, and I knew she was trying to be kind, where other students hadn't given a damn and spewed out hatred. Some outlings have a hard time, I said. Already heard. From Ashton and the other kids in the Outling Club. If I didn't know better, she said, I'd think you were elite. Your use of power kind of blows me away. Really? I ignored the elite comment. No direction I could go with it at the moment. Moira said outlings had a genetic mutation. That was why we could do magic. I'd just scooped up a big part of that gene pool before I was born. Luck. That's all it was. Instead of whining, I needed to focus on my studying, writing an Aldecor, memorizing a bunch of elf names. If I found time after all that, I could look into the sixth family. But what if I am elite? That would be so freaking cool! She hopped in her seat but then frowned, her shoulders quickly falling. But that's impossible, isn't it? I slouched against the sofa cushions, staring across the loft. Below, on the main floor of the library, someone sneezed. Sometimes I don't think I'll fit in anywhere. Aw, sweetie. The hug she gave me helped cheer me up. I didn't mean anything negative when I said it. Being an outling must be cool. You're unique and special. But the headmistress knows everyone's background, and she would have told you if you were elite. That was what I meant. Is knowing everyone's parentage another scapty on her part? The woman juggled scapties with more sophistication than a circus performer tossing flaming torches. She's very powerful. That's why parents trust her enough to send their kids to the academy. Trust. What would Patty and her parents think if they knew what really happened to Drea? I didn't like keeping secrets from my friend. It felt wrong, but I also didn't want to anger the headmistress. She'd indulged me a lot over the past few weeks. I wasn't sure I dared test her further. I returned to the list of elves, reciting them, with Patty correcting my pronunciation. After going through the names a bajillion times, I pushed the book aside. Enough of that. I still had a week to practice before my test. My brain was blurring. Patty stared forward a moment, her eyes glazing before she tucked her book into her backpack and scraped back her chair. Gotta go. I squinted up at her. Someone peeing you? Yeah. Color outlined her high cheekbones, turning them almost as pink as her hair. Or as pink as my hair. Using the concealer Esther had given me, I'd gone with the color matching my friends this morning. I got a signal from... I'm gonna go hang out with Bryce. Standing, she hefted her bag over her shoulder. Say hi for me? Her face crinkled, and I knew my comment made her happy. Bryce and I had started out rough when I'd mistakenly believed he was the slake draining Moira of her power. But he was a sweet guy. Perfect for Patty, and funny. He'd had me rolling on the floor more than once because of something he'd said. Don't wait up for me, she tossed my way. She strode toward the stairs with her bag smacking against her back. Leaving the sofa, I crept downstairs and over to the front desk. Crept because... Do you have any books on magical horticulture I can look at? I asked the librarian, who was also the man who'd interrupted Professor Crete before she could reveal details about the sixth family. The one she said was, yeah, do not go there. Yuck. Sure do. He stood. About my height and round, he had a beak-like nose and a bald head that reflected light from the overhead lamps. His bushy black eyebrows appeared alive, as if he'd glued on caterpillars. Extra ick thought. He waved toward the stairs. Right this way. With a jaunty stride, he led me to the second floor and then all the way to the end of the stacks, where he pointed to the last one before the cast iron railing. This whole row is filled with books about magical horticulture, a delightful subject. What exactly are you looking for? Any books about the night plant varieties? In particular, nightlace clusters? Pausing, he frowned and tapped a pencil on his lips. I think we have something. Let me see. Trailing his stubby fingertip along a row of books, he stopped at one in the middle.
Ah, here it is.
He slid a book off the shelf and held it out to me.
Not many students express interest in Atropia velodora.
When I frowned, he added,
Nightlace vines, I mean. Atropia velodora is the fey name for the species. In my experience, students avoid this variety of plant like the plague.
After what happened with Drea, I could see why, but Nightlace was featured in one of our classes. Other than a rogue vine, it couldn't be truly dangerous, could it? Maybe I could get some details out of the librarian. Why do kids avoid it? He grimaced and sliced his finger across his throat.
Something about the plant's ability to wrap around their victims and hold on until they stop breathing.
A shiver ripped through me. Was that how Drea died? But why carve a circle and number into her skin? There had to be more going on here than a cluster run rampant. Unless someone knew I'd find her and wanted to leave me a message. A magical, cryptic message that disappeared shortly after I saw it. But who? I already knew why. 8 outlings and now there are 7. Clueless? I wasn't. What else could you tell me about the plant? I asked.
He frowned. They're sentient to some extent.
They think and feel?
A bit. I believe they're mostly driven by basic needs, however. Hunger, anger, that sort of thing.
The headmistress had suggested Drea irritated the plant in some way during class, that it had then stalked her and sought revenge. How in the world could someone piss off a plant?
Anything else I can get you?
He asked in a cheery tone, his gaze wandering to the desk below where a couple of students stood staring around, looking for him, I imagined. No, thanks. No need to keep him longer. I should be able to learn everything I needed from these books.
You think of anything, I'm Will. Will Zoriati, actually.
He tapped his temple.
Will to my students. Just ping me.
Okay, thanks, Will. He left and I returned to the sofa on the 3rd floor and sank into the cushions, curling my legs up underneath me while leaning on the arm. Since I'd brought the pressed leaves I'd found near where Drea had been murdered, I pulled them out to make a comparison. The headmistress had identified them in her office, but I wanted to be certain. Flicking through the book Will found, I located a short chapter about nightlace vines. The pictures of the leaves looked similar, confirming Justine's assumption. Lifting my gaze, I stared blurry-eyed at the far wall. Had Drea's death been solely due to a rogue plant attack, or was there something else going on here? Hoping to find clues, I scrolled through the chapter, whispering aloud as I read. Nightlace prefers to grow in shade, and they're specifically prolific in the fall. They're most commonly found in the northeastern forest above Crystal Wing Academy and are the main staple of the Cerberus's diet. The enormous 3-headed doggish guys I'd met in my magical creatures class ate nightlace. They lived in the eastern forest above the campus. While nightlace can uproot and travel, they remain out of the sun as they wither and die quickly in the heat. I skimmed through the pages. The easiest way to kill them, something that comes up on the rare occasion when a cluster goes rogue, is with searing shears, which burn them instantly. Chop off the limbs and the vine loses its ability to function. On the last page, I found one final interesting detail. While sentient, nightlace vines can be controlled by rare wizards. Once bonded, they can be directed to act. However, a plant controlling Scapti is a rare skill and seen less than once in multiple generations. Bonded, huh? Where had I heard that term? Justine Cloven and Professor Mealer, Slime, had warded the academy to protect us from the Slake, not realizing Professor Mealer was the Slake draining students. But bonds. Oh yes, Bryce and every other Slake admitted to the academy was bonded to keep them from inadvertently pulling power from someone. How did bonds differ from wards, let alone bespellings? From what I'd seen so far, bespellings were permanent and can only be created by certain wizards. Wards and bonds seemed more common, yet this book said only a few wizards could bond plants. Had someone, a student or teacher, Taken control of a nightlace cluster and directed it to kill Drea? A big leap on my part when the headmistress felt the cluster had been a rare, random event. A rogue plant escaped from Professor Grimm's class, but 8 outlings, and now 7. If someone wanted to eliminate outlings, something that wasn't as unbelievable as I'd hoped, it would be easy to send a plant cluster to do it, rather than be caught in the act themselves. But who? If only the Cerberus's young weren't hatching right now. Their babies were reported to be hungry and eager to take a bite out of curious wizards like me. Otherwise, I'd find the Cerberus, a 3-headed dog-like beast the size of a small house. I'd met them during a magical creatures class. They'd know more about the vines, and Gunnar, the friendliest of the 3 heads, might be willing to chat. Even better, they might know of a wizard who could control a probably not random nightlace cluster. There weren't any other interesting details in the book about nightlace, either because no one had bothered to write them down or because no one knew. After reading through the chapter again, but discovering nothing exciting, I returned the book to the shelf and, slumping back on the sofa, pulled out the secret book I'd found here in the library a few weeks ago. The Original 6. I could only assume the book was about the original 6 families. Since the pages had gone blank the moment I adopted it from the library, I might never know. Flipping it open, I slammed my shoulders against the cushions, and my eyes widened as I stared down. By the Fae. No longer blank. Scrambling through the pages, I quickly checked out the banners, stopping to run my fingertip along the 6th family's banner with the dragonfly. My hand strayed to my pendant, which made me jump when it moved.
What you got there?
Alex asked, popping into view. He hovered about an inch from my nose, his wings a blue and green blur. It's a book about the original 6, I said softly, hoping no one would hear. Alice had already tried to steal it from me the day I'd found it. If I wasn't careful, someone else would snatch it from my hands and hide it away forever, because that was my luck lately. A quick glance around told me we were alone in this part of the library.
Maybe you shouldn't be reading it,
Alex said. Couldn't help it. My fingers lifted off the book for a second before I scowled. The naiad living in the moat wasn't the only one who was tricksy around here. Why not?
And maybe you should.
As much as I adored my little buggy friend, sometimes I wanted to wring his skinny dragonfly neck. Which is it? I should read or I shouldn't? He zipped around in a backflip, then flew in so close to my face I could see each slender ridge on his snout.
Which is what?
I groaned. Should I read the book or not?
Some things are better left unknown.
What's the big secret about the 6th family? Everyone's bespelled to keep them from talking about it. Professor Crete said she'll be able to tell us, but only at the end of the semester. And if I know how this place works, she'll only share boring details I could discover on my own. Alex's little lips curled down, and his eyes, I could swear, teensy tiny tears appeared on his sort of dragonfly lashes.
Maybe there's a reason no one should know.
I don't understand, I said softly. Alex's sadness was rubbing off on me, making my mood drop along with my shoulders. They did something wrong. They were banished. Why does that have to be a big secret?
Once known, you can never unknow.
I sat up straighter. I can live with the knowledge.
Can you?
He said, and for a moment, I felt like I was back in stone selection, trying to decide if I wanted to change my past, my present, or live with my unknown future.
Are you sure?
There was no reason for the chills racking my body. Heat poured through the room. My academy jacket was buttoned. Yes, I said, but the word came out as if I stood on the edge of the cliff, unsure if I dared jump off. I did want to know everything, didn't I?
Yes.
After a long pause, I nodded.
Then so be it.
Zinging in close to my neck, he morphed back into the pendant. It made me jolt every time he'd done that. He said he stayed in pendant form so I could call him if I needed him. But while I loved talking with him, he was too fond of secrets. Talk about anticlimactic. I huffed out of breath. Another weird conversation. Nothing new about that, as far as Alex was concerned. Was he a companion like the original 6 used to enhance their power before they switched to stones? Donovan told me the 6 family had used a dragonfly as their companion. Is that why Alex hung out on my neck like a pendant? I wasn't elite, so the thought didn't make sense. Yet all of this seemed awfully darned coincidental to me. From what I'd learned already, after being banished, the sole member of the 6 family had disappeared. No one knew if that person had children or if any of the family still survived. Was I wasting my time researching the 6 family? Yes, I wanted to belong somewhere. But I did. I was part of my class, a student at the academy. This was enough, wasn't it? I turned the page, leaving the still mysterious dragonfly banner behind. The first few chapters contained history I'd learned in my class, details leading up to the time when the Fae split and half left the Fae world and came to this parallel universe in northwestern Maine. More elf names followed in the book. Too many damned elf names. After, I found a section that talked of a new feud. Excited, I sat forward, clunking my feet on the floor and shifting the book onto my lap. Nothing would keep me from reading now. Finally, something new. The new feud took place among the original 6 families after they'd come here. The heads of the families had argued, that is. By this time, 2 generations ago, the families had grown. They'd been in this area for over 1,000 years. More academies had opened, some in upper New York State, others in Canada. Over time, the Fae who left the underworld and called themselves the Sidhe spread, migrating to California and Europe. I hadn't heard that detail yet. There were more schools like Crystal Wing? It made sense since my incoming class was so small. While not everyone could use magic and were then sent to live among the Outlings, everyone else went to an academy to learn how to control their power. The patriarch of the Dunna Cladria family had accused the consort of Minerva, the matriarch of the 6 family, of bespelling outside the council's jurisdiction. What kind of spell had her consort cast? Initially, the 6 family had used their mean magic on Outlings, which sadly hadn't bothered the council. But then, they'd turned to family members of the Dunna Cladria clan, the 3rd family, per the book. Outlings were one thing, but bespelling the Sidhe took things too far. The patriarch of the Dunna Cladria family had accused Minerva's consort of using bespellings for a potential power grab. Evidently, each family had held equal in power without a king like today. This maintained a healthy balance among the Sidhe. The council intervened and, to everyone's horror, found that the consort was indeed using her bespelling scapti illegally. They suspected Minerva's involvement. A magical battle ensued and many Sidhe in both families died, including the consort. The majority of the deaths were in the 6th family. Devastated by the loss of her consort and family, Minerva continued the battle. Realizing the feud would go on forever, Minerva was captured, stripped of her power, and banished. No one knows where she went after that. But rumors surfaced that she'd been pregnant. I stared forward blankly. Had her child survived? The council, in an attempt to solidify the remaining 5 families, appointed a king from the 5th family and bespelled everyone, making them forget the full details of what happened. But a Sketar witch wrote them down in this book. How in the world had it ended up here, in the Crystal Wing Academy library? To think, all of this only happened about 80 years ago, in my grandparents' generation. As for the bespeller scapti, that skill had almost died out, except for, "Hey, sorry to interrupt, but it's time to close up for the night," Will called out. His head crested the top of the stairs as he labored up them, in this direction. Hide the book. Where had I left my bag? I scrambled to locate it, but it had gone missing. Turning, I shoved the book down between the sofa and the wall, then quickly lifted my notebook with the endless elf names onto my lap and pretended I was studying. "Eel," I said.
"It's midnight, dear,"
Will said, striding over to stand at the end of the coffee table where I'd casually propped my heels. He grinned.
"I do love how diligent some students are with their studies. It's a rare thing to find. If you'd like, we're open again promptly at 7. Come on back then."
"Okay, I will." After covering my mouth as if I was yawning, I stood and gathered up my things, finding my bag on the floor on one end of the sofa. Too late to hide the book about the original 6, however. It should be safe where I'd tucked it until morning.
"Do you need anyone to walk you to your dorm?"
He glanced around, his face lined with concern.
"Safety is important, and I wouldn't want you running into anything dangerous without protection."
"No worries, I can flit." His expression relaxed.
"Lovely then. Nice magic to have, is it not?"
"Yes. Thanks for the offer, though."
"Of course."
He nodded as I strode past him and took the stairs to the entrance. No problem. I could come back and retrieve the book. I went to my room, did my teeth, and puttered around a few minutes to give him enough time to close up, then flitted to the 3rd floor of the library. Tiptoeing through the dark across the creaky hardwood floor, my heart pulsed like thunder. Too bad there wasn't an invisibility spell. Something or someone shifted on the 1st floor, and I froze with one foot lifted, the other locked to the ground. Worried even a tiny slip of air would give me away, I held my breath until my lungs screamed. Spit collected in my mouth, but I didn't dare swallow. Who was it? Trespassing, I couldn't exactly ask. Endless silence ticked along with the clock on the wall, each second lasting an hour. I began to doubt I'd heard anything at all. Risking discovery, I crept forward. The urge to bolt raged through me. Everything inside me told me to bolt to the sofa, grab the book, and flip back to my room. But if someone was down below, they'd hear me and flit up here in seconds. I'd be caught and hauled to the headmistress's office. Didn't need that at any point in my life. 3 more steps. The sofa loomed in the darkness like a crouched beast poised to strike. If it moved, I was fleeing faster than the last albacore I'd tried to ride. 2 more steps. 1. I eased down onto the sofa and, clutching the back, peered down the back. Couldn't see a damn thing. Did I dare create a light? The vast space around me sucked away all sounds. If someone was down there, I would have heard them, right? Get it and go. Slipping off the couch, I eased around the side and crouched down, sliding my hand into the space between it and the wall, praying nothing would bite. My hand met air and grit on the floor. Taking a chance, I created a tiny light. The book was gone. Chapter 6. I'd like to add another class to my schedule, I told my advisor, Cloven. We sat in his office. Although I learned as much about elemental magic from Donovan as Cloven, Cloven and I worked together a few times a week. Cloven seemed eager to teach me boring tasks like dusting and home repair, as if someday I'd want to put a new hinge on a door with magic rather than hire someone to do it. Donovan taught me skills that made elemental magic exciting. Donovan was exciting. Piles of books teetered on Cloven's desk, reaching almost to the ceiling, and colorful light filtered through the solitary round window behind him that displayed, ironically or not, a dragonfly.
"I believe that can be arranged," he said cheerfully. "Your schedule isn't overloaded. What class do you have in mind?"
How about horticulture? While the headmistress had told me to let this go, Professor Grimm had an opening after Drea's death. This was my subtle way of furthering my investigation. Cloven's gaze narrowed on my face, which I carefully kept neutral. Okay, so maybe I wasn't as subtle as I thought, because his grunt came out a bit too understanding. During orientation, I'd overheard he, Justine, and Professor Mealer talking in the auditorium about a power-sucking slake hunting on campus. Justine commented that Cloven was good at reading signs. Did he have empath abilities or a divination skill like Patty? I may never know.
"There's only one class with an opening," he finally said. "Do you actually have an interest in deadly plant life? I have to admit, I'm surprised."
So was I. I'm having a hard time figuring out a major. Not a lie. Plants are interesting. Sort of a lie. But how else would I learn more about Nightlace? Working with deadly plants could be fun. Sure, deadly plants. What was I getting myself into?
There's a decent career demand for those who enjoy working with plants, especially the more treacherous ones, helping them grow, extracting their poisons, and pruning species that might go wild.
Been there, seen it already.
You sure that's something you'd like to study? He asked again.
At first, I thought I might want to major in something to do with magical creatures, but I'm worried I'm going to flunk out of my first class. Dumb aldecors are kicking my butt. Or was I kicking my own butt every time I fell on it?
Ah, writing.
Leaning back in his chair, he clasped his hands on his chest and smiled nostalgically.
Having a bit of trouble with the beasties, are you?
While he was taking too much pleasure in my humiliation, the teasing gleam in his eyes took some of the sting out of his words. I leap off the platform with everyone else, latch onto the mane the same way they do, practically scream ride with my elemental magic, but when I try to hitch my leg over the back, I fall off, or get knocked off. I swear, the Aldecor have a pact with each other to make sure I don't pass.
I had the worst time with them myself,
he said, shaking his head ruefully. Imagine. I thought you could do everything. He chuckled.
Not quite. I barely squeaked by in that class. Didn't ride an Aldecor to the upper pasture until my very last chance. I'll tell you, it was too close for my taste.
Another grin. I only have a few more chances to ride. While I hated the idea of failing a portion of a class, the realization there might be magical tasks I couldn't master stung the most. Conceited of me, but there it was.
I'm sure you'll succeed, like I did. I have complete faith in you.
Good thing he did, because I wasn't so sure myself. Anyway, I decided to try a plant class. At least they won't buck me off, or scrape against a tree to dislodge me, or dart conveniently to the right after I jumped off the platform.
Let me see, then.
His frown suggested he was scrolling through a magical file of classes in his mind.
The only class with an open spot this fall is Professor Grimm's, Magical Horticulture of the Night, adding the D to deadly.
Again, I kept my expression neutral. Sounds awesome. The lines on his face deepened.
I don't know, Fleur.
Unable to meet his gaze, I watched my shoe as I tapped it on the front of his desk. What's the problem?
You seem to be a person of light more than dark.
What does that even mean? Slouching in his chair and hitching his heels up onto his desk, he clasped his hands together on his chest.
Few people are truly evil. I'm sure you know that. But I've never seen you as someone who'd toy with the notion of turning against the light.
Is that what could happen if someone works with deadly plant life?
Not often, but sometimes. It's something students specializing in this sort of thing guard against. The plants. Let's just say they can influence the caretaker as much as the caretaker influences them. It's not just about pruning or manipulating, but of twisting what the plants can do. For some wizards, that means bending the plant's intent in a good, wholesome direction. For a random few wizards, they might take things in a decidedly lethal direction.
Was there more to our conversation than a class? I leaned forward, eager to hear his every word.
Once or twice in our past, Someone has taken a plant's potential in the wrong, no, a fatal direction.
Oh, interesting.
Who? No one you need to know about.
Naturally. Have to admit, I'm getting more than tired of secrets. His booming laughter rang out.
Aren't we all?
I couldn't hold back my growl. I wanted to ask him about Nightlace and Drea's death and what the Fae he thought this could all mean. But Cloven was Justine's assistant. She must have shared the true details of Drea's death with him, even if she'd held them back from me.
Some tasks you'll be expected to complete in Grimm's class could give you inconclusive results. It will be up to you to decide how you wish to take it, into the light or into the dark.
I could decide to ride the line.
Some do.
His gaze pinned me in place.
I believe you're a student who could do that.
Why do you think that about me?
Because of your background.
I'm an outling, right? His gaze did not meet mine. What was he hiding?
What else could you be?
I don't know. Maybe an outling that might actually have elite blood? He quickly turned my words back on me.
What makes you think that?
I sighed, wanting to spout off about Alex and the Sixth Family, but I didn't dare. I trusted Cloven completely, but this was a theory on my part. I had no actual proof. I don't know, maybe just wishful thinking. Dropping his feet onto the floor, he leaned forward and only sympathy came through in his voice.
You're special, Floor. Never forget that, please.
Why was it so important that I see myself as someone unique and different, let alone that I protect myself from the dark? I don't mind being an outling. We are special.
That's the spirit.
A paper appeared in the air, and he grabbed it and slid it across the desk.
Sign here if you're still sure you want to take Professor Grimm's class. It's basically a release from whatever might come from working with deadly plants, but also a consent form. I've already told you what's at risk.
Light or dark? What if I couldn't decide? I can't imagine Professor Grimm would let us do horrible things in class.
We're talking about the Grim Reaper, the former harbinger of death.
Who left that job? He's a teacher now.
Only a sliver separates light from dark. Never forget that.
Like everything in life, this was about choices. But talk about vague. Cloven must have gone to the same school of thought as Alex. Signing the paper, I slid it across the desk, then reeled back when it burst into flames and curled into ash as it burned. In seconds, nothing remained, not even a whiff of smoke or even a scorch on his desk. He closed his eyes for 2 blinks.
All set.
Had he mind-spoken with Professor Grimm? Perhaps there was a database he could sync into, like the sundial in the capital city Grathie, and he'd added me to the class.
Professor Grimm prefers to teach a small group of students,
Cloven said.
The class was full, but one student dropped out, as you know.
Drea, who hadn't exactly dropped out. I'm looking forward to the class. And I added when he shot me an overly concerned look, it's going to be fun, and no dark for me, only light, and maybe a taste of gray. With a laugh, he stood.
You're more like me than you realize.
I took that as a compliment. There wasn't anyone I admired more than Cloven. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'll see you in class next week?
Yes. One of these days, I'll share some knowledge about elusive threads.
Whatever they were, I had yet to find a color that refused my call, but I welcomed a challenge. I'd started for the door when he called out.
As I said, I passed magical creatures and how to tame them. Between you and me, I'll share a secret.
My ears perked up, and I turned. How did you do it?
You've already learned that elemental magic is limitless.
I'm beginning to suspect that. and that elemental magic and Skapti power may be more interwoven than everyone else believed.
Perhaps you need to,
He frowned and tapped his chin.
think outside the square. Is that the right way of phrasing it in Outling terms?
Outling, yeah. Way to remind me I fit in sort of, but actually didn't. My shoulders drooped until I realized that couldn't be what Cloven meant. He'd never be mean. Think outside the square. There was a secret inside his words. While unable to share every secret, he would help me if he could. You mean I should try something unconventional? What was he trying to say here?
Yes, that's it.
A big smile filled his face.
There's more than one way to skin a Cerberus, right?
Why would we need to do that? I shuddered, hoping I'd never have to skin one of the three-headed guys. I guess?
A dead one,
He added quickly.
and only to extract their cupola stones.
What are...
Located under their fur on their abdomen. Exceedingly rare. They're used for specific types of magic.
Like what?
Magic not seen by the Fae for years. As you know, Cerberuses live for hundreds of years.
I didn't know that.
If one dies in your lifetime, you may participate in the extraction. It's considered an honor.
If he said so.
Do remember with the Aldecor,
He tapped his temple.
elemental magic can be manipulated.
I still wasn't sure what he meant, but had a feeling this was the only tip I'd be receiving tonight. Thanks.
Anytime.
Coming around the desk, he escorted me to the door.
I'll see you next week for more elemental magic training. We're going to learn a chameleon elemental magic trick. While it only lasts a few moments, it can be used to hide.
Chapter 7. 2 nights later, I showed up early to magical horticulture, adding the D to deadly.
Greetings,
Professor Grimm shrieked when I stepped inside his classroom. Classroom being a loose term. The class took place in a greenhouse, lined with benches covered with potted plants, and on each end, tall, locked chambers with vines and leaves straining around the seams, as if they were desperate to escape. The cabinets must be where they contained deadlier varieties. Nightlace? I'm Floor, a new student, I said. Just transferring into this class.
Of course.
He drifted closer, his steely gray robe dragging across the stone slabs making up the floor. Only his bright school tie broke his, well, grim exterior. Hard to believe our teacher was a ghost.
welcome.
I rubbed my ears and winced. His shriek was going to get old fast. Too bad the class wasn't being taught by Cupid. Darting away from romantic arrows would beat hearing loss. Ugh, Alice said from the entrance behind me. Outling alert. What are you doing here? I want to learn about plants, I said. The deadly ones. The better to kill you with, my dear. I didn't say, though I was tempted. Figures. We get rid of the only outling in class and another takes her place. She rolled her eyes at her best friend, Moira, who patted my shoulder and smiled, as if we were old friends who hadn't seen each other in ages. At least Drea had potential, Alice continued with a sneer. She was good with plants? I asked, perking up at this detail. If plants liked her, why had one killed her? The creature whisperer, Professor Grimm called her, after she discovered the naiads could be won over with trinkets, Moira said. But it wasn't just the naiads. I swear, Drea could make even the most reticent plants perform. Except she couldn't stop them from killing her, assuming a rogue nightlace cluster was the real murderer. I still wasn't convinced. Creature whisperer, not bad for an outling then, I said. Some outlings have more abilities than others. Alice's nose almost touched the top of the greenhouse. It was so stuck up in the air. As I said, Drea had potential. You have none.
Nasty alert, Moira said. I keep telling you, honey, she said to Alice. Kindness wins friends.
While Moira had mostly been nice before I beat the power-sucking Slake off her in the forest, now I could give her a t-shirt with Team Floor and she'd wear it proudly. A near-death experience will do that for a girl. She elbowed Alice in the side.
Practice your nice words.
Alice wrinkled her nose and strode around me to greet Professor Grimm. It was going to take more than a t-shirt to win that wench over. Me being with Donovan still pissed her off.
She's a work in progress,
Moira said, giving me an even bigger smile before she followed Alice.
Just coming into her full potential.
Being an empath, Moira must know. Frankly, I'd only once seen Alice's soft side, and then only directed at Moira. If she had a nice bone, I'd yet to see it. Alice reeled, glaring. By the way, I want that book. Not getting it. The original 6, the book I'd found containing history of the 6 family no one was willing to share. So, she'd figured out I'd removed it from her backpack after she'd stolen it from me in the library. Took her long enough. It had been weeks since I'd experimented with teleportation, replacing the book she'd taken with one about trolls. Alice held out her hand as if she expected me to pull it from my backpack and hand it over. No can do. Lost it, I said. What? Her hands formed fists and steam chugged from her ears. Where did you lose it? In the library. Like someone had pulled the tub plug and all the water drained away, she limped. Oh, perfect. Good luck finding it. If I couldn't locate it, what made her think she could? My father will help me. Like her father could help her here at the academy? As if believing her reply was enough, Alice sashayed away, joining Professor Grimm again. I followed them farther into the greenhouse.
Tonight,
Professor Grimm screamed as we gathered around him.
We will work with dandy buck lions.
Dandy buck whats? Did he mean yellow flowers that turned into fluff balls? Dandelions? How are they deadly? What about nightlace? I asked, lifting my hand. I'd signed up for this class to investigate the plant, nothing else.
Nightlace is off the syllabus for the rest of the semester,
Professor Grimm shouted. Why? Donovan asked from beside me. He gave me a quick smile and squeezed my arm. So glad you're taking this class. Patty and Bryce grinned behind him. Eli, a fellow outling, entered the greenhouse. After shutting the door, he sauntered over to stand with Moira and Alice. 7 students, a small class.
Nightlace is deadly,
the professor yelled.
Too deadly.
Especially to Drea.
Bummer,
Moira grumbled, slouching against one of the wooden tables.
I really loved wrestling with the baby vines. When you pop off their heads, they squirt blue blood.
I cringed. That's disgusting. I almost felt sorry for the nightlace plant.
Aw, they don't mind, she said over her shoulder. They grow another head immediately. It's an ongoing thrill.
Just couldn't see it. However, if anyone understood how the babies felt about having their heads popped off, it would be Moira, an empath.
Come with me, class,
our teacher shrieked. He floated through a door on the far end of the greenhouse, his wispy, shredded fabric robe dragging on the ground behind him. I swore bugs bailed from the cloth and sank into the soft soil, and the ground smoldered wherever he placed his feet, assuming the former Grim Reaper had feet underneath the trail of fabric. We followed, crossing behind the academy and taking a wide trail to the eastern pasture on the upper right side of the main buildings. When we stopped and milled together on the edge of the woods, I shifted my feet, and a tiny stick snapped beneath my shoe.
Quiet, please,
the professor hollered.
You'll frighten the dandy buck lions away.
What about him? I asked Donovan, jerking a thumb in the professor's direction. What do you mean? Professor Grimm is yelling all the time. That's not being quiet.
The dandy bucklions can't hear him. Only we can. In the past, only those he had plans to reap could hear his words, but the headmistress warded him so he can project to students without sucking away our souls.
Seems like a good idea. I've heard of warding before, regarding slakes. Is it an elemental magic? Actually, in this case, it's a scapti, Patty said.
The headmistress had more scapties than numbers in a deck of cards.
We stood silently for a while, the only noise the drone of pesky mosquitoes. Eventually, I got fidgety and leaned into Donovan's side to quiz him some more. "Why the sickle?" I asked in a hushed voice, gesturing to Professor Grimm holding it. He waved it around, making Eli duck before he was beheaded. Or reaped. Whatever. He told us in the first class it reminds him of his life's work. Donovan's face crinkled, and an odd edge slid into his voice. He said some of the other teachers find it sexy. Not going there. A snap of the professor's sickleless fingers, and a thin, coiled rope for each of us dropped from the air. Donovan deftly caught his. Mine smacked against my forehead and fell on the ground. Alice snickered. I scowled. "Yeah, love you too." Tall haystacks were scattered across the upper portion of the pasture, straw hourglasses bound with rope in the middle.
"Quickly, class!" the professor shrieked. "Take cover! They're coming!"
Patty and Bryce, holding hands, darted away with Patty's giggles trailed behind them. Alice, Moira, and Eli slunk behind trees on the edge of the woods. I stayed with Donovan. Wait, take cover. A flicker of unease shot through me. Deadly creatures. What exactly was a dandy bucklion? "Hide!" Donovan hissed out, rushing behind a haystack. No room for two. I plastered myself to the back of the one next to his and peered around, out into the field. Nothing happened. What do we do? The fact that I needed a rope was not a good sign. "The second the dandy bucklions start to appear, you grab one and tie it up," Donovan said. The lion part of this was beginning to worry me. "Why are we capturing them?" I asked. "We'll take them back to the lab and, in the next class, drain their antivenom." Definitely worried, but also a little excited. We were talking plants, not riding an albacore. This had to be easier. "Fill me in a little more. What do we do exactly?" "When you see one, jump on it and wrap a rope around it tightly, being careful to pin down all their arms, then hold on for the ride." Ride? More uncertainty dumped through me. "Okay," I said slowly. How hard could it be to ride a magical plant? "Here comes one," Donovan said, cocking his head. "Hear that?" Hard to miss. A grinding, gnashing rumble shook the ground beneath us. "I don't see anything." Despite the full moon beaming down on us, too many shadows played tag in the pasture. "They haven't arrived, but will any second now." Donovan tightened his fingers on his rope and crouched, his eager gaze focused forward. The sound grew louder, making pods on the tall grass jump and bob back and forth. Around me, kids loped through the grass, ropes swinging in the air. I couldn't quite see. Something green and yellow erupted from the dirt in front of me, making me yelp and stumble backward. About 2 feet tall, the dandy bucklion wavered, tipping its sunflower head back to bask in the moonlight. Couldn't miss its creepy smiley face, or its multiple arms, branches, with sharp points on each end. Oh, and it had fangs. Awesome. "Rope one, Floor," Donovan said, as he leaped from behind the haystack and ran to his right, where other dandy bucklions burst from the ground. It danced as if it sucked power from the moon, its multiple stick-like arms waving in the air. I leaped forward, my rope extended, but the plant must have seen me flying its way because it snarled and sunk back beneath the soil as if the earth had swallowed it whole. I skidded across the grass, then turned onto my butt and rubbed my sore knees. Another dandy bucklion sprang from the ground to my left, and I jumped to my feet and scrambled in that direction. It too disappeared. Another.
Springing in that direction, I smacked on the grass again, grumbling about wily vegetation. By the Fae, I was playing Dandy Bucklion whack-a-mole with my body, filling in for the mallet. "To your left!" Donovan shouted. Tumbling onto a Dandy Bucklion, he quickly wrapped the rope around its branchy arms, while the creature swayed and, head tipped toward the sky, wailed like a newborn baby he'd jabbed with a pin. Kids scrambled around me, roping Dandy Bucklions, while I feared I'd be left lionless, like I was still albacoreless. Patty and Bryce, closer to the woods, sprawled in the grass with trussed-up plants draped across their laps, frazzled grins on their faces. They high-fived each other. Rope tight in my hand, I opted to pause and strategize. Leaping around willy-nilly wasn't snagging a Dandy Bucklion, and I was determined not to fail this assignment. I waited until the grinding sound rang out again, then followed it to stand directly over the location. The earth shifted beneath my shoes, and a Dandy Bucklion popped up between my legs, sending me tumbling backward onto my ass. Wasn't giving up yet. I'd barely hit the ground before I flung myself forward, grabbing the Bucklion around the neck. While it quivered and baby wailed, I wrapped my rope around and around, securing its pokey, stick-like arms to its sides.
"Great job, Floor!"
Professor Grimm shrieked behind me, making my bones eager to spring through my skin. I'd never get used to his way of speaking. Keeping hold of my Dandy Bucklion, who whimpered and gave me mournful looks, I turned to face the professor.
"Now yank it from the ground!"
he said. "Will it hurt the plant?" I asked.
"No more than a reaped soul wrenched from its earthly body feels pain."
Sure hoped I didn't discover how that felt any too soon. One grunting pull, and Sparky, my newly named Dandy Bucklion, released from the ground, its root feet fluttering in the air, its mouth open, emitting spine-jarring wails as its head tilted back and forth. As I stood and faced Donovan, I tucked Sparky underneath my arm. While his grin matched mine, Alice's scowl from behind him dimmed my excitement. That girl was too eager to see me fail. Her Dandy Bucklion dangled from her pinched fingers, and she held her arm extended as if the plant was not only stinky, but covered in slime. I thought the Bucklions were kind of cute. Eventually, we all held plants.
"To the greenhouse lab!"
Professor Grimm screamed.
"To the greenhouse lab, students! Hurry now, before they dry out."
"You did awesome, Fleur," Patty said, cradling her trussed-up plant in her arms like a wounded toddler. "Thanks, you too." As we followed Professor Grimm back to the academy, Donovan shared more about the plants. Dandy Bucklions only come out of the ground during a full moon. Otherwise, they're kind of shy. They turn their faces up and absorb the moonlight to transform it into antivenom. Inside the greenhouse lab, we gathered around Professor Grimm.
"Get your Bucklions into water immediately, students, before their roots dry. But not too much liquid, or they'll become frisky. 1 cup only. I'll take care of them after that."
Sparky's little flowery face screwed up and it rocked and wailed, interspersed with forward jabs, trying to nip off my fingers with its fangs. But the moment I dropped him into a bucket and added water, he stopped fidgeting. He was soon swaying and humming, his little face turned up to absorb the moonlight streaming through the glass roof overhead.
"Time to add supplements,"
Professor Grimm shouted.
"Vials of venom-boosting nutrients can be found on the top shelf in the cabinet marked B. Please avoid cabinets A and C, which contain more lethal plant varieties."
As we crowded over to cabinet B and each grabbed a vial, he said,
2 dropperfuls only, please, and be sure the nutrient reaches the water."
Donovan and I carefully dropped supplements into the buckets, trying not to be bitten.
"During our class on Friday, we'll extract the antivenom they'll generate from moonlight over the next few days,"
our professor said.
Anti-venom. Sounds cool. Would we use the serum in a different class? If so, for what type of beast? All I could think of was the basilisk, a half-bird, half-snake, and the next creature we'd study in my magical creatures class, assuming I passed Aldecor writing and could progress to the next lesson, that is. Whose bite will the anti-venom be used for? Professor Grimm floated over his desk, and as he passed, he hissed beside my ear. A dragon's. Chapter 8. After class, Donovan said he had a big test in poison soon and had to study. We agreed to meet up later, and he took the stairs 2 at a time from the lobby, heading for his room in Earthcoven. Patty and Bryce went for a walk through the front gardens. I, despite my new concern about dragon venom, left the academy and jogged to the forest. When the Slake was hunting students, the forest had been forbidden. Now, while we weren't encouraged to wander the paths, the headmistress had lifted the do-not-enter restrictions for the time being. Alex morphed into his dragonfly self the moment the woods sucked me into its shady embrace.
There you are,
he said.
Finally.
What's with finally? I gave him a quick stroke along his back with my fingertip, and he shivered. I swore his buggy lips curled upward.
Just finally.
You know where to find me. After all, he spent much of his time dangling as the pendant on my neck.
You're wasting time,
he said, zipping backward, taking himself deeper along the path.
A life is at stake.
What are you talking about? Who's in danger? My breath stopped, and fear rushed through me. I sped up to a jog to keep up with him. Do you mean the dragon?
Renat!
Spinning, Alex flew down the path like a jet plane, and I scrambled behind him, tripping on roots and snagging my sleeves on raspberry brambles while trying to keep up. Is Renat the dragon's name? I chugged out, winded after only a few minutes.
You guessed it.
My lips twisted. I didn't. You said it. Flipping, he faced me, flying backward and upside down. It was a wonder he didn't clunk into a tree.
Did I?
I huffed. Just so you know, I haven't stocked up on anti-venom from Sparky yet. He screeched to a halt, and his tiny face creased with horror.
You don't have any anti-venom with you?
Professor Grimm said we're extracting it next class. You know I don't have any. You're always with me.
You think I have time to watch everything you're doing?
I certainly hope not. Especially when I was with Donovan.
Hurry!
Whirling, he buzzed down the path. You said someone was hurt.
Everything is not what it seems.
Grr! I rolled my eyes. Be honest with me, please. He stopped and zipped in close. Beyond him, the dragon waited in the field, where I'd originally found him within days of arriving at the academy.
You want honesty?
Alex asked, hovering so close to my ear, his wings brushed my skin. Yes.
You're sure?
Alex, I ground out.
Ha-ha! Since you've asked so politely, and I did say you'd soon discover something wonderful, here it is.
Holding my breath, I waited for him to reveal something stupendous. Was I finally going to learn?
It's time to fly!
And with that, he popped out of the air, returning to his pendant form. Awesome. Time to fly, he says. I shook my head. Like that's anything exciting? Continuing forward, I stepped into the field. The dragon lifted his head and rose onto his feet from where he'd been lying in the grass. As if he needed to stretch, his wings extended, gossamer lace in every version of blue and green imaginable, scattered with flecks of gold, about 15 feet across. At a story and a half tall, he intimidated me. While I no longer worried he might bite off my head, I'd be clueless not to see the danger he could pose if he decided I was a threat. How are you? I asked, moving closer cautiously. As I skirted underneath his wings and approached from his side,
He shrugged as if to say he felt okay. I was pleased only a faint scabbed line was left on the leg he'd injured. No inflammation or redness. I discovered it the first day I met him and bandaged it to keep it clean. If Alex hadn't meant Renat, then who needed my help? As I approached his head to pat his face, Renat dropped down again and extended his front leg my way. The look in his eyes. He wanted something. Wait, Alex had said, time to fly. Chills zipped through me. Oh my. Fly. As in on the dragon? You, want me to climb onto your back? I asked. He dipped his head and, holding back my gulp of excitement mixed with panic, I peered up. Scales. His body was covered with oval scales that appeared sharp on the edges. Knobby, leathery skin hugging the sharp angles of his neck, shoulders, and legs peeked from beneath the scales. Didn't expect it, but no handles. What if he took off as fast as he had when he chased the slake? Falling off Aldecors had hurt my dignity. A fall from the dragon could break bones. Renat nudged me closer to his shoulder. Okay. I swallowed my reservations, though they went down my throat like barbed wire. First, climb onto his leg. Take it one step at a time. I stood on tiptoes to lessen the impact of my shoes. By the Fae, I was no skinny chick, but pizza and nachos were a lot more fun than a slim waistline. Not hurting you, am I? I asked. The snort Renat released had to be a snicker. So, I assume I just... Do it, Floor. Where were stairs or a ladder when you needed them? I scrambled up onto the section where his wing connected to his body, hoping this route was the best. The narrow bridge seemed to hold my weight. After that, I was able to leap up and cling to the spikes on his back, which fortunately didn't slice through my fingers. My Aldecor riding skills paid off. Despite repeated butt landings, I'd built a bit of muscle mass in new areas. I swung my right leg up and over Renat's back, and then lifted myself upright to settle between two of the larger spikes at the base of his neck. Kinda cool up here. I gazed around, taking in the altered view. A breeze skipped across the tops of the grass, making the tan seed pods quiver. Yellow flowers swayed and danced like dainty bucklions, and in the woods nearby, leaves turning all the colors of a sunset fluttered. I could get used to. Renat leaped into the air. Oh, crap! I shrieked as he flung himself down a wide, wooded path, his wings flapping, his body sinew in poetic motion. He reached a split in the trail and darted upward, weaving through thick branches. I clung to his neck while tears of excitement smeared along my temples and gasped when I barely avoided being impaled on the upper branches. Renat burst from the forest like an arrow from a crossbow, out into the late-day sunshine. Gathering himself, he leveled off, his wings flapping in a steady rhythm. I released my white-knuckle grip on his back spikes, grateful I hadn't fallen and plunged to my death. So far. My heart fluttered faster than a hummingbird's wings, and sweat trickled down my spine. I was too scared to move. My legs spasmed from locking myself in place against his sides. Swooping slowly, he flew west, away from the academy. I resisted the urge to close my eyes and scream because, while this was the scariest thing I'd done in my life, it was also the most thrilling. Below, the forest resembled a lush green field, a rolling mass of swaying treetops and rippling leaves. It whispered in a voice I knew would reveal secrets, if only I could understand. Birds flew by on missions, springing sideways when they saw us. A dusting of clouds overhead restrained the sunshine. The cool breeze felt fantastic and cooled me down fast. Renat slowly curved to the right, heading north as if he had a purpose. "You're taking me somewhere," I said, and he nodded. "Did Alex arrange this?" His head shook as if to say no, but then he nodded again. Did this mean maybe? "Where are we going?" I asked. No reply. I wanted to smack my forehead, but didn't dare pry my fingers off his spine. Yes and no questions only, Floor. He could understand, but couldn't reply.
You don't want anyone at the academy seeing you, right? A nod. Good thing Donovan was in his room studying. Haunting the roof as he did, he wouldn't miss a dragon flying above the treetops. Renat's scales, while sparkling with every color found in the Caribbean Sea, would be visible for miles. Should I tell him about Renat? Alex said I shouldn't tell anyone about the dragon, but I hated keeping secrets. I wish you could tell me where we're going, but I imagine you'll show me. With the academy roofline barely discernible in the distance behind us, we swooped toward the right. Renat took us over the eastern forest. We're not supposed to be here, I said, trepidation lifting my voice. This is Cerberus territory. Their young are hatching. During orientation, we'd been told their young weren't opposed to nibbling on wizards. A sharp bark behind me sent my head whirling around. While I clutched Renat's spike to keep from falling, a Cerberus baby, pup, bore down on us, all three heads extended, fangs primed. Crap. I was pretty much hanging out with a sign on my back. Bite me. I ducked low, hugging Renat's neck. Watch out! He dipped downward but didn't seem concerned about the baby. I was concerned. I liked my arms and sides the way they were, thank you very much. While my heart galloped 90 miles per hour, the pup, if you could call a baby as big as a small pony a pup, soared past us. As if it didn't see us, it kept going. Maybe it hadn't wanted to chomp on me as I'd been warned. It could be full, after chowing on other wizards. 2 more flew below us, tagging behind the first. Ahead, cliffs rose all the way to the sky, jagged and unforgiving. The Cerberus baby swooped down and landed at the base of the cliffs, joining 3 who appeared to be munching on vines. Whoa, I said. Nightlace? Can we get closer to the pups? I want to see what they're eating. Renat drifted lower, his wings chopping through the air at a slower rate. As the ground approached, he lifted his upper body and dropped his back legs down onto the surface. His claws scraped grooves in the brown soil. He tucked his wings in close as I slid off his back. I'm going to take a quick look, okay? I said. He nodded. I'd started forward, but turned, a new concern rising inside me. While Renat didn't appear eager to sink his teeth into my spine, meaning I wouldn't need Dandy Bucklion anti-venom yet, I didn't truly know him. How much could I trust him? It would be a long walk back to the academy. You'll wait here, right? Another nod. Relief lightening my mood, I crept closer to the babies, darting from one bush to another, doing my best not to draw attention. The pups continued chomping, yanking strands of vegetation from trees and the cliffside, seemingly oblivious to my approach. But it was clear they were eating nightlace vines. I was returning to Renat when a baby squawked behind me. Pivoting, my eyes widened as it dropped out of sight, disappearing into the ground. Its cry of terror rang from somewhere below. Chapter 9. The other pups rushed toward where the first had disappeared. Clustered in a circle, they stared downward, their heads bobbing, low cries erupting from their multiple heads. As I crept up behind them, one arched its neck back and wailed. Others joined in, their huge tears plopping on the ground. A few gnashed their teeth. I stayed away from them. And the vines. With the pups occupied by their lost sibling, Nightlace slithered along the ground, inching toward me, stalking me. Behind me, Renat roared. The Cerberus pups didn't flinch, but the Nightlace vines advanced slowed, as if they understood his warning and took heed. I kept my moonstone blade close. Where was a decent sword when you needed one? Guys, I said in a non-threatening voice as I approached the pups. Girls? Cerberus puppies? Whatever? I wiggled between them, hoping they were full after eating Nightlace. Do you need help? A mournful cry echoed from deep below the ground, telling me the baby was in distress.
The round, dark circle about 2 feet across and half covered with vegetation told me the poor baby had fallen into the hole. As if they could understand my words or sensed I only wanted to help, the pups shifted, creating a gap I could get close to. I stooped down and peered into the hole. Heavy footsteps told me Renat came up behind me. Looking up at us from what looked like a cave about 5 feet down, the trapped baby whimpered pitifully. The left head whimpered, that is. The head on the right glared, while the middle glanced around with its brow furrowed. As if catching me staring, the Cerberus backed away, ducking into the shadows. "Can you climb out, little guy?" I asked, hoping it could understand. Their parents spoke English when I'd met the 3-headed dog-like beast during orientation, but this was a baby. I turned to the dragon hovering behind me. "Hey, Renat, can you reach inside and pull him out?" As he moved closer to the hole, I stepped to the side, but Renat's head wouldn't fit. The plaintive wail of the trapped pup was echoed by its siblings on the surface, creating eerie harmony. Their clawed paws clung to the edges of the hole, and sharp barking whines erupted from their throats as their heads swayed faster in growing dismay. "I'm going to jump inside and help him," I said, assuming he was willing to let me help. For all I knew, he might attack me instead, but I couldn't leave him trapped in the ground. He'd die. Gulping back my fear about how I'd get out of the hole, I sat on the edge and dropped my legs inside. Cool air nipped at my calves, and the skin on my ankles crawled, as if I'd sunk them into a pit full of spiders. I laughed off my concern. This was a simple hole in the ground, not a trap. Bad thought there. At least the dirt bottom appeared flat. It should cushion my fall. Rolling over onto my belly, I carefully lowered my feet until I dangled from my arms. I clung to a shrub and lowered myself inside as far as my arms would reach. Renat huffed and lightly touched my forehead as if to wish me luck, or to say goodbye before I disappeared into the bowels of the earth forever. A glance down told me the dirt cave floor was about a 2-foot drop away. I released the branch and fell backward. My body jarred when my shoes hit, and my teeth snapped together as I tumbled backward, my arms pinwheeling. My butt smacked on the ground. I scrambled to my feet and brushed something I'd rather not examine too closely off my backside. Wet, slimy, not looking. It was dark down here, very dark, with only the stab of oval light from the hole above highlighting the ground beside me. Dust particles skipped through the beam. I generated my finger glow light and looked around. A small cave with no obvious exits, the room appeared about 15 feet across. The sides were made up of stone and soil, and vines grew along one of the walls, but I couldn't make out more than spindly, twisty runners with dark leaves. The right head of the Cerberus pup poked above the cluster of boulders it hid behind, but it ducked back down the second it caught me watching. "Hey, little guy," I cooed. "I'm here to help. Come on out and let's get you back up to the top, huh?" The how of the last statement felt beyond me at the moment. The pup was shorter than me, but wider, about the size of a trash barrel. Creeping closer, I made soothing sounds. When I reached the boulders, I stretched my arm up and over the top, hoping I wouldn't pull back a stump. 3 voices whined in harmony, and 2 of them ducked lower. But one sniffed my fingers, the middle head. He licked my palm, and I braced myself for the sting of a bite. "It's okay," I whispered. "I'm not going to hurt you." A slithering sound behind me made me pause and blink. Chills rippled up my spine, and I hoped I was mistaken. I'd heard something similar before, the night Drea died. Alex popped into view in front of my face, his wings a-whirl. I yelped, and the pup ducked down.
"What you doing?"
Alex asked. I pressed my palm against my chest to keep my heart from bolting. "Alex, was that you behind me moving around? You scared me to death."
"Behind and front, to the side,"
he chirped.
"Who's to say?"
"Stop, please." I held up my hand. "Can you do something for me?" He zipped in so close, I went cross-eyed trying to focus on his little buggy face.
You know I'm always happy to jump in and lend a hand, kiddo. Any suggestions for what I can do?
I need to talk a Cerberus baby into letting me help him. Zipping around in a quick circle, Alex returned to perch on the tip of my nose.
Quite a mess you're in here, Floor.
I rolled my eyes. Can you tell him?
Her.
My growl slipped out. Okay, her. Can you please tell her that I just want to help?
She already knows.
Then why are you here and not on the surface?
You've got to coax her out.
I've been trying. Poor little thing. Her head's peeked over the boulder, but disappeared when my attention drifted her way.
Try harder.
Sighing, I stepped closer to the boulders. Come on, baby, I said in a high-pitched voice.
Capria.
I turned. Huh? Something on the wall beyond Alex. I shook my head. I was imagining things. There was nothing down here but me, the pup, and my dragonfly friend.
Her name is Capria,
Alex said.
Try and see if naming her helps.
Capria, I whispered. The pup inched out from behind the boulder, her spiky tail sweeping back and forth slowly. Come on, girl, I said softly. That's right. Come out and let Floor help you. You don't want to spend the night down here, do you? I sure didn't. Talk about creepy and damp and gloomy. Let's get you back on top with your brothers and sisters. She stepped closer, her middle head straining to reach my outstretched hand. That's it. I'm going to help you. She stared beyond me, probably at Alex who buzzed just past my left shoulder and keened. I'm going to cup my hands and boost you up, I said, stooping down to show her what I meant. Want to get out of this hole and back to your family? She crept nearer, and soon all three heads were nuzzling my neck and licking my face, making me giggle and push her gently away. I stroked her multiple fuzzy cheeks, her long necks. See, I'm not going to hurt you. Her left head cowered into my neck, and crocodile tears streamed down her face. You were scared, weren't you? I said, my heart pinching in sympathy. She whined. I'd become more proficient with flitting, but moving something her size was beyond my skill. Let's get you back on the surface. Stepping away from her, I linked my fingers again and nudged my head toward the hole. Stand on my hands and I'll lift you up. Please don't let her weigh 1,000 pounds. The pup cried and backed toward the boulders. Oh, you know I won't do anything mean. You can do it. I tipped my chin toward the ceiling again.
Perhaps hurry?
Alex said in a tight voice. Why?
Things hide down here.
Shivers crept across my skin, and my heart skipped at least 3 beats. Please say you mean bugs. Non-poisonous bugs?
Can't say it's bugs.
More scraping, slithery sounds from the dark recesses of the cave. Something grabbed me around the ankle and hauled me off my feet. Chapter 10. I slammed onto my knees, and then my chest, and the wind was forced from my lungs. While I spit out dirt and my pulse galloped in my throat, I clawed at the soil, trying to find purchase. Whatever it was hauled me backward like a shark engulfing a minnow. Flinging myself onto my back, I reeled upright and clawed at the thing tightening around my leg. Night lace. I smacked at the vine as it cut off my circulation. My blade. Get the damn blade out. Palming it quickly, I hacked and sawed, blubbering and shrieking at the same time. Severed, the vine snapped away with a hiss, leaving only a strangling strand behind that kept tightening on my ankle, as if it didn't realize it had been cut away from the main cluster. My lungs raging, I feverishly clawed the strands away from my skin and flung it at the gulp wall of night lace. Vines slithered along the floor, reaching for me with deadly tendrils. Pulling power, I threw a fireball. That should kill it. But instead of catching on fire, the vines absorbed the flames and grew bigger. Great. They didn't burn? I scrambled to my feet and back toward the boulders. Capria! I shouted hoarsely. If you want out of here, it better be now. Whirling around, I cupped my hands for her to step on. She leaped forward, and one of her front feet landed solidly on my palms. She scurried up my body to my shoulders and flung herself upward, her wings extending, flapping, carrying her toward the opening in the ceiling. If you could fly, I grumbled. The fluttering pulse in my throat told me to hurry, that the vines were coming for me, and they meant business. I wanted to decimate them, hack away at them with my blade until I'd taught them a lesson, but I also wanted to live. A strand of night lace snapped at my neck like a cobra, missing my throat. It slithered down my body, hitting my thigh and wrapping around snugly. I smacked it, then sawed it with my blade until it released me with a snap. But more vines replaced that one, determined to overrun me and drag me into its lair, where the plant could encase me like a python and choke off my breath, my energy, and my ability to survive. Arms flailing, I barely maintained my balance. I ripped at the vines, but twice as many replaced the ones I fought off.
Sing!
Alex shouted. Blubbering with fear, I blinked at him. What did you say?
Sing, I said.
This isn't a good time, Dragonfly dude. Can you help me? You made yourself big during stone selection. Any chance you can do it again? Then I could hop on his back and flee this den of nastiness forever.
That was then. This is now.
Alex, I'm going to die.
Sing!
What the Fae will singing do?
A moment lost is a moment never recaptured,
he said in a lilting voice, as if we lounged on a blanket in the middle of a park having a picnic. Ugh!
Do it, Floor! Sing!
Okay, I growled, then sang out. Row, row, row your boat! No one would ever call me original, or after hearing me sing, ask me to perform on a stage. Gently down the stream. More vines entwined around my legs, reaching from my waist, tugging me down, down. It's not working, I yelped. Why had I thought singing a lame tune would make a difference? Did Alex think I'd lull the vines to sleep? Fat chance of that.
Sing louder,
he shouted. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. My heart raging, I flailed at the vines with my blade, severing each that grabbed on, but I wasn't making headway. They slithered up to my chest and wrapped around me, squeezing until I couldn't drag in a breath. Pop, pop. As I continued to sing, multiple dandy bucklions burst through the wall and dropped to the floor. Their sunny, flowery, smiling faces bobbed back and forth as they righted themselves, their roots finding quick purchase in the soil. But when they spied the night lace, they bared their fangs and plunged across the room.
Sing!
Alex shouted.
More will come.
I couldn't imagine how dandy bucklions would make a difference, but I trusted Alex. Row, row, I ground out while slicing through the vines. More shot up through the floor as if the ground around me was enmeshed with them. They wrapped around my legs, yanking me down. More dandy bucklions appeared and joined their flowery friends, hitching themselves along the floor, their pointy branches extended. When they neared the night lace, they tipped their faces back and liquid squirted from their fangs. Anti-venom? I thought it only worked on dragons. The vines hissed and sizzled and withered. They released my legs and chest and snapped every which way as if trying to fling the anti-venom off. As the dandy bucklion army I'd summoned with a silly kitty tune stalked the vines, the strands slunk into the floor and walls, disappearing, leaving behind steaming piles of goo, the remains of those who'd taken on dandy bucklions and lost. En masse, the fleet of dandy bucklions bowed toward me, then sprang toward the wall of dirt, their heads acting like spears. They sunk into the soil, their stick-like bodies following. Looks like I owe Sparky an apology, I told Alex. Buzzing around my head so fast, he almost turned into a golden crown. He stopped about 1 inch from my nose.
Lessons learned are lessons applied.
A flash, and he turned back into a pendant hanging from the chain encircling my neck. I sighed and looked around, now to get out of this hellhole before the nightlace returned. If only I possessed wings. Renaud peered inside the opening with smoke curling from his nostrils. Thanks for the help there, dude. Wouldn't have made it without you. His grunt came out like a snicker, but concern filled his eyes. I'll be up on the surface in a second. Sure. Striding around behind the largest boulder, I hip-checked it, but it didn't budge. Looked like I'd have to put some muscle into it. A shove, and the boulder rocked. Again, only harder this time. The boulder slowly shifted and rolled across the room, and I kept pushing until I'd positioned it underneath the hole. Climbing onto the top, I stood precariously with my arms extended upward. Awesome, only a foot or so to jump. Definitely needed wings. I leaped up but missed the edge and smacked back down onto the boulder, wincing when my ankle twisted. Ugh. You guys have something I could grab onto? I called out. Like a rope? Silence. Thought not. I jumped again. My fingers of my right hand caught the edge, and I slapped my left hand up beside it. My feet dangled in the air. What next? Holding on tight, I lifted one leg until I could brace my foot on the lip of the hole. If I fell now, my butt was going to hurt for 35 years. Assuming I survived the fall. Something grabbed my hands, making my heart stop. Whoever it was tugged. Renaud? Yes, help me! Another pull and my arms were dragged up onto the ground. My head popped from the hole and my upper body followed. Renaud stood a short distance away, watching benignly, as Capria hauled me the rest of the way onto the ground, my hands held in 2 of her 3 mouths. When she released me, I collapsed on the grass. I wanted to kiss it, hug Capria too. Instead, I climbed onto my shaky legs where I wavered, almost falling down. Renaud rushed forward as I collapsed, and I slumped against his side, panting. That was fun. Not. Capria nuzzled my hands and I patted her neck and fuzzy faces, crooning. Good girl. Good pupper. Aren't you the bestest doggo in the world? She licked my face, doggy slobber going everywhere, while I laughed. Once I'd caught my breath, I played with the puppies for a while, tossing rocks and sticks for them to retrieve until the sun's rays slanted across the sky, and the babies had collapsed into panting puppy piles. Guess we should head back now, I said to Renaud, who nodded. While the Cerberus babies scrambled to their feet and rushed over to cover me with doggy kisses, I said goodbye. I'll try to visit again. As soon as Renaud could bring me back. I climbed up onto his back, finding it was much easier the second time around. At this rate, I'd be a dragon rider in no time. A quick wave and I was latching on to one of Renaud's back spikes, while he shot up into the air. In seconds, his flapping wings left the pups behind. All but one. Capria flew behind us, whining. You've got to stay with the other puppies, I said over my shoulder. Her wings flapped frantically as she struggled to keep up. This wasn't a case of, she followed me home, can I keep her? Patty was not going to let me hide a Cerberus pup in our room, and Capria would grow larger. Renaud ignored Capria and took us back to the pasture where I'd originally found him. Capria landed nearby as I slipped off Renaud's back. I stooped down to coax her closer. Sweetie, you have to fly back to your family. I don't think you could live here with Renaud, and you'll soon be too big to live with me. Renaud shook his head quite firmly. I've got to go, I said with one last stroke along her back. Her tail flicked back and forth, severing tall grass behind her. Turning to Renaud, I said, Would you make sure she gets back home? He nodded. Thanks. Capria wiggled over to me, her belly dragging on the ground. She whined and stared at me with her ears pricked forward, her brown eyes filled with sadness. I'll come see you again soon, I said to Renaud. Thanks for the ride. It was awesome. Something I never imagined I'd get to do. He rested his chin on my shoulder and sighed. I bet you get lonely here. Another sigh. Which is probably why you visit the Cerberus pups. A brief dip of his head said yes. I wish you could live at the academy, but you're too big too. I doubt they'd let you stay there any more than Capria. He gave a slight shake of his head. After a quick wave, I left them, jogging down the path toward the western pasture, my heart breaking as Capria's mournful keen rang out behind me. When I was far enough away from them that I could be certain Capria wouldn't follow, I slowed to a walk. I wiped my eyes and sniffed and hoped she'd be okay. I could trust Renat to keep her safe until she was back with her family, but I missed her already. By the time I approached the edge of the forest, dusk and night were fighting a duel in the sky, staining the clouds orange, yellow, and blood red. Long tree shadows speared across the path. And it must be woodland creature bedtime, because not a cricket or bird made a sound. Ahead on the trail, a stick snapped. Had the sound been caused by the wind? Overhead, the trees stood like stoic sentinels, indicating no breeze. Someone, or something, could be between me and the western part of the academy campus. You're being silly, I whispered in a catchy, uncertain voice. My mouth flashed dry, and my stomach rolled. I was alone in the woods. There was no one here but me, Capria, and Renat. I was probably safer here than inside my coven room with the locks engaged. A soft breath of a sound made me pause, one foot lifted but refusing to step forward. This reminded me of when I'd risked my life by going into the woods to save Moira and Donovan. But we'd killed the Slake. I was safe. Well, except from whoever was hunting Outwings. I couldn't stay in the woods forever. Flit. Silly to stand here speculating about who might be creeping up on me. In a few seconds, I could be joking with Patty and Beatrice in my room. I'd called elemental magic and was about to say goodbye to the forest when a sharp cry was followed by a thud and a scraping, clawing, dragging sound. My heart bolted against my ribcage as if it hoped to break free and run. Sweat trickled down my spine, and a shiver shot through me. I wanted to call out, "Who's there?" but I wasn't stupid. Sure, I took chances, but I'd only done it to help others. Another cry, cut off abruptly. Like with Moira, I couldn't leave if someone was hurt. Pulling my blade, I gathered threads of power from around me and filled my moonstone to overflowing. I moved forward, peering around but seeing nothing unusual. Rounding a bend in the trail, I came to a straight section. Through the woods ahead, the western part of the academy gleamed in the late-day sunlight, promising sanctuary. Had I been mistaken? Maybe I hadn't heard anything. My mind was playing tricks with me, scaring me when there was no cause. A creaking sound overhead brought me to a halt, and while I cringed and hoped I was wrong, a sour taste filled my mouth. I needed to look. I had to look, but I didn't want to, because I knew. Moist, oval leaves littered the ground like grisly confetti. Nightlace. Like a thrill-seeker whose gaze was drawn to a shrouded body lying on the ground beyond the yellow crime scene tape, my eyes were dragged upward. My head spun as if I'd taken a blow, and shaking took over my limbs. The world stilled, each second lasting an hour. While a gut-wrenching groan of horror erupted from me, my focus centered in on the body swinging, back and forth. Back and forth. Sarah hung from a tree, suspended by nightlace. Her fixed, unfocused eyes held what I read as stark fear, and her tongue bulged from her mouth. Freshly displayed for me to find, she still swayed. She died so recently I expected her feet to twitch. On her throat above the rounded neckline of her t-shirt, a bloody red O encircled the number 6. Chapter 11.
Her roommate said she'd gone into the woods to meet a boy.
Cloven said from beside me. We sat in the headmistress's office. Justine, as before, had taken her seat opposite us. With her fingers steepled beneath her chin, she flicked her eyes from Cloven to me. When I found Drea, I'd floundered before notifying the headmistress. This time I'd pinged Cloven, who'd not only flitted to my side right away, he'd also seen the O and the number. I'd been too shaken to do anything but stand beside him and blubber. He'd brought me here, then returned to take care of Sarah's body before joining us. "Someone's killing us," I said. My voice a wreck. I was a wreck. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Tears kept leaking down my face. I couldn't get the image of Sarah swinging out of my mind.
"We're going to find out who's doing this, I promise,"
Cloven said, squeezing my hand. How could anyone be warm when my heart, the world, had frozen solid?
"We'll make them pay." "The council is sending Rourke," the headmistress said. She must have contacted them via Mindspeak. As if she'd summoned him just by revealing his name, Rourke popped into view at my side. "You,"
he said with a snarl, glaring down at me. Even as terrified as I was, I could still drum up enough irritation to huff. "I could say the same thing about you, but I won't. Someone's killing Outlings. Maybe instead of looking at me like that, you should arrest whoever's responsible before we're all dead."
"Let's not jump to conclusions,"
Justine said. Leaning forward, she braced her arms on her desk and frowned at Rourke.
"What have you discovered so far?"
"She had an O and a 6 on her neck," I said, interrupting. "I told you that already. This proves she was killed by whoever murdered Drea."
"Drea was strangled by a nightlace cluster, as was Sarah,"
Rourke said. He loosened his striped tie and unbuttoned his suit jacket, leaving it hanging open to reveal, strangely enough, a pale pink dress shirt.
"After viewing—"
He frowned my way and lowered his voice as if that would somehow spare my feelings.
"The body, I flitted to Professor Grimm's quarters. He admitted that the vines he'd locked into his labs have escaped."
Cloven growled, fists forming on his thighs. Tonight he wore the robe I'd seen him in originally, the black one with a dragon and a star on the right pocket. His gray beard swayed as he shifted in agitation on the hard wooden chair.
"They're on the loose, then."
Nightlace was tracking us, hunting us, killing us. Sarah's murder couldn't be explained away by a rogue Nightlace cluster, could it? Wait. Nightlace wouldn't carve disappearing numbers and letters into someone's skin. I saw an O and a 6. 6. That's how many Outlings are alive at the Academy. For now. Why would a plant be trying to kill us?
"I think her death is random,"
Rourke said.
"A coincidence. The plants escaped. She must have startled them in the woods."
His haughty tone grated across my skin like nails on a chalkboard. He shifted his hooves on the braided rug.
"I just came from the morgue where I examined the young woman myself. There's no O on her neck, and no number 6. "I also saw the marks,"
Cloven said firmly,
"just as Fleur had described."
Justine's eyes widened.
"You did? How horrifying!"
She flopped back in her chair, as if defeated.
"I'd hoped she was mistaken." "Don't forget,"
Cloven said, his gaze sliding my way. Only sadness filled his green eyes.
"I'm part Outling, on my father's side."
"You are?" I couldn't keep the awe from my voice. "Why didn't you say something?" He shrugged.
"It's been so long since it was important. I forget the detail much of the time myself."
"But it would have given me hope."
"Ah,"
he nodded slowly.
"I'm sorry. I should have shared. Told you things would get better. That the future is yours for the claiming."
Had he been bullied like me? I'd always felt close to Cloven, but knowing we shared this, too, only made him more special in my eyes. But Sarah and Nightlace, I couldn't shove the image from my mind. "Nightlace can be directed," I said. The librarian said they were sentient, mostly driven by basic needs like hunger and anger, that—
"You've been researching night lace in the library?"
Justine asked, shoving her back against her chair. She crossed her arms on her chest, and I swore her toe tapped on the floor.
"I believe I told you to let us handle this investigation."
"But you're not handling it," I said weakly, more than willing to stick up for myself, but even more reluctant to antagonize the headmistress of the academy. This woman held all the power. The last thing I wanted was to be expelled and sent back to live with Esther. I also read that they can be bespelled by rare wizards. Once bespelled, they can be directed to act. Her gaze darted to Cloven.
"There hasn't been a person with a plant-controlling scapty born in a very long time. And we know bespellers—"
She bit off the rest of her sentence when I leaned forward. Bespellers what? While she wasn't shouting or telling me to pack my bags, she also wasn't revealing everything. I was eager to share all I'd learned. "I think someone at the academy knows how to control plants and is directing them to kill outlings." A theory, but it made more sense than assuming this was a rogue nightlace cluster. How could plants randomly kill 2 outlings in a row? Cloven, Justine, and Rourke shared a tense look I couldn't decipher.
"You need to go to your room now, Fleur,"
Justine said, rising.
"I can take you.
They're killing my friends." New tears filled my eyes. I want to be part of this. I needed to be part of this.
"Certainly not,"
she barked, but her shoulders loosened and her voice softened.
"We can't risk it. Risk you or any other student. We must leave this to Rourke, to the council. They have training and experience to deal with supernatural crimes like this. Promise me you'll let it go."
I stood. It's not just my life at stake. All of us are in danger. Someone's trying to kill us like they did years ago, during the Outling murders. Every single Outling was murdered back then, and this must be a copycat crime. I can't go to classes, hang out with friends, by the Fae, even eat in the cafeteria, knowing all of us are in danger. Don't you understand? Justine grumbled, and from the way her arms stiffened, it was clear her patience with me was fading fast.
"Fleur!"
Cloven held up his hand.
"Would you let me?"
he asked the headmistress, in a completely deferential tone, but with an edge of granite in his voice.
"Of course."
Like a deflated balloon, she slumped in her seat again. Cloven turned to me. Deep lines of exhaustion filled his face, and I could tell Sarah's death had hit him as hard as it had me.
"I'll explain what I can, Fleur, but I'm asking you to wait until tomorrow for your answers. It's vital I help the headmistress and a few other wizards place wards that will drive the night lace off campus."
I was all for wards, assuming they worked better than the last. If only their wards could drive the night lace 1,000 miles from here. Okay. There was no hiding the reluctance in my voice. It would be hard to wait, but I couldn't force Cloven to tell me now.
"Let's talk after class tomorrow, somewhere private, shall we?" he said. "You never know who might be listening from the walls."
Who did he worry might overhear? All right. I scooted around Rourke, who studied me with the same intensity he had after I found Drea, as if he suspected I might be involved, and that, if I was, he'd send me to some sort of magical prison to pay for my crimes. I couldn't hold in my shudder when his tail flicked out. It slid across the bare skin on my arm. Chapter 12. "Cafeteria for breakfast?" Donovan asked when we met up outside my room the next morning. Bryce and Patty had gone ahead already. "How about the ice cream shop?" I said. "For breakfast." "A waffle cone is a grain, and everyone eats grains for breakfast. Ice cream is a dairy. If I have strawberry ice cream, I can tick off a fruit, which tells me an ice cream cone is essentially a balanced meal." He linked our fingers as we walked down the hall. "You've convinced me. Is chocolate a food group, do you think?" "Absolutely."
It would be sinful to think otherwise. We took the path through the gardens, stopping only when a group of vrilla, tiny mountain nymphs, dressed in ball gowns, danced and swirled out from under a cluster of bushes. Pausing on the stone path, they whispered and giggled, pointing at Donovan. He bowed and spoke to them in a language I didn't understand. The exchange only went on a minute or so before, with high-pitched, tinkling laughter, the vrilla fluttered into the shrub on our left, followed by 8 or 10 monarch butterflies. "What was that all about?" I asked him as we stared after the nymphs. "Last time I ran into them, we laid in the grass and talked for a while. Since they insisted, I agreed to find them some frogs." I blinked up at him as we continued walking. "Frogs? Why frogs?" "They're doing an experiment." "Hopefully not in a lab with a scalpel." I pictured my frog dissection class from 3rd grade. "They plan to kiss the frogs, see if they'll turn into princes." I twisted my face. "That never happens, does it?" Pausing on the path, he tugged me close. "Maybe try it out yourself." "Meaning, if I kiss you, you might turn into a frog?" "Would you still go out with me if I was a frog?" "Only if you promised no warts." He laughed, and after a long, satisfying kiss, we continued into the foyer and out the front door. We walked along a path to the left and arrived at a big gazebo with an ice cream parlor in the center. Cones in hand, we strolled through the gardens, stopping to sit on a bench where we enjoyed our ice cream and each other. Then we walked to class, but rather than enter the room, because we were early, I leaned my back against the wall beside the door. Donovan braced his shoulder beside mine and played with my hair, deep burgundy this morning. "I feel like I barely see you," he said softly. "Miss you." I smiled. "Miss you too, but you know I'm only a ping away." "But when we're not together, I can't do this." He kissed my forehead. "Or this." His lips traced down my cheek, and he kissed my neck. Ticklish, I giggled, but it was a deep laugh, because his touch thrilled through me like fire. "And when we're not together," his voice had gone deep and husky, "I can't do this." He captured my mouth with his own, and I pulled him fully against me. My body lit up like a sparkler. Energy soared through me, like when I pulled in threads of every color in the rainbow. I could kiss him forever, feel the warmth of his body pressed against mine. Sometimes, always lately, I wanted to, yuck, Alice said harshly from just beyond Donovan, breaking through the dream world I'd fallen into. "You know that spit contains 100 million microbes. I imagine our mouths have over 1 billion. In here you two are, swapping them around like the flu." Donovan lifted his head, and a crooked smile bloomed on his face. "You worried about spit exchange, Floor?" His fingers played with the ends of my hair again. "Not in the least." Leaning around him, I gave Alice my best smirk. "Why don't you go wash your mouth out with rubbing alcohol if you're so concerned?" With a huff, she spun on her heel, but her dramatic exit was ruined when she slammed into Cloven coming from the other direction. "Careful, dear," he said, steadying her with his hands on her arms. "Must watch where you're going at all times." His gaze met mine, and I swore his green eyes twinkled, sharing humor in the situation. How much of the mini-scene had he caught? "I'm sorry I'm late, but we can get started right away." His dragon star robe swished around his pant legs as he moved around Alice and into the classroom, calling over his shoulder. "Shall we start class, then?" He clapped his hands, and gold and silver sparkles shot into the air like diamond confetti, disappearing before they landed on the tile floor. "I've got an exciting lesson plan for today." We filed inside the sunny room, and each sat in loungers arranged in a circle, leaving the center free for Cloven. "First, I'm going to collect your stones," he said cheerfully. A few kids groaned, and I had to wonder how we'd work magic if we couldn't store power. He moved around among us, holding out a darkly stained wooden box for deposit. "We're not using our stones?" Moira said.
Sitting starkly upright with her legs coiled beneath her butt, she stroked her stone set in a ring on her finger.
Oh, but you are.
Cloven urged her to remove her ring and drop it inside the box. It rattled among the other objects inside. Taking the box to the table sitting in the front of the room, he dropped it on the smooth surface. The lid closed on its own, and the latch clicked. Magically locked? Turning, he leaned back against the table.
You won't always have your stones nearby. Today, we'll learn how to store power in them from afar, and within a few months, you'll not only be able to feed power into your stones from a considerable distance, you'll have learned how to draw the energy you need to enhance elemental magic spells when your stone isn't near.
The glance Donovan shot me contained a world of humor. He knew very well I'd been experimenting with new magic already, as had he. Cloven smiled.
The true challenge will come when you purposefully leave your stone in your room and then draw power from it while in our classroom.
Kids murmured together, and wild speculation filled the air. I'd always worn my dagger, and while I was comfortable storing power, then pulling it back out to combine with elemental magic, I'd yet to put distance between myself and my stone. But I did enjoy a new challenge.
Let's go around the room, Cloven said. Tell me if you can feel your stone now that you can no longer see it.
I do, Patty said, bouncing in the seat to my left. It thumps like a second heart in my chest. I still feel it, even when it's in the box.
And you, Donovan?
Cloven asked, moving to stand at the base of Donovan's chair.
I feel like there's an elastic band connecting me to my obsidian. Right now it's pulled tight, like a guitar string.
A few kids nodded.
Alice?
Cloven asked as he moved around the room. My eyes slid closed. To me, my moonstone felt cold, a refreshing chill like when you were hot and you put an ice cube in your mouth and sucked it while it slowly melted. Like I held the ice on the tip of my tongue, my soul knew my stone waited for me in the box. If I wanted it, I could hold out my hand, palm up, and... Patty gasped. Totally cool, Floor! How did you do that? 'Cause I want to do it too! I opened my eyes and found my blade lying in my hand. I don't know, I just...
Show off,
Alice hissed from the chair beyond Donovan's.
Interesting,
Cloven said, coming to stand at the base of my chair.
Have you ported anything else yet, Floor?
Ported? There was a term for moving objects from one location to another? I'd only ported a book, one Alice tried to steal from me in the library. Is porting another elemental magic trick?
It takes a combination of scapti and elemental magic.
Which I've heard was impossible.
For most, yes.
Oh, it was a trick I'd been playing with on my own. I winked while Donovan stared at me in amazement.
What kind of scapti can transport objects?
He asked Cloven.
It's a reverse of flitting, which is solely generated by elemental magic, as you know. But while most of us can flit, a few rare individuals can port objects.
Not you, Floor. You're the scaptiless wonder, Alice said dryly. You'll spend the rest of your life trying to achieve level 5 in something, only to remain a level 1 at everything. Growling, I started to stand, ready to wrap my fingers around her neck. Cloven urged me to remain in my seat with a wave of his hand.
Actually, that's not true, Alice. Or kind. But that's an entirely different matter for later.
His scowl suggested she wasn't going to be happy once later arrived.
Some wizards with more than one scapti have equal chance of achieving level 5 with all their abilities.
All? Moira asked in awe. Her gaze darted to me, then back to Cloven. That's... The headmistress can do that, right?
Yes. It's not as unusual as you may believe. What else can you do?
Eben barked out with a glare directed my way as he leaned forward in his chair beyond Moira's. Where had he come from? He was a second-term student, and this was a first-term class. A variety of things, I suppose, I said, having no interest in sharing. Where was he going with this? Cloven turned to speak to Eben, and I nudged Donovan in the side, whispering, "Why is Eben in our class? Did he stay back? I didn't think that was even possible."
"Heard he's repeating some of the magic classes," Donovan said. "Hopes to absorb more. And—"
he leaned closer and lowered his voice.
"Heard he hopes to be declared the best outling to ever attend the academy."
"Is that an award?" Donovan shrugged.
"Maybe. They do give out scholarships to select colleges, and I know there are some directed toward outlings." He huffed. "He must see you as his stiffest competition."
Lovely. I had enough going on right now without a fellow student turning this into some sort of outling race. Eben frowned at me again.
"Why didn't you tell me, us, you didn't have a scapty?"
Cringe moment. "I sorta do." He tilted his head, studying me as if I was a bug secured to a corkboard with a pin through the chest.
"What is it then?"
Alice grinned, enjoying watching Eben grilling me. "Yes, tell us what your scapty is, Floor. No need to keep it a secret."
"You don't need to answer to anyone,"
Cloven said. "It's okay." I kept my gaze locked on Eben's until he wrenched his away and dropped it to his hands clasped on his lap. "I can throw fire." Jenny, sitting beside Eben, tilted her head. "You mean like a circus performer?" "Why would anyone need to do that?" Alice burst out, truly perplexed. "I use it for defense," I said. She scrunched her brow. "So it's a weapon, I suppose." Her attention drifted to Donovan. "You could get a job with the government." "Doing what?" "Maybe." Moira tapped her finger in the air. "I know! Alice is going to be a diplomat, as you already know, because that's her scapty. She'll negotiate policy and trade deals at the Fate Court. If you worked for the government, you could be her bodyguard." Alice smirked. "Or a magician!" Her laughter rang out. Evil wench.
"Alice," Cloven said. "Enough. Let's get back to our lesson."
He took my blade and returned it to the wooden box.
"I'd like each of you to close your eyes and find the core sensation you described that equates with your stone."
He paused to give us time.
"Got it? Okay, now pull in a thread. Or two if you're able to handle more than one. But before you do, I completely forgot. Let's discuss colors. Hot colors like red, gold, and orange are best for rougher uses of power, say, to rake a lawn. Not much finesse needed there. It's the cool colors that you'll need to work hard to harness. They're used for intricate scapty work. Say, to play a concert piano solo or design a building for the king. But I'm getting ahead of myself now, because you'll learn more about controlling each color in your second year at the academy."
"What about black threads? What are they used for?" I'd pulled obsidian during orientation, though that was more of a glassy black than truest night.
"Endless black is useless to most wizards, I'm afraid," Cloven said. "No one has manipulated that color in years. Not since—"
"That's why I've only been able to pull in red and yellow," Moira exclaimed. "I'll need training and practice to use cooler colors."
"Exactly," Cloven said. "So, back to storing power in your stones. Go ahead, pull in some threads."
Not showing off because I wasn't telling a soul, but I easily pulled in green and deep purple. So there, Alice.
"Now, feed the energy into your stones," Cloven said. "Remember, you must take care not to overload it."
Patty shifted on her chair. "Why, Professor?" "It'll crack," Alice said. "Turn dark. It'll be useless then, as will you. You'll be sent home. Or in my case, to Esther's, assuming she'd take me back." Another way to flunk out. To think I'd been pouring power into my stone without ever considering the possibility of feeding too much. I'd have to be careful. But wait. "The levels of stone," I said, having an aha moment.
"You assume correctly," Cloven said softly. Some stones can hold more power than others. Obsidian and moonstone are limitless. No fear of cracking them. You and Donovan are very fortunate."
"Cool."
"So, students," Cloven said, moving away, "back to the lesson. Feed a bit of power into your stone. It should feel like a balloon, squishy at first as you fill it, but the outer surface will become taut. Stop the moment you feel that sensation."
"Got it," Moira said. "Me too," Jenny echoed. "This is awesome, isn't it? I can feel the power in my stone, waiting for me to use it."
"Floor and Donovan, you can stop when you wish,"
Cloven said. Unlimited power. What a heady feeling.
"And that's it for today, folks," Cloven said a moment later. "Our time is through. Take your stones with you when you leave."
I waited after class until everyone else had left. Donovan and I had agreed to meet up later, but it was time for Cloven to share a few secrets. I couldn't wait.
"How about taking a walk outside? We can find some place to chat out there,"
Cloven said, squinting at the wall behind the table, still holding the now empty wooden box. "Sure." He waved for me to go ahead of him, and we exited the classroom. We'd started down the hallway toward the main entrance when someone drifted out of one of the rooms beside us.
"Ah!"
Professor Grimm shrieked, making my bones jump out of my skin.
"Might you have a moment, Professor Spires?" "Sure, Grimm,"
Cloven said. Grimm, so aptly named. He floated in the hall, his tattered gray robe dragging on the tile floor.
"This won't take long, Floor,"
he hollered. A student passing by met my gaze and rolled her eyes. I barely held in my snicker, definitely investing in earplugs before the next deadly horticulture class.
"About the searing shears,"
Professor Grimm said.
"I was thinking."
Cloven held up his hand to stop Grimm from saying anything further.
"Why don't you go ahead, Floor?"
he said.
"I'll meet up with you at the Dragon Fountain in a few minutes."
"Sure." Searing shears, huh? The perfect weapon for killing Nightlace. While I wanted to slink into the wall where I could listen in without them being aware, Cloven would see right through that ruse, assuming I could figure out how to do the trick with magic. So far, melting into a puddle was beyond my capabilities. But really, I thought, as I exited the hall and crossed the front foyer, imagine turning myself into a blob of goo. Might be easy to do it, but how would I reform my flesh? Might be tricky or icky. After crossing the moat, I took the path that meandered across the front lawn, then rounded the fountain and sat on the bench. This is where I'd spied on Alice and Moira while they talked about Alice's past. Alice's dad hated her for killing her mother right after Alice was born. But really, it wasn't Alice's fault she inadvertently drained all her mother's power. She'd been a newborn, unaware of what she was doing. I leaned against the back of the bench and studied the dragon. A hazy day. Sun didn't wink through the crystal form, though the red heart still beat slowly deep inside. Was the dragon alive?
"What we doing?"
Alex said, popping into the air and blocking my view of the fountain.
"Hanging out? Enjoying the balmy fall weather?"
"The dragon is cool," I said. I could stare at it all day long.
"Legend says the dragon will come to life someday."
I frowned. Really? Would it be hungry? Hopefully not for outlings. Bad enough the Nightlace and my fellow students were after us. If the crystal dragon joined in on the hunt, we'd face extinction fast. Does the legend say when it might come to life?
"When it has to."
I see. Actually, I didn't. But I already knew my questions would result in evasive answers, the norm for Alex.
"I think the time is coming,"
Alex said, sounding pensive for the first time ever. He worried his tiny lips with his teeth. I hadn't realized dragonflies had teeth.
"The Force is restless."
I shifted on the bench, drawing my legs up to tuck them underneath me. This isn't a sci-fi movie.
"No, it's even better."
He whirled around to face the fountain. The dragon is sworn to rise when...
Dragonsworn?
Where did you hear?
He stared toward the path leading from the academy.
Sorry, gotta fly.
Alex, tell me what you mean by... He smacked against my throat, choking off my words, turning into a pendant. Thanks. Great talking with you, too. Cloven emerged from the path, and once he saw me waiting, smiled. He strode over and sat on the bench and stretched his legs out. As he stared toward the fountain, his light mood seemed to fall along with his shoulders. We sat in silence so long, I worried moss would grow over us. But when I took a deep breath, ready to ask him to spill all his secrets, he said, I used to have 2 sons. Not the intro I'd been expecting. Used to? They're dead. Oh. Awkward. What should I say to a statement like that? Even though it's been 20 years since I saw either of them, I still miss them. I could understand that. While she ditched me at the academy 7 years ago, sometimes I still missed my mom. I'd be plodding along, thinking everything was okay when the knife would hit my heart, reminding me of the things we'd never do together, the fun stories I'd never get to share. It was worse on birthdays and over the holidays, and when I woke with nightmares. 20 years was a long time. They were twins, identical. My wife and I were so proud of our boys. I didn't know you were married. Does your wife live at the academy too? For all I knew, she was one of my teachers. She's dead. Died of cancer when our boys were 5. I'm really sorry. One side of his mouth quirked up, but only sadness filled his face. Sometimes I hear her calling me. Silly, I know. Grief made his voice scratchy. Bastion and Blaine. They were as different as the sun and the moon. Bastion was the sun, while Blaine... The creases on his brow twisted. Blaine chose the night. Ah, interesting. They were very different then, he added. They were identical only in appearance. Inside they were polar opposites. Bastion was cheerful and so eager to please. Blaine. He shook his head, making his long salt and pepper hair shift along his back. That boy was determined to prove something from the time he was 10. What did he hope to prove? That we have value, that we are worthy. We, not himself. Proving worth and value had consumed my life lately. That was part of the reason I tried so hard to be the best at everything at the academy. Failure would show those who'd scorned me that they were right, that I didn't belong. Which was why I had to ride the Albacore, not drop out of the class. Blaine killed Bastion. I reeled away from Cloven. What? This is why I asked Justine for permission to explain. How could someone do something like that? They were brothers. I had no siblings, but if I did, I couldn't imagine killing them. I'd actually kill to have a brother or sister. Blaine could control plants, which is why I know so much about that skill. His words came out as if the memory pierced something vital inside him. Blaine loved to do pranks, fun, laughable things when he was little. But as he grew older, the line between fun and cruelty thinned. I didn't realize. He turned a mournful gaze my way and leaned toward me, as if seeking my forgiveness. You understand, don't you? I didn't see it until it was too late, and Bastion, my happy, sunny son, was gone. I'll never see him again. Swallowing deeply, he rubbed his face and eyes. Did he do something horrible with plants? I could see where this conversation was going already. With the wrong guidance, a wizard can turn them into an army. An army of Nightlace. I shuddered. He shrugged.
We hope this is a simple warding, a temporary spell that will wear off soon, but
You said Blaine is dead.
to me he is. The boy I raised, the son my wife loved, is gone from this world forever.
You think it might be him killing Outlings at the academy? Why?
I told you I'm part Outling. Bastion embraced his heritage while Blaine scorned it. He tried to be who he wasn't.
Turning, his gaze penetrated mine.
Much like you.
No denying that. For so long, I desperately hoped I'd find a clue that would prove I was elite, but only because I, in many ways, scorned my own heritage. Like Blaine. Or did I? I could pull in more power than most of my peers. I possessed a moonstone, the most powerful stone of them all.
Don't turn your back on the good you can bring into the world, Floor.
Cloven took in a deep breath and released it.
The time is coming when...
What?
Just trust in yourself, okay?
I'll try.
Good.
He got to his feet slowly, and in this instance, his age showed. Most of the time, despite his graying hair, he acted more like a kid than a grown-up.
I'll see you in class.
That was it? He'd created more questions than he'd answered. My eyes smarted, and I shielded my face as I peered up at him. If it's Blaine doing this, will you catch him? Punish him?
We will.
His gaze dove down to his hands.
There's another twist to the story.
What?
Blaine was incarcerated at Darkwater Prison. He escaped.
You think he'd come here?
I believe he has come to kill me. He's masking his crime by killing Outlings.
He'll make you suffer, watching us die, then kill you last. His pained sigh slipped out.
Yes.
And what if it's not Blaine? Though it seemed most likely.
Then this could be war.
Shocked, I stumbled to my feet. You can't fight a war with a faceless enemy.
Professor Grimm has given permission to use searing shears throughout the property, even venturing into the forest. Continuing with the notion that someone has warded Nightlace to hunt Outlings, we're determined to minimize the threat.
But the Cerberus and their babies, they eat Nightlace.
We'll keep the plant contained to the eastern forest until the ward wears off. The remaining plants will be enough to see their needs.
I imagine you'll forbid us from going into the woods again.
It's the only way to protect the 6 remaining Outlings.
7. His head tilted, and he frowned. You're an Outling too. A soft smile rose on his face, and he rocked back on his heels.
I am indeed, and quite proud of it.
I lifted my chin. I'll try to... No. I'm proud of my Outling heritage, too. He cupped my shoulder and squeezed.
And that's why you'll be successful.
Chapter 13. The next afternoon, I stood on the forest platform. It was time to ride the Aldicore or slink back to my coven room in shame, which meant I'd flunk out of the class. Flunking wouldn't mean expulsion from the academy, thank the Fae, but failure meant my pride would take a big hit. High in the hills, dull thumps rumbled. The herd was coming. Donovan pinged.
Hey, I know you're in class, about to leap off the platform. Wanted to wish you luck.
I'm so nervous I'm going to pee my pants. He laughed.
What is it I've heard Outlings say? Break your neck?
It's break a leg, and that's for theater.
Definitely don't break your neck. I like your neck.
His mind-speak voice grew deeper.
Your legs, too.
Oh, you do you? Maybe we could...
It's time,
Professor Trarian shouted.
A mix of excitement and fear bolted up my spine. "Gotta go," I said to Donovan. "Call me from the upper pasture after you're done grooming your albacore." His complete certainty boosted my confidence and made me feel mushy. It also made it easier to ignore my trembling fingers. Today, our teacher wore a green tunic over her black leggings. As her gaze slid to me, filled with either sympathy or encouragement, I couldn't tell. She smoothed her tunic over her hips. Students around me did the same. "Remember, Floor," she said. "Crouch and spring, and think ride to activate your elemental magic. I know you can do it." Vic, who must be Alice's alter ego, gouged his elbow into my side hard enough to send my breath whooshing from my lungs. "Do it, or else." "Is that a threat?" I snarled at him, putting a few paces between us. Why did he care? "You should be cheering for me to flunk out. Then the rest of you can move on to the next creature." "Just saying." His smirk turned sweet when his attention flitted to the professor. "Heard from a friend that outlings are becoming an endangered species on campus. Something about nightlace? Or is it poison?" He shook his head, making his shaggy blonde hair slide across his shoulders. "I'd hate to see something unpleasant happen to anyone else." Fist clenched, I strode up into his face so fast, he floundered and took a step backward. Only a quick grab on the railing kept him from falling off the edge. "Tell me, Vic, you know how to control plants?" He shrugged and smoothed his tunic, chuckling as if he wasn't the least bit concerned I might fight back. But the shake of his hands gave him away. "Can't say that I do, but you never know who I might be friends with." "Anyone named Blaine?" There was no masking his confusion. If Blaine was involved, he and Vic weren't in on the plan. "Touch an outling, and you'll find out my friends and me have our own ways of making life unpleasant. Just let him try something. Me, Donovan, Patty, and Bryce would be all over him." "Is that a threat?" He mimicked my words. His voice lifted and a whine crept into his tone. "Professor Trarian, Floor's bullying me." I rolled my eyes. And some kids thought I was a drama queen? Professor Trarian's puzzled gaze narrowed on me. "Floor? Oh, it's nothing. Vic here." I put my hand around his waist and squeezed tight enough his breath woofed out. "We're best buds, right?" I pulled a tiny bit of power from my moonstone and let my fingers ignite. A curl of smoke whiffed around us as his tunic smoldered. He turned a face filled with panic my way, and I pressed my finger harder against his side. I wasn't using full-on fire, just a touch of heat. Enough to show him that while he might think he can threaten me and my outling friends, I could take care of myself. "I was mistaken," he gulped. "Yes, that's it. Mistaken. We are friends." His scowl negated that statement. "Don't play games with me, Victor," the professor said, before turning back to face the albacore herd, thundering down from the hillside. With a yelp, Vic jumped away from me, his hand slapping against the singed circle on his tunic. The glare he sent me suggested he'd seek revenge, but he wasn't the only one after my skin. He'd have to take a number and get in line. And I'd need to be more vigilant. Maybe it had been a stupid move on my part to antagonize him further, but he'd had it coming. I was so over his nastiness. "Albacore alert!" Jenny squealed. "Get ready, everyone!" Her eager smile turned to me. "This is it, Floor. Jump, grab on, and ride!" She slapped my back hard enough I was shoved a step forward. The beast's grunts and bellows echoed around us, combining with the dust churned up from their paws. I shifted closer to the lip of the platform. While a lot of the forest was forbidden again due to the most recent nightlace attack, Professor Trarian had assured us this section was well warded. We were completely safe. A ward had been created to counter another ward. Frankly, as long as we outlings stuck together, we might be even safer. Would a nightlace cluster, or a cluster directed by a vengeful wizard or a ward, succeed if we could defend each other? I'd have to bring this up in our meeting tonight. Aldicor's paws thundered on the ground. Plants and dirt flicked into the air as the beast drew closer. My heart slammed like a sledgehammer against my ribs. I could do this. It was simple. Right. As before, lean forward, sight, and spring, Professor Trarian said, her voice trilling around us. No hiding the excitement on her face or in her eager posture. Her long, bright purple dreadlocks had been coiled up into a huge bun on her head, but a few had come free and drifted around her face. The front of the herd plunged beneath us, the lead animal growling as it leaped over a fallen tree and led the group to the upper pasture. Ready? Set, Jenny said. She turned quickly my way. Want me to hold your hand? I can do it. Promise. I winced, praying I could do it. Cloven's words popped into my mind. Elemental magic is limitless. There's more than one way to skin a Cerberus. Think outside the square. I frowned. Think outside the square. Now! Professor Trarian shouted. Jump now! Around me, the other students sprung lightly off the platform and landed on Aldicor's. Their fingers wove into the creature's silky manes, and they swung their legs up and across the animals' backs with ease. Their Aldicors thundered down the path, aiming for the pasture. I was determined not to arrive there on foot this time. You can do this. I jumped as a cluster of bellowing Aldicor thrashed their paws on the ground beneath me. My feet jarred on the ground. Missed. Aldicor bolted to the side to avoid hitting me. I reached out, but their silky mane slipped through my fingers. No! I couldn't fail. It wasn't just about pride. It was about proving something to myself. Outlings could do anything. Outside the square. Okay. Damn it! Go to sleep, I said, infusing my words with both Scapti and elemental magic. I swore. Sparks shot out from the dagger strapped to my side. At least 15 of the beasties tumbled headfirst onto the ground. Most rolled onto their backs, kicking their feet up into the air. A few even snored. Oops. Only needed one Aldicor, not half a herd. Grabbing a mane, I leaped gracefully, sorta, onto one of the larger Aldicors crouched on its belly. I secured my legs around its body. Once I felt ready, assuming I'd ever feel ready, I thought, okay, wake up. The beast shook its head and lumbered to its feet, as did the others. The one I rode, peered back at me with what I took as a scowl, but it trotted down the trail, aiming for the upper pasture. My teeth jarred together from the pace, and my butt was going to be screaming tonight. Vic urged his animal close to mine and said with a sneer, That's not how an elite rides an Aldicor. You're right, I said pertly, but I'm an outling, and no elite can compete with me. What a neat trick, Professor Trarian said, guiding her beast up beside mine. She nodded. This is how a student succeeds at the academy. It's cheating, isn't it? Vic whined. He guided his Aldicor even closer, pinning me between his and Professor Trarian's beast. I tightened my legs on my Aldicor's sides and wrapped the mane around my hand. Just try to knock me off. My Aldicor must have caught on, because one sharp snort sent Vic's smaller beast darting to the left, settling Vic. To achieve level 5 with your Scapti, Professor Trarian said blithely, while Vic groaned on the ground behind us. You'll need to experiment with unconventional magical methods. She crinkled her face at me. Floor, when we reach the upper pasture, why don't you take a victory lap around the academy on your Aldicor? Show everyone what an outling can do. Kicking her beast's sides, she urged her beast to a gallop, pulling ahead of me. Don't think this makes you special, he hissed behind me. You're just a dumb outling. No one would miss you if you were gone. Outling Club. We sat together that evening at a table in the library, sadly staring at each other while waiting for Eben to arrive. Only 6 of us left now, Jenny said forlornly from beside me. Across from us, Manuel, Carly, and Eli nodded. 7, actually, but Cloven's heritage wasn't my secret to share. This morning, in the auditorium, the headmistress had formally announced Sarah and Drea's deaths as a rogue nightlace attack. She'd added that wards had been placed to protect all students. Someone had asked why we'd been told Drea left the campus when she'd actually died, but Justine brushed off the question, saying she hadn't wanted to frighten anyone. Not much chance of that. Few elites appeared worried, maybe because they trusted the wards, or because they were not told the cluster might have been directed to kill by a rogue wizard, or because the only ones murdered had been outlings. Donovan had vowed to protect me and my friends. Frankly, I felt we needed a solid plan to defend ourselves. Eben stumbled on the top step of the third-floor library stairs, releasing a grunt, but righted himself and stalked past the stacks to join us. He dropped his backpack on the table with a heavy thud and raked his fingers through his already messy hair. Purple-gray shadows encircled his eyes, almost as if he'd been punched, but I imagined mine looked about the same. It was hard to sleep when you kept dreaming you'd wake, gasping with a nightlace vine wrapped snugly around your throat. He pulled agendas out of his bag and slid one to each of us with a trembling hand. A quick skim through the list made me blurt out, "But aren't we going to talk about the murders?" "As far as I know, Sarah and Drea had an unfortunate encounter with rogue nightlace vines," Eben said, his snootiness restored. Was it the topic or confronting me that gave him courage? He hadn't liked seeing me excel in Cloven's class. "I believe our group needs to maintain our focus, acclimating to the academy, fitting in," Eben said. Jenny leaned near to me, making little effort to lower her voice. "Hard to fit in if we're dead." Nailed it. Eben's scowl deepened, and a sharp look in his eyes when he stared at me and Jenny made me wonder, but I didn't like where my thoughts were taking me. "What's your scapty, Eben?" I asked. As far as I knew, he hadn't shared. "That's not on the agenda." "It's just a simple question." He lifted his paper off the table and held it between us. "First item, flitting." Slapping the sheet back on the table, his gaze spanned across us all. "How's everyone progressing?" Manuel started talking about how he'd gotten caught in the rain a few days ago and was able to flit to his coven room to change. While Eben praised Manuel, and with the hand on Manuel's shoulder, talked about how Manuel could extend the distance a little each day, I zoned out. Eben then worked with Eli, who was still having a hard time pulling in more than one thread. When we left the library not long after that, Jenny suggested we walk to our covens together. "Just because," she said casually, though an edge of fear hollowed out her voice. "You don't mind splitting up between Earth and my coven and kind of watching each other until we're both inside, do you?" "Not at all." Swallowing, I peered around as we strode down the path leading between the buildings. No one out tonight except the statues, who called greetings. Would they notify anyone if something crept up on us? Maybe and maybe not. While they were friendly, I'd already learned that more often than not, the magical beings here were as happy to trick you as be kind. "So, about Eben and his scapty, what's the big secret?" I asked as a distraction. They'd warded the school. Nightlace couldn't stalk us here, could it? "Not sure why he didn't just tell you." She glanced around, but seeing we were alone other than the statues, her posture relaxed. "He can make objects move." "You mean like porting?" She frowned. "Haven't heard of that magical trick yet, but it's like flitting for objects." "And you can do it, right?" I nodded. "Must be nice." The smile she released was rueful. "Unlike me. Seems I'm having no problem showing outlings make crappy wizards." I paused on the walkway. "Do you need any help with your classes?" "No, I mean, I'm not flunking out or anything. Yet. But I wish some of this was easier. Like threads. I can only pull in one at a time. It takes practice. I bet you'll be drawing in more than one soon." "Sure hope so."
We sat on a bench. Behind us, one of the statues, Medusa, crept toward us with a basket loaded with tools hanging over her stone arm. She dropped the basket on the grass beside her. "May I, please?" She extended the word please for a few seconds, then added a lilt on the end. Her wings fluttered, sticking out through holes in the back of her toe-brushing deep green gown. Despite her assurances about their friendliness when we'd first met, I couldn't take my eyes off the snakes weaving around on her head. Beyond creepy. Maybe it was her lack of flowing tresses that led to her calling, that of the campus beautician. Since she couldn't fix her own hair, she worked with everyone else's. When I'd asked her to trim my bangs last week, she'd seemed pretty happy I'd asked. As she'd fluffed my hair after the trim, she'd assured me her snakes were not venomous. That was a rumor started by Perseus, Hercules' great-grandfather. He'd asked Medusa out, and when she shot him down, he'd gotten even by changing her beautiful hair to a nest of snakes. The fact that I'm sporting a viper's nest on my head intimidates some, she'd told me. But she'd wiggled her eyebrows at Athena, another statue in the garden, suggesting that, despite the snakes, Medusa wasn't lonely on a Saturday night. Jenny smiled at me, and we shrugged. "I could use a trim." "Medusa," I said, "we give you free rein." She dry shampooed and floofed, and even gave me a blow-dry, though my hair wasn't really wet, before she swept all the strands into an ornate arrangement and wove in tiny pearls. After, she moved on to Jenny. "Tell me more about porting," Jenny said, barely wincing when Medusa tucked shortened peacock feathers among Jenny's newly formed crown braid. "Say I want to move a rock." I teased the tight spiral curls Medusa had created by my temples. "Like put it in your backpack or on the bench beside you, but without having to get up and do it yourself. You can use elemental magic combined with power drawn from threads to do it for you. That's porting." "Ah, like teleportation." "Yup." She frowned as Medusa continued to primp, tucking stray strands of hair into the braids, then creating a cloud of hairspray to hold everything in place, making Jenny cough. She turned watering eyes my way. "Eben's," cough. "Eben's scapti isn't anything like teleportation." Waving a hand in front of her face, she shifted sideways to escape the lingering haze of spray. "Instead of moving the objects with his mind, he makes objects move other things. For example, he can make a shovel dig into a pile of rocks and fill a wheelbarrow, or make shoelaces tie themselves." Interesting. I hated the idea running through my mind, but could he somehow be moving plants? "Look, girls," Medusa gushed, prancing around in front of us and holding up a big mirror. "You like?" Our gazes meeting in the glass, we both crimped our lips to hold in our laughter. While gorgeous, our hair looked like we were ready to put on gowns and go to a ball, not troop across campus, back to our rooms. "Love it, Medusa," Jenny said in complete seriousness. "Me too." Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out the only thing I had on me, my golden commemorative coin I'd collected from Professor Trarian after writing the Aldecor. "Is this worthy?" Like with Beatrice, our room brownie, we didn't pay any of the Mythical Academy creatures for their services. We offered them gifts. Medusa pushed my hand away with a grin that revealed tiny fangs. "Treats on me, dearies." "Thank you." I returned the coin to my pocket. Medusa lifted her basket and drifted back to join the other statues, who'd dragged over tables and chairs and were playing cards. I leaned back against the bench and contemplated Eben's scapti and how it might play into what's happening on campus. Making objects move. Kind of a cool ability. Pivoting on the bench to face Jenny, I tucked one leg underneath me. What sort of job would Eben do with a scapti like that? Can't see him digging ditches, even if he didn't have to touch the shovel. Not completely sure, but I know he's working on controlling multiple objects at a time. Could he... I traced my finger on the back of the wooden bench, not meeting her eyes. Could he control people? Or plants? She tilted her head,
and one of her peacock feathers fell out of the arrangement and landed on her lap. She picked it up and stroked it along the back of her hand. I don't imagine he could control people. They have their own free will. I just heard objects. We rose and started toward the gazebo that stood in the center of the gardens with equidistant paths leading to each coven. We'd part there but watch out for each other as we walked to our dorms. But you asked about whether he could control plants. Pausing on the path, Jenny tapped her nose with the feather. You don't think? Her eyes widened, and we walked forward again. I can't believe anyone would do something like that. Some wizards would. Plants are inanimate objects, but they're different than rocks or shovels or shoelaces. It's impossible, isn't it? I shrugged, and we walked up the stairs and into the gazebo. Twinkle lights had been strung around the ceiling and lit up the scuffed wooden floorboards and the benches along the sides. No, they weren't simple lights. Funny how no matter how afraid I am, some things are constant. The wilty sparks are pretty tonight, Jenny said, gesturing to the lights. A few days ago, they were yellow and orange, and I told myself it was for Halloween. But they change color randomly. They hang out here every night, lighting up the gazebo. Tiny, round, puffy things about the size of my palm, wilty sparks, had glowing bellies. Floating around the ceiling like bumper cars, they emitted high-pitched yelps when they thumped into each other. Green and blue was the theme tonight. The colorful creatures should lift my mood, but instead, I felt exposed in the gazebo. Anyone hiding in the surrounding darkness could see us, yet we wouldn't know they were watching. Shivers lifted the hairs on my arms. Seems silly to be this scared, but I can't help it. Linking her arms on her chest, Jenny curled into herself. Are you scared? All the time. Well, you watch me, and I'll watch out for you. She waved to her coven. We'd be able to see each other until we reached the side doors. Inside, we'd be on our own, but there wasn't anything else we could do. Stay safe, I said, tiptoeing down the stairs on the other side of the gazebo. You too, Jenny called over her shoulder. Gathering herself, she streaked toward Wind Coven. I puffed as my shoes smacked the walkway, my pace as fast as Jenny's. I'd feel better once my dorm room door was locked behind me. Eben couldn't be killing other outlings, could he? There was no valid reason for him to do something like that. Except, if Eben wanted to be the school's best outling, he could improve his odds considerably if he eliminated the competition. Chapter 14. What were Ashton, Vic, and Eben, of all people, up to now? The next day, I watched them creep out of the Eastern Academy door, their arms overloaded with big empty bags. Eben, scooting along with them, shooting furtive glances around, told me they were up to no good. I couldn't help but be suspicious. While I might be late for class, I followed. I kept to the shadows, hugging walls and once outside, slinking from one tree to another as they approached Professor Grimm's greenhouse lab and went inside. Not daring to enter, I instead scooted around to the back of the building and peered through the murky glass as they dropped the bags on a wooden table spanning one wall. They huddled together a moment before approaching one of the tall metal bookcases along the left side wall. Ashton lifted a huge pair of shears, searing shears, off the top shelf, and they turned and stalked across the greenhouse, approaching the row of metal cabinets standing against the opposite wall. One of the doors bulged, as if whatever had been shut inside had tried to pound its way out. Strands of green material leaked around the seams and wove in the air like slender cobras responding to a snake charmer. Staring at the cabinet with bulging eyes, Vic gulped. He shook his head and whirled around to face his brother, who scowled and pushed him toward the cabinet. Eben, I noticed, stayed well away from the action. "Do it!" Ashton hissed out. "Come on!" Shoulders curling forward, Vic took the shears from Ashton and dragged his feet toward the cabinet. Ashton latched onto Eben's shoulders, and as the other guy strained to get away, pushed him up behind Vic. The green strands snapped forward, straining, reaching. A point on one of the vines gouged toward Eben, who blubbered and struggled to get out from underneath Ashton's grip. Night lace. One snip was followed by many others, as Vic darted around eagerly cutting the vines. The severed strands fell to the greenhouse floor around him, while more strands snapped through the seam and reached for Eben. If I'd had any doubts about a night lace cluster's interest in outlings, it fled. They wanted us, and they were determined to get us. Yet there didn't seem to be anyone here controlling them with their scapti. Was this a simple ward? If so, who had created it? After dumping the shears, Vic started gathering up vines while Eben and Ashton held open bags for them. Even severed, the night lace wrapped itself around Eben's wrists, though the attempt appeared weak. Shuddering, he plucked the strands off and stuffed them into the bag, securing the top. Carrying the bags, they left the greenhouse and scooted around to the back of the academy, entering the building through a door near the mall. What the fey were they up to? They slunk down the hall and took the stairs up to the skywalk. In no time, they'd set their trap, or prank if I wanted to be generous, and huddled a few steps below the landing. I'd had an interesting time trying to avoid detection, but so far, they appeared unaware I watched. While Vic snickered, pointing upward, Eben frowned and his brow drew together. A strand of night lace fluttered in the air, seeking. Since the strands were dead, they'd become objects Eben could control. Did he intend to harm or just scare someone? Someone pinged me, making me jump, and I had never been more grateful I was being called via MindSpeak and not on a phone that would tip them off I was watching.
"Hey, Floor," Ashton said. "I was wondering if you'd be willing to get together in the mall for ice cream."
Why?
Because.
I could almost see his brain scrambling for a valid answer. Really, did he think I was this stupid? If I hadn't been watching, what would I have thought of this conversation?
Because I realize I might have been a bit too harsh with you, and I want to make up for it.
I really need to get to class. I'm in my coven room, right?
Perfect. Why not take the skywalk to the back stairs? It's just a few steps beyond that to the mall. I can speak to your professor, explain why you're late.
What a complete jerk. All three of them, actually. Anger burned through me like a flame dropped on gunpowder. That's really nice of you. Not. But I'm not sure I can make it.
Do it as a big favor for me, please.
I heaved out a sigh that he must have taken as consent, because he hurried to say,
"Great, I'll see you soon."
Sooner than he might expect. I pinged Cloven and quickly explained. He flitted to my side in seconds and peered upward, his face flushed with anger. What if they'd pulled this trick on Jenny? I at least had watched and knew it was fake. She'd be scared to death. This wasn't a game. And while I was pretty sure they hadn't been responsible for Drea and Sarah's deaths, I couldn't stop thinking about how Eben wanted to be seen as the best outling on campus, and how Vic had vowed revenge. He'd find a willing ally in Ashton. But were they capable of murder?
"You can go ahead to class now,"
Cloven Mind spoke to me.
"I'll take care of this from here."
I should have flitted away immediately, but I couldn't resist watching as Cloven stormed up the stairs and grabbed Vic and Eben. His glare held a cringing Ashton in place.
"You three need to have a conversation with a counsel seeker,"
Cloven growled out as I flitted from the stairwell. As I strode inside my next class, satisfaction burst through me. If I knew Rourke, he'd be all over the guys in minutes. That would teach them not to play pranks with me. After my last class of the day, I wasn't sure what to do with myself. Patty and Bryce still had classes. Donovan had unexpected plans, saying it involved a surprise he was springing on me later. Rather than quiz him about it when it was clear he wouldn't tell me, I took a walk through the gardens out front, then circled around the campus. Before going inside, I paused on the bridge spanning the western moat and leaned against the rail. While I wondered what Donovan's surprise might be, I vaguely watched the water spin and swirl beneath me. Shadows lurked deep down, and I swore Syrah, the moat's resident naiad, whispered my name. Maybe I should go to my room. Nothing waited for me out here other than a run-in with a naiad, something I'd hoped to avoid for the rest of my life. Or, my shivering body suggested, a rogue cluster of nightlace on the hunt. Beneath my fingers, the rail gave way. I shrieked as I tumbled off the bridge and plunged into the ice-cold water. Chapter 15. Something grabbed my ankles and yanked. I spiraled farther down into the water, choking and gagging on brine. With a frantic kick, I tried to dislodge whoever held me. Whoever? I knew who it was. Syrah, the naiad living in the moat. Trixie, per Beatrice. During orientation, a professor told us Syrah provided the school protection in exchange for thread power to lure. Long ago, she'd called to unsuspecting outlings, sucking them beneath the water to their inevitable death. But that was after the phase split and the academy was formed. Not for a long time. Despite the slimy water surrounding me, I opened my eyes. I had to see. We had been told Syrah was not the only naiad living in the moat. 3 naiads surrounded me, their arms outstretched, their voices quivering through the water. "Student," one bubbled out, "is mines." "No, mines," a naiad with hair darker than night hummed, slapping the hands of her tricksy friend as they reached toward me. "I has her," Syrah said, latching onto my arm and wrenching me sideways. My lungs on fire, I flailed and smacked at their hands. Breaking free, I swam frantically for the surface. Air. I needed air. "Come back," one called behind me. "We likes to place with students." I bet they did. Syrah darted ahead and above me, cutting off my escape. Her arms extended toward me in a mother's embrace, while she entreated me with a melodic voice. "Come to me, childs. We can plays." In a watery grave? No thanks. I peered around while my body screamed for air. No way out. I'd drown. My blade called to me, nicely filled with power, and I yanked it from the sheath. A quick jab might be more effective than a spell. When the naiad with red hair reached for my arm, I poked her. With a sharp flick of her tail, she knocked my knife from my hand. My moonstone. No! It spun away, twisting down toward the muck below. I dove after it, my lungs parched, my heart solidifying into a granite block, sluggishly beating in my chest. I spiraled down, my legs kicking, my fingers straining toward my blade that remained out of reach. It plopped into a thick layer of sludge, covering the bottom of the moat. While my head spun, I frantically pawed through the slime, nicking my finger on the blade like the day I'd wet my stone and activated its ability to store power. My moonstone sang to me, "Come." My stinging finger made me hiss, but I was able to grab the hilt and tuck the blade back into the sheath at my waist. Time was up. My life was limited if I didn't get out of the water. Time to flit the hell out of here. I called elemental magic. Like I'd used a dead battery, I went nowhere. Maybe the weight of the water kept me from flitting. I dropped my feet into the muck, determined to propel myself up and past the naiads. But something to my left drew my eye. A hatch? Who'd put a square door on the side of the academy's basement wall? When Syrah latched onto my arms and tugged me near, I lifted my legs and, bracing my feet against her belly, shoved off, extending my body toward the door. Syrah snarled and clawed at my legs, her long nails drawing blood that clouded the water around me. My fingers bit into metal,
and I scrambled to find a way to open the hatch. A handle! I grabbed it and yanked, praying it would open. It didn't budge. Magic. Use magic. My pulse thundered in my ears, and my vision wavered. I yanked power from my moonstone, and combining the energy with elemental magic, I demanded, "Open." As Sierra's fingers scrambled up my legs, the hatch gave way, and I was swept inside. The door snapped closed behind me as I tumbled onto a hard stone floor. An enchanted room. Magic must be holding the water back. Braced on my arms with my hair hanging in my face like slimy seaweed, I gulped in stale air. Water dripped off my nose and chin and drizzled off my clothing, pooling around me on the stones. Jarring bangs rang out as the naiads pounded on the hatch. "Let us in." "Go away!" I shouted with false bravado. In reality, I was trembling, scared to death. Goosebumps peppered my skin, and my body shook so badly I couldn't get off the floor. Shoving my sodden hair off my face, I stared around, unsure if I'd found safety or another trap. I found myself in a dusty, dirty room, about the size of the cave Capria had fallen into, minus the night lace, thankfully. The floor sloped to my right, and water that had rushed in with me before the door magically slammed closed flowed to a drain recessed into the floor in the corner. Rising to my feet, I wiped my dirty hands on my equally dirty school uniform skirt. Beatrice was going to rip me a new one for getting crud all over my uniform. Where the fey was I? Beneath the academy, obviously, but I hadn't heard the academy had a basement. With elemental magic, I generated a light and peered around. Wow, someone had lived here once. A desk teetered against the wall, one of its legs broken off. Only the corner propped against the stone block wall kept it upright. Along the left wall stood a low bed frame with a moss-covered mattress. A bug-eaten blanket with multiple holes like dark, staring eyes lay half on the floor. Odd thought on my part, but had someone hidden here once? That might explain why no one had mentioned this room. On the floor at the foot of the bed sat a small black chest about the length of my forearms, with rusted metal straps binding the wood together. I walked over to it, my shoes squeaky, squishing as water was forced out the sides. Definitely needed to pick up some treats for Beatrice. I stooped down in front of the chest and scowled. Locked, of course. Using my blade, I poked the tip into the tiny opening and twisted. Sparks and flames erupted from the tiny hole, and I barked as I was flung backward. My butt skidded on the floor. Wincing, I blew on my scorched fingers. My knife fell from the lock and rattled on the floor. The chest must be bespelled to keep anyone from getting inside, but the sparks and bang were a neat trick I wanted to learn. Climbing onto my knees, I hobbled over to the chest again, with the caution I should have used initially. I picked up my knife and, drawing in power, combined it with elemental magic and commanded, "Open!" Nothing. Not even sparks or flames this time. Big improvement there. I tried again. Still nothing. Growling, I gave up for now and stood, leaving the chest to explore the room. Something rectangular and dark lay on the top of the desk, and I crept over to check it out. A book? Runes scrolling across the front resembled the words on the coven banners, and my fingers slid across the hilt of my knife. I'd yet to decipher what the runes said, but needed to even more now. Not interested in scorching my fingers again, I located a fork lying on the floor underneath the bed. I used it to flip back the moldy book's leather cover. No flames or sparks attacking me this time, just a faint creak as the spine split. Inside, I found heavily mildewed, crumbling pages with scrolling, nearly indecipherable writing. A date at the top of each page suggested this could be a journal. But whose? The book had gotten wet, and the ink had bled, smearing most of the words, but a few popped out. Cannot. Here longer. Naiad. Escape. Find, new, see. Not much I could get from that. Who wrote this? It looked ancient. I carefully flipped the pages. One word, a name, stood out. Minerva. The matriarch of the sixth family. Excitement made my hands shake. Had this journal been written by a descendant of the sixth family? Maybe she'd remain hidden here for years. I couldn't let this go. Shivers racked my body, making me realize I needed to get out of my wet clothes, and my belly had moved beyond rumbling and was contemplating hosting a coup if I didn't feed it soon. Time to flit and meet up with Donovan. Closing my eyes, I pictured my coven room, but nothing happened. I tried again, but I sadly remained in the damp, cold room beneath the academy. I assumed the chest was bespelled. Was the room locked down behind magic as well? That would explain why no one had mentioned it or been down here for ages. Well, anyone but me. And it might also explain why I'd been unable to flit a few moments ago. Bespellings worked in mysterious ways. To escape, I'd have to find a way past Syrah and her friends. Sighing, I turned, dreading opening the hatch and taking on the naiads. Alex appeared, his little blue and green wings fluttering.
Ah, nice to see you're exploring the clue I left you,
he said. Hold on. I held up my hand, and he landed on my index finger, tickling my skin with his tiny feet. You didn't make the rail give way, did you?
I wanted you here, not playing with Syrah.
Tricksy wench. She had tricksy friends, too.
To some.
I tilted my head. Not to you?
We go way back.
I imagine you do. I waved my other hand. Tell me about this room. He zipped up into the air and did a backflip before zooming back in to stop close to my nose.
That's for you to discover. Me to know.
But you wanted me to find it.
I did.
Then who lived here?
Someone vital.
Cool. The word breathed out of me. I squinted, hoping to find more clues on his buggy face, but it was useless. He gave nothing away. Vital in what way, though?
To the future. Yours, mine, and that of the split Fae world.
I saw Minerva's name in the journal. Did she live here?
Many Minervas living in the world.
You know who I mean, I said eagerly. The matriarch of the sixth Fae family. The one who did something horrible I've yet to discover. She was banished.
What makes you think she lived here?
Just a suspicion. She had to live somewhere. If not her, though. Did her child live here?
Why would a child live here?
His body shimmered when he shivered.
This place is cold and damp, and the ambiance is dreadful. Why did you bring me here again?
You just said you brought me here.
Ah, so I did.
He released a sunny, buggy smile. When Minerva was banished, it was rumored she was pregnant.
She was, and the child lived.
Ah, a clue. Who is the child?
Not for me to say, I'm afraid, but for you to learn on your own.
I propped my hand on my hip. The material squished. Yuck. I needed to get changed soon. And shower before changing. I feel as if I'm so close to discovering everything.
Nothing gained has value, unless it's worked for.
I huffed, but my bangs remained plastered to my forehead. You know I'm trying.
Try harder.
I growled. I can't do anything unless I get out of here. The room's bespelled. I can't flit.
Not bespelled. The naiads used borrowed magic to create a flip block. If you want out, you'll need to swim.
So that's why I hadn't been able to flit from the moat. I don't dare leave. Wrapping my arms around my waist, I quivered. Not just from cold. Fear kept me grounded. Syrah's out there, waiting.
She won't harm you.
She seemed pretty determined a short time ago.
Perhaps you need to check out her other facets.
Like she was a diamond with multiple sides. Interesting. Can you help me get out of here?
Sure.
Thank you. I breathed in utter relief. Can you flip me out?
I'm afraid you'll need to swim.
Sierra will drown me if I go back out there. I waved to the hatch.
Not if you convince her to do otherwise. She might be sly, but she has a soft side you should discover.
Doubtful. Alex flicked his wings as if he planned to launch himself into flight.
Perhaps have a deep conversation with her.
I can't talk underwater, let alone breathe.
Valid point. But do explore all your options.
I couldn't see any at the moment. You said you'd help me get out of here. Suggestions? He flicked his right wings toward the drain.
Why don't you try that door?
As I squinted in that direction, he zipped close and turned back into a pendant. I crept forward and pushed on the door, which creaked open at my touch, the hinges groaning, one giving way, leaving the wooden door hanging. Cringing, I took in the cobweb-strewn passage ahead of me. What a choice. Spiders or Sierra? Spiders won. Sort of. Returning to the desk, I grabbed the book. This baby was coming with me. Back at the passage, I held up my finger glow light and located a stick lying beyond the opening. Lifting it, I used it to slice through the cobwebs, making them flutter to the floor. It took a lot of will to ignore creatures scurrying where my light didn't reach. My shoes clunked on the slimy stone floor, but at least water hadn't flooded the passage. I couldn't wait to get out of here. The corridor curved slowly to the left, following the same pattern as the academy above. Was I underneath the classrooms? My internal compass thought so. When I felt like I must be close to the basement area below the entrance, I ran into a stone wall, a dead end. Well, there was a hatch on my right. I was beginning to hate hatches, because this one meant more swimming in the moat loomed in my future. I could plays with the naiads. Awesome. Hopefully, Sarah waited outside the room for me to emerge, or she'd moved on, wherever on might be. I pulled my blade and fed in power. I'd need it to open the hatch against the water pressure and keep from flooding the passage. Someday soon, I'd return and find a way into the chest, plus read more of the journal. With no way to keep it dry, I'd have to leave it behind. A quick trip back, and I returned to the hatch. No harm in admitting my hands trembled. I didn't want to get wet or face the naiads again. I might not survive our next encounter. On 3, I whispered. 1, 2. Pushing out power, I thought. Open while holding back water. When I shoved the hatch, it flew outward and banged on the right wall, meeting no more resistance than it would in air. Murky water hung beyond the opening like a bowl of rotten yellow and green goo. No Sierra or anyone else. So far. After taking a couple of deep breaths, I scrambled up onto the lip of the opening and plunged my feet into the water. Another gulp of air, and I jumped in and thought, hatch, close. The metal door slammed shut behind me, and the gasket and a quick spell held back the water. Up. Go. I swam as fast as I could toward the main moat bridge. If I could reach it, I'd be clear. You leave so soon? Sierra called out from behind me. A quick look over my shoulder told me she was gaining fast, her body snaking through the water like a great white shark after a bleeding body. Plays with us, one of the other naiads said from behind her. As I reached slime-covered steps leading up and out of the water, Sierra latched onto my leg, her talons digging deep. No! Pain made me freeze. The hot rush of my blood woke me up fast, and I found the strength to struggle. I kicked out as I gulped in brackish water. Sierra's scaled body coiled around me and squeezed tight. Stays. Forever. My lungs screamed for air. I latched onto the rusted metal rail and pivoted, snapping my arm out with my dagger. I infused my blow with power, thinking, release me or die. My knife hit Sierra in the fleshy part of one of her forearms, and the blade sunk to the hilt. Sierra screamed and coiled, thrashing.
I yanked out my blade as she reeled back, clutching her wounded arm. Her tail snapped around, reaching for my neck. Once she latched on, she'd suck me down to the bottom and pin me in place until I drowned. With a burst of strength, I spun and clawed my way up the stairs. My head broke the surface, and I gasped in cool air. I wasn't safe. I'd never be safe around Sierra. Wounded, the Naiad would seek her revenge for the rest of my days. Scrambling up onto the narrow path and circling the outer wall of the academy, I whirled, my dagger raised, because I knew she'd be behind me. As she rose out of the water, her face a mask of endless rage, I stumbled backward and up onto the main platform leading to the front door. Voices dimly registered, but I didn't turn. I held my blade ready as Sierra hissed and wove in the air, a raptor prepared to strike. Silver blood coiled down her arm, beads of mercury from her wound. Her gaze fell on whoever was behind me before pinning me in place. "Watch out, little girl. I waits. You sees. Next you be the one blooded." "I'm sorry," I said. "You should have left me alone." "My moat. My waters." "The rail gave way. I fell." "No excuses." "You were going to kill me," I shouted, my anger and frustration rising to the surface. Heat boiled through me. I had the right to fight back. "Just plays." Her head lowered, coming closer. "You likes to plays, don't yous?" "I can't breathe underwater." "You sure?" She wiggled closer. What was she trying to say? Only fish and naiads could breathe underwater. She lowered her head and her tail crept up the stairs, reaching for my feet. "Maybe you tries again?" Crap. Tricksy. Stumbling backward, I spun and prepared to run but tripped over something. No, I tripped over someone. Arms spiraling, I tried to right myself, but I tumbled forward, smacking against the person, knocking us both onto the stone walkway. He swore as we fell. Lunging forward, my arm flipped up. My moonstone dagger sank to the hilt in a man's thigh. Chapter 16. Scrambling back onto my heels, I yanked my blade from the stranger's leg, wishing I'd remained in the moat with Sierra. I'd hurt someone. The man writhed and roared in pain, clutching his leg. Blood seeped between his fingers, staining the stone beneath him. "Sorry," I whimpered out. "Really, I didn't mean it." I flinched as everyone around us gasped and pointed. "Your Highness!" A woman wearing a pale blue satin dress, straight out of a fairy tale, stooped gracefully down beside him. "Sire, are you all right?" Her breath caught as she stared at the blood trickling between his fingers. "My gosh, he's been hurt. A healer!" Her frantic glance pierced the area. "We need a healer immediately!" The man, who looked maybe 10 or 15 years older than me, lifted his hands and stared at the wound in horror. His gaze flicked over to pin me in place, making me want to slink through the stone. "How dare you?" "I'm really sorry. I tripped." I waved toward the moat. "Sierra!" A quick look told me the naiad had conveniently disappeared. She'd wisely left the scene of the crime. I wished I could do the same. "Wait, Your Highness, sire." I locked my gaze on his and studied his features, but saw no resemblance. "Are you Donovan's brother, the king?" The fairy tale woman's gaze pinned me in place. "That is King Niles Edmund Henry William Blanchard, to you." By the Fae, I'd stabbed the king. Was this offense punishable by firing squad? Moira once said Donovan's parents would never have approved of us dating. After stabbing him, I was confident King Niles would feel the same. Dread coiled through me like soot. The main entrance door slammed open, and the healer I'd met when I brought Moira to the clinic on the night the Slake nearly drained all her power rushed over to us, a small leather bag in her hand. She tumbled to her knees beside the king, her breathing ragged. She quickly conducted an assessment.
A knife wound? By the Fae! Was this an attempted assassination?
Her voice rose with each word and ended on a shriek that was echoed by the fluttering crowd gathered around us. A few people wore wizard robes, while most were dressed in formal clothing, like the woman in the ball gown who knelt beside the king, wringing her hands. Hold on. No, wait! I was just trying to get away from Syrah, from the moat. I flapped my dripping wet skirt and waved toward the water. I fell in. The naiads grabbed me and I was trying to escape. Jumping to my feet, I backed away from the universally accusatory stares. I expected someone to shout, "Off with her head!" at any moment. My back smacked into the wall beside the entrance, and a puddle of murky water pooled at my feet. My hair hung in my face like slimy blue grass.
By the Fae?
Alice said, gaping from the open doorway beside me. Ashton hovered at her left side with his family trademark jeer on his face. Guess he'd gotten away from Rourke.
Who harmed the king?
Alice's gaze fell on me, and she blinked.
Whoa, did a rat slink out of the moat when we weren't looking?
Her snicker rang out, combining with Ashton's chuckle, while I squirmed. The healer placed her hand over the king's wound, and closing her eyes, hummed. The ruby brooch pinned to her robe glowed. She mumbled something, and when she lifted her hand, revealed the wound now sealed over with pink, puckered flesh.
Thank you.
The king climbed to his feet, with the fairy tale princess's help, but he quickly nudged her to the side and stalked over to me, his face showing more fury than a Category 5 hurricane.
You! I will have you!
Hold on, Donovan said, easing past Alice and Ashton. Fleur? He placed a restraining hand on the king's arm. What's going on here? This is Fleur, my girlfriend. He couldn't hide his double-take when he caught my appearance, but thankfully, only concern filled his eyes. Fleur, you're... He shook his head. Are you okay? I see you've, found my surprise. The king was his surprise? More like a popped balloon now. I fell in the moat! My words sobbed out of me as reaction set in. I couldn't stop shaking, not just from the chill stiffening my bones from the sharp wind swirling around the academy, but because everyone watched me with accusatory glares. A woman and man dressed in stiff suits stalked toward me. Were they the king's bodyguards? They'd lock me up and throw away the key. Alice's face twisted, but a gleam of joy filled her eyes. Girlfriend? She snorted. Please don't tell me you're doing more than hanging out with this filthy outling.
Who would?
Ashton asked, and they laughed together. Ugh, a black widow spider and a cobra, ganging up together with me as their prey. But there was no disputing her words. I was filthy, and I was an outling. The combination of the two words made me ache to slink into a black hole and hide forever. Or smack her and Ashton. Probably both. Donovan stiffened, and the glare he sent Alice and Ashton said he'd be all over them later.
Fleur's special. Your mistake not to see it.
Your girlfriend just tried to kill me, the king said, lifting his hand toward the bodyguards, who growled and, arms outstretched, stalked toward me.
I want her arrested, immediately. Prosecute her to the full extent of the law.
No way, Donovan said, holding his arm between us. For whatever reason, the bodyguards listened. Perhaps because Donovan was second in line for the throne, and they were eager to curry favor, just in case.
Let's talk about this reasonably. I'm sure there's a good explanation.
The look he sent me held complete confidence. I didn't try to kill him. I gulped back tears. I fell into the moat. Syrah attacked me. I drew my blade and was able to escape, but as I climbed out,
She reared up to attack, and I tripped and fell, accidentally stabbing your brother.
See, Niles? Donovan said with relief, loosening his shoulders. This was a simple mistake. Fleur didn't mean to hurt you. Let's go inside and call the Seekers, Niles bellowed. I want her questioned extensively. Even better, I want them to use serum.
Rourke had already proven I'd be wise to fear Seekers, yet their serum was considered worse. I pictured myself lying on a slab while knives descended, and a shudder ripped through me. By the Fae, they didn't use medieval torture techniques here, did they? My mouth flashed dry as fear took hold of my bones and shook me. All I could picture was myself stretched on a rack with boulders mounded on top of me. I reached out a trembling hand toward Donovan, confident he'd take it, but one of the king's bodyguards karate-chopped my arm, making me cry out in pain and yank my arm back. Donovan bellowed and rushed toward me, but they held him back. I pressed my arm to my chest and rubbed the sting, no holding back my tears. They streamed down my face. Alice smirked, evil witch. Ashton crossed his arms on his chest and nodded as if he was pleased with the show.
Leave her alone!
Donovan wrenched free and shoved himself between us. He cupped my face.
It's going to be okay, Fleur, I promise.
But the look in the king's eyes suggested otherwise. Donovan put his arm around my shoulders, and I had to hand it to him. He didn't wince, despite the slimy water that must be seeping through his shirt to reach his skin.
No need to call the Seekers, let alone use serum. Jeez, it was an accident. Your leg is healed.
He nudged his chin toward his brother's thigh.
And you're here for a formal visit, not to interrogate someone. Let it go. I will not let this go, Niles roared. You need to step away from this outling and end your relationship immediately. Not happening, bro,
Donovan said with steel in his voice. He kissed me, actually kissed me, despite me being mud-coated and mucky, which made my eyes sting even more. His voice lowered as he leaned closer to his brother.
Please, Niles, it was a mistake. Can we forget about it, as a favor to me?
Niles's back ramrodded straighter than the tall evergreens peppering the campus, but his face softened slightly as he studied Donovan. Eventually, he gave a chipped nod, though when his gaze slid to me, his brows narrowed to a sharp V.
We'll be watching you, outling. One wrong move on your part, and we'll see you thrown into Darkwater Prison.
What's Darkwater Prison? I whispered, the ache in my bones proving I already knew, but needed final confirmation. The king's nose twisted above his thinned lips.
A penitentiary located in the middle of the largest ocean in the Fey world, where unredeemables are sent to rot for the rest of their days.
Not happening, Fleur, Donovan said with surety, though an edge of terror had entered his voice.
And it's actually a school, Darkwater Academy, not prison. Stop fooling around, Niles. You said you'd forget this. You must know by now that I never forget.
Whirling, he held out his arm toward the fairy tale woman.
Come, Lillian. I wish to go inside. I need a stiff drink.
Of course, Your Highness. She curtsied, then delicately laid her fingers on his forearm. Niles lifted his eyebrows our way.
Donovan?
Donovan spoke low, beside my ear.
I have to go with him. I'm sorry. It won't be for long. I'll find a way to— Donovan!
Niles ground out, turning toward the door, not waiting for confirmation, which I assumed he wouldn't need because it would automatically be given at his every request. He swept into the school with Lillian and his entourage, leaving Donovan and I alone in front of the academy. It's okay, I said. Go. I'll flit to my room and change. He stared at me a long moment before nodding. Alice and Ashton stood nearby with satisfaction oozing from their pores, a black sheen hovering around them.
Don't worry, I'll get this straightened out.
Donovan squeezed my hands.
This was a surprise visit. I only found out he was coming this afternoon.
How long is he staying?
Not more than a week. He'll get bored. leave and return to his palace. The accommodations here, well, they won't suit. The headmistress has arranged for him to stay in chambers prepared for him on the 3rd floor, essentially a presidential suite, but it's nothing like what he grew up in. We grew up in, I suppose. Which solidified the gaping difference between us. How had I ever believed this guy, this prince, would be happy with someone like me? He belonged with someone like Lillian, a perfect girl for a perfect guy. Donovan frowned, though he couldn't be aware of the hit my self-confidence was taking. Bad thing is, I know my brother will expect me to hang out with him. He'll want me to entertain him. No hiding his wince. He's an okay guy, really. It won't be bad. You'll like him once you get to know him. This assumed I'd meet up with him again. At this point, I'd be happy to hide in my room for the next week and emerge after he left. Maybe he'd forget about me by then. I'll make him understand that you meant no harm, and once you two have talked a bit, he'll feel the same way I do about you. He gave me a quick kiss and released my hands. I couldn't stop the uncertainty rushing through me like brackish water. It was drowning me as easily as Syrah. Donovan had started toward the entrance but turned. I'll ping you later, okay? When things are settled, I'll bring you to his suite and we'll make this work. Not stopping again, he strode into the academy. The headmistress pinged me. We need to talk. Ugh. Word travels fast around here. Sure. While I'd love to have this discussion immediately, my day is full. Please come to my office after classes tomorrow. I'll be there, I replied. I rubbed my face and groaned when I saw how gross my hands were. Here was hoping my face didn't look worse. While Alice fluttered beside the entrance, Ashton sauntered closer to me. His lips peeled back as his gaze slid down to my toes. I can't even imagine what you... Pure derision dripped from his words. Honestly, I think you stabbed the king on purpose. What? I clenched my hands into fists, ready to pop him in his sneering mouth. I tripped. It was an accident. Outlings like you are ambitious. Wouldn't put it past you to aim for the throne yourself. After all, Donovan is the heir. You could be... Disgust came through in his voice. His consort. Donovan doesn't want the throne, and I sure don't want to be a consort. Let alone the fact that we were only dating. We were 17 for Faye's sake. No way we were talking about marriage. Nothing you say will convince me otherwise. From the moment you've arrived, you've been striving for something better. A way to prove you're worthy? I couldn't hold back my cringe, because his dart hit true. I did worry I'd never fit in. Why don't you get lost? A lame slam on my part, but I was shaken by what had happened, and nervous that the king wouldn't consider meeting me a second time, or accept me as his brother's girlfriend. Sure, Donovan would stand by me, but what if the king made demands? I'm not the one who'll soon be lost, Ashton said. An attempt on the king's life comes with a stiff penalty, worse than what's happening to outlings at the academy. Nightlace controlled by a wizard. I shuddered. Earlier, I'd assumed they'd been playing a joke. A stupid, mean prank was what I'd expect from Ashton. But what if he was truly involved? Eben could control objects. I wouldn't put it past the two of them to kill us all. Ashton had been the one to share the gory details on my first day here, intending to scare me about the original Outling murders. His smile came nowhere near his steely eyes. I can't wait to see them haul you away. Turning, he stalked over to Alice and held out his arm like the king had to Lillian. Shooting me a snide smile, she took it. They stepped toward the academy. Were they together? If so, they deserved each other. Like Donovan had, Ashton turned before entering. Unlike Donovan, however, Ashton couldn't leave without a taunt. Darkwater Academy? He said academy as if in quotes. You might want to look into it. There's a good chance the prison will soon be your new home. Chapter 17.
Darkwater Academy is the Fae version of Hell on Earth, Patty said. Why are you asking?
We sat across from each other in the cafeteria, eating breakfast. She was eating, that is. I was playing with my scrambled eggs, driving the congealed yellow clumps back and forth across my plate with my fork. Even my level 5 prepared bacon didn't taste good, which was a sin. Donovan had pinged me this morning and said he was dining with his brother. Dining. He'd used that exact word, making him sound, for only a second, thankfully, too much like snooty Niles. He'd assured me he was making headway with his brother, that I'd be welcome soon. I wasn't as sure. Deciding to spare my eggs further torture, I gave up the idea of eating and dropped my fork beside my plate. The king said he'd send me to Darkwater Academy.
No way!
Patty pressed her back against her chair.
You won't be going there.
Some of her confidence fed into me, boosting my flagging spirits. I won't, you're right. Was there any way to avoid it if they send the council after me?
You're 17. Darkwater Academy is for adults only. Under 18-year-olds are sent to Demon's Gate Penitentiary.
My body almost slid off my chair onto the floor. Awesome.
But you won't be going there either.
Her chin lifted, though her lips trembled. She shoved her plate away, half-finished.
I've been in touch with my sister, who's a lawyer. She promised to represent you, and she always wins.
I appreciate it, but this won't go on trial, will it? The little girl I'd been when Mom dropped me off at the academy crept into my voice. I hadn't felt this alone or vulnerable in years.
Probably not.
She laid her hand on mine, resting on the table, but that meant both our hands trembled now.
I'm sure this will fade away. The king will leave and everyone will forget about it.
Not the second-year students, including Ashton, snickering and pointing at me from the table a few over from ours. I hope so. Donovan pinged me, and I answered, eager to hear his voice. The headmistress said I didn't need to go to classes while my brother's here. Will you take notes for me?
Sure. Will I see you soon?
Fortunately, my urge to cling didn't come through in my mind speak. I'm trying to get away, but Niles hasn't seen me for months. He keeps grabbing my arm, saying he wants to catch up. It's okay, I understand. Sorta, but I couldn't stop myself from feeling hurt. Rather be with you on any day. I miss you already. The last was said low and husky, the tone that always sent tingles zipping up my spine. No denying the longing in his voice. It matched the longing inside me. Miss you too. I'll sneak away tomorrow. We can flit and meet up together. Can't wait. Hey, day after tomorrow, on Saturday, we're going to Grathie, remember? Our first shopping trip. You still going to be able to make it? We'd planned to spend the day together. I don't know if I'll be able to. Niles. He's your brother. I don't mind if you hang out with him while he's here. I'll hit the stores with Patty. His brother might be a jerk, but he was Donovan's only family. If I had family, I'd want to spend time with them. I'll talk to him. Tell him we were going to spend the day together. He'll understand. Doubtful, but I wouldn't play Niles's game by making demands. Okay, let me know how it goes. I will. Oh, gotta go. Niles wants to go rowing in the moat. Watch out for Sierra. She wouldn't dare insult me or my brother. I kicked the base of the table with my toe and winced when I hit it too hard. Nope, Sierra wouldn't go after Donovan or the king, just me.
Done?
Patty asked when I mentally hung up and my gaze met hers. At my nod, we dumped our trays and went to class. And at the end of the day, I flitted to the headmistress's office and knocked on her door. "Come in!" she called out, and I stepped inside. While I was relieved to find Cloven's welcoming smile waiting for me, Rourke's presence made me drag my feet over to a chair. As I dropped down onto the wooden surface, Justine said, "Please explain what happened yesterday." She steepled her fingers and leaned back in her chair. Cloven sat forward, nodding kind encouragement. Rourke glowered.
Nothing new there. I stumbled through almost everything from falling into the moat when the rail gave way to escaping the water and stabbing Sierra, leaving out the secret room I'd found underneath the academy. If I decided to share that with anyone other than Donovan, it wouldn't be until I'd read more of the journal and somehow unlocked the chest.
"I've spoken with Sierra,"
Rourke said with a scowl. Had she mentioned the room?
"She confirms you fell into the water, but said she only wanted to play, that you stabbed her."
I'm sorry. I'd had no choice but to fight back. She scared me. I thought she was going to drown me.
"She only wanted to play,"
Rourke repeated, making Sierra's part in the incident sound sweet and innocent. Not my part. I was being portrayed as a villain. "She tried to kill me," burst past my lips.
"Not from what she said."
"Drowning isn't playing." Rourke's hooves shifted on the rug.
"We'll need to take your blade if you can't control it."
My fingers tightened on the knife, resting snug in its sheath on my waist. "My moonstone is set in the blade. You can't have it." He glowered. "Your stone can be reset, if it comes to that," the headmistress said, with the frown directed Rourke's way. "But I don't believe that will be necessary."
"The council will have the final decision,"
Rourke chipped out.
"Or the king. I'll do all I can to prevent this from happening,"
Cloven said to me. "I'm sure this has been blown out of proportion," Justine added with an encouraging smile.
"She drove her knife into our sovereign ruler."
Rourke's hooves ground into the rug.
"She just told us she tripped,"
Cloven said.
"It was an accident, Rourke, not an attempt on the king's life."
Rourke bowed his head, but his steely gaze met the headmistress's.
"This is also for the king to decide."
He turned to me.
"He hasn't revealed yet if he'll press charges. Remember the box,"
Cloven said cryptically to me. What was he talking about? "The king does have one request," the headmistress said, creases heavily lining her face. A demand, if I knew anything about Niles. "He'll drop the charges if—" There was always an if. "If you remain away from Donovan." "While the king is visiting?" I didn't like where this was going.
"Forever,"
Rourke said. "Naturally, I suggested it was unwise to interfere with matters of the heart," Justine said, completely affronted. But he was adamant. "I won't agree to anything like that." "He thought you might say something in this vein," she said, her smile rewarding me for my answer. We're going out together. I like him." How could this be happening? "The king then suggested that you let Donovan decide." "If I do it, he won't press charges?" "I couldn't get him to agree to that, unfortunately, but he said he'd think about it. Consider letting this go." In other words, if he saw me staying away from Donovan while he worked to undermine me with his brother, he'd let me off the hook. Donovan won't ditch me. I was convinced of that. "You agree, then?" "Of course," I said immediately. I didn't doubt Donovan at all. "Then you can go," she said. "I'll pass your agreement on to the king. I believe you have a class to attend." "Always." "With Professor Grimm, Magical Horticulture of the Night." "You wouldn't want to be late." She chuckled, but it came out lighthearted. "Grimm can be strict, but fair." "I'll keep that in mind." I stood, though my knees quivered. This all felt too easy. What wasn't I seeing? "Thank you for being reasonable about this," Justine said. A nod was all I could give her. I didn't like the odd feeling trickling through me. Too many variables, and the king. What if he decided he would press charges, even if I let Donovan decide? There were few here I trusted completely. Donovan, Patty, Bryce, Cloven, Justine. They'd support me, but no one else. "I'll see you in class next week," Cloven said, also standing. My fingers gripped the back of the chair, holding me upright. "Yes." "Perfect." His grin came out easy.
I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do with your magic. Do love how you think outside the square.
Ah, so that's what he meant. But why was he bringing that up now? I'd ridden the Aldecor already. I left, shutting the door behind me, still thinking about his words. Justine had said Cloven could read signs. What did he see about me? A quick sync with Graithie's sundial told me Professor Grimm's class didn't start for 20 minutes. I should go to my room and study, but I didn't want to. I felt restless. I drifted outside and stood at the repaired railing, staring at the water. Nothing moved, which was just as well. If I saw Syrah, I'd yell. Or cry, because I didn't like the uncertainty growing inside me. Turning, I leaned against the rail after ensuring it was secure. No falling in tonight. I'd had enough dips in the moat to last me a lifetime. The sun had sunk beyond the forest, though yellow and gold bled along the horizon like a smoldering fire. Propping my elbows on the rail, I pinged Donovan. He didn't respond. Chapter 18. Hey, sorry, burst into my head the next morning. Everyone always pinged before speaking, but Donovan. I tried pinging you last night. What I didn't say was that I was worried. The conversation with Justine and Niles's demands made me uneasy. I'd laid awake half the night, unable to sleep. Sorry, he groaned. I was with Niles, playing Crumply. Crumply? It's like, what do Outlings call that game with a king and a queen and rooks? Chess. Flopping onto my back on my bed, I pivoted to face the wall and kicked my feet up onto the white surface. Patty, still sleeping in her bed, mumbled and rolled over. Yes, that's it. Crumply is like chess, but that's not why I pinged. Niles is clinging to me worse than a Vrilla toddler with a cricket lollipop. Ugh, they didn't eat bug candy, did they? He continued. The only way I could get away to ping was by... I'm actually, well... My laughter snorted out. You're in the bathroom? Thankfully, Niles doesn't follow me everywhere. It's okay. I understand. Mostly. I was practically counting the seconds until Niles's departure. I'm not sure when I'll be able to ping again, or get away. But I'm gonna try. Be ready for my ping? Name the time and place, and we can sneak away. Hide sounds like more fun to me. On the roof or even in a closet, if that was the only place we could escape. Together. Always. A long pause followed. About going to Graithie. Steel edged into his voice. I'm still going to try to go with you. If you can't, well, it's okay. Not really, but I wouldn't make demands. I refused to force him to choose. Geez, gotta go. Would you believe he sent someone to bang on the door? Sending someone sounded like Niles. He wouldn't do it himself. I'll talk to you. Donovan had already cut off. My legs dropped down onto my mattress. Without Donovan to hang out with today, I could pursue my 2 investigations. One of them, anyway. I'd stalled with the Outling murders, but I could advance my research into the 6th family, or my assumptions about a connection to the 6th family. Which could be furthered, maybe, if I could spend more time with the journal and discover if anything was hidden in the chest. But Syrah would never let me into the room again. Unless... Syrah. Sigh. She hadn't been completely honest with Justine about what happened. Could I convince her to tell the truth? Maybe. Then the king would back off about Donovan. Persuading Syrah to be honest and then talking her into letting me back into the room without drowning me had to be my current priority. My first thought was to go to Moira for the information I needed, but she might share my questions with nosy Alice. There was someone else who had information about Syrah, however. Time to get to it. Leaping out of bed, I grabbed my tote and rushed into the bathroom, beating Alice by 2 seconds. She poked her head into the room. I was just going to... Sorry, I said, fiddling with the dials in the shower.
Did you say something? I was just about to get in. Tipping my head toward the curtain, I started lifting the hem of my PJ top. With a growl, she yanked her head back and slammed the door closed. Couldn't hold back my snicker. If she wanted dibs, she was going to have to get up earlier. Later, when I approached Nally, Drea's former roommate's door, maroon lips outlined in black appeared.
"Who are you and what do you want?"
A deep male voice said. "I'm Fleur and—"
"Fleur?"
The lips pursed, then the mouth shouted.
"The Fleur?"
My reputation preceded me. Was that a good or bad thing? "The one and only. I wanted—"
"You tell him. I'll have none of it,"
the lips burst out.
"The nerve of that door, thinking he can wine and dine and smooch me, and then blow me off in the morning. If he thinks he can send a student to plead his case, he can knock on a different panel and see if I care."
Hands raised, I backed away slowly. "I don't know what you're talking about.
You very well know what I mean. 424?
He huffed.
"Imagine sending you here to placate me after what he did."
"I'm not here about that," I said. "That is, my door didn't send me."
"He didn't?"
Irritation bled through in the words.
"And why didn't he send you? Am I not worth asking a student to intervene?"
This was more confusing than a conversation with Alex, but I crept closer. "If you want, I could pass on a message to him." Leave it to me to end up running a door dating service. Was there an elemental magic app for that?
"Does he mention me?"
The maroon lips gushed.
"Please say he did."
Frowning, I pinched my chin. "He did say something about—"
"Oh, yay! I knew it. Thank you."
Never thought a door could squeal, but this one did.
"Tell him I've been—"
The only way to describe the lips' position was coy.
"I've been thinking about him, about our passionate night together when we—" "What?"
"Nothing. Escape. Escape." I couldn't bear to hear another word. "I'll, tell him." I cringed, picturing myself pushing the words out, the things I'd do for a friend. "Can you tell me if—" The door opened. Phew. A girl, not Nally, poked her head out and jumped, her green eyes widening when she saw me. "What are you doing here?" she barked out. Talk about another welcoming reception. "I came to talk to Nally." She scowled. "She's not here." "Okay. Do you know when she'll be back?" "Never." Sounded permanent. "Why not? Did she change coven rooms?" "Left campus." "For a break?" "For always." Strike 3 and I was out. I exhaled, shooting my bangs up into the air. "Well, I guess I'll just—" She snatched my arm and hauled me into the room. "Get in here." I tumbled inside, tripping over a dark blue mat. While I acted as if I'd executed my swan dive on purpose, she shut the door and leaned against it, her arms linked on her chest. As she studied me, her high cheekbones flushed. The intensity in her gaze reminded me of when I'd gifted Beatrice with a bowl of deep-fried pickles, like she couldn't decide if she wanted to thank me or smack me. Since boundaries didn't seem to be this girl's thing, I studied her as well. Her long, thick black hair had been fixed in a high ponytail, and her green eyes accentuated her tanned skin. She wore the requisite school uniform and had a similar build to mine, except she was taller. "You weren't sent here by anyone, were you?" she finally asked. Why did she sound frightened about the possibility? "I wanted to talk to Nally." "About what?" Like I'd share my investigation with a stranger? "I don't imagine you can help me." Her arms tightened around her ribcage as if she hugged herself. "Why not?" "Because my question relates to Drea. No harm in sharing that much." "Not to me, then," she said harshly. My hands splayed wide. "Why would I come here to talk to you?" This conversation had jumped off a cliff the moment she dragged me inside the room, but now we'd smacked on the ground below. Was it just the door, or was the room itself haunted? I don't know who you are. I didn't know you existed until 2 seconds ago. Tria. Her hand jutted out for a shake. Cool, clammy. Why was she nervous? Transferred from California, she said. Just moved into Earth Coven today. I'm a second-year student. I'm also in Earth Coven. First year. I knew that. Frowning, I leaned against a desk. How? How else? We were getting nowhere. I butted off the desk and aimed for the door. I should go. Since Nally has left the academy, I'll... The color in Tria's cheeks went splotchy, and her hands twitched. You're leaving already? I've got things to do. Like escape this odd conversation. Don't go yet. We just met. For the first time since I'd been pulled inside, her lips curled up in what felt like a real smile. Shoulders loosening, she waved to one of the desk chairs. Take a seat. We can talk. Why not? With Nally gone, my research had stalled. Sliding the chair around to face her, I perched on the wooden surface, while she settled on the carpet and leaned back against the wall with her legs outstretched. You don't happen to know which bed Drea used, do you? She waved to the bare mattresses and a pile of blankets spread out on the floor between them. I don't want to sleep in whichever was hers. Bad karma, you know? I don't. Sorry. I haven't been here before. Huh. I guess I thought. She blinked a moment before her face cleared. Oh, right. You came to talk to Nally about Drea, you said. Her head tilted. What about? Maybe I can help. But you said you just moved here. Yeah, but I can sense things. Your Scapti is empathy? Someone else I know has the same Scapti. Sort of. Her fingertips slid along the base of her neck. Not really. This conversation, geez. So you're not an empath, then? One corner of her lips quirked up. Sometimes. Was it me? Did I have a stamp on my forehead that encouraged everyone around me to give the vaguest replies possible? I inched forward to the edge of the chair, ready to bail. I should go. Her hands dragged down her face before she stared up at the ceiling. I'm doing it again, aren't I? Doing what? Acting strange, driving someone away. It's my thing, I guess, Floor, being weird. You're not too weird. Who was I kidding? This entire situation was weird. Why had Nally left? I needed to be pursuing that, or leaving. It's not you. I really do need to go study. Do you know why Nally left? She shrugged. Didn't ask. What's your Scapti? Here it comes. I don't have one. Yet. Bummer. I have a few options, though. Fire, healing. More than one. Maybe. That's what the headmistress thinks. Interesting. Not many multi-Scapti wizards around. So I've heard. Healing sounds cool, but what could you do with fire? Good question. Once I figured it out, I was going to owe everyone an announcement. You said you're from California? What made you move here? My mom and dad took a job with the council in Grathie in the accounting department. They're both level 4 number Scaptis. Math must have been easy for them, huh? Definitely. Her lips twisted. Wish I'd gotten that Scapti. I laughed. Don't we all? I take after my dad instead. Who she'd mentioned had an accounting Scapti. This wasn't only weird, it was confusing. I stood. I hate to keep you from... nothing. She stared down at her hands twisting on her lap. A quick glance told me she'd yet to unpack. It must be hard moving to a new school 6 weeks into the semester. I've been sitting here, talking to myself, she said bleakly. No friends'll do that to a girl, which is why, well, I was excited to see you at the door. But I am weird, keeping you here when you want to leave. While she might be odd, she seemed like a decent person, and I sure understood being lonely. You're not completely friendless. You've got me. Sorta.
I'd hang out with her if she wanted, if only to commiserate about feeling out of place at the academy. A look of pure happiness flicked across her face before it went neutral. Thanks. She rose to her feet. Glad I got the chance to meet you. You too. I pulled open the door, but rather than leave, I turned back to face her. The intensity on her face made me long to smooth my hair, make sure I didn't have a zit on my nose. You want to meet up with me and my roommate for breakfast tomorrow? Her voice went bubbly. That would be great. Thanks. What time? Around 8, outside the cafeteria? We're flitting to Grathie after. For a shopping trip of the semester. You can come with me and Patty if you want. With Donovan as well, assuming he could get away from Niles. I'd love to, but the headmistress hasn't approved off-campus travel for me yet. She leaned her shoulder against the doorframe. Maybe next time? Okay. I stepped out into the hall. I'll see you in the morning then. Breakfast. Tria finger shot my way. See you then, Flor. As the door swung shut on its own, I caught her mouth curling downward. Sad that she was alone again? The thought almost made me knock on the door again so we could talk some more. Not enough to do it, however. As I stood in the hall, the maroon lips perked up. Don't forget to mention. Got it. More than got it, actually. Wished I hadn't gotten it at all. I won't forget. I'd never be able to forget. How did doors... I shook my head. Really didn't want to know. It was only after I'd flitted to my room that I realized I hadn't told Tria my name. Chapter 19. So, Beatrice, I said, can I ask you something? Our room's brownie sat next to the bowl I'd filled with spaghetti, extra sauce, plenty of parm. She lifted a long strand of pasta into the air and inched it into her mouth. Munch, 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 until her cheeks bulged. A swallow swept it away. After glaring at the remaining strands in the bowl, she smacked her tiny lips.
Me likey more this next time.
Nothing like treats to keep a brownie from turning into a boggart. You talking to me? Patty asked, poking her head out of the bathroom door, her mouth full of foam as she brushed her teeth. Nope, I said, just mumbling to myself. I was tempted to tell Patty about my investigation, but if anyone got into trouble, it would only be me. "'Kay." She ducked back into the bathroom, her electric toothbrush whirring. Beatrice, I lowered my voice. Can you tell me more about Sierra, the naiad?
Trixie.
Another strand of spaghetti was eaten. I couldn't figure out where she put it. She could consume more than me in one sitting, yet was only about 5 inches tall. She sure is Trixie, as are her friends.
Sisters.
Didn't know that, but it figured. Say someone needed a favor from Sierra, I said. How could they talk her into doing it for them? Favor? Patty ducked her head through the bathroom doorway again. She'd spread a purple mask on her face, an interesting combination with her bright pink hair, which was natural due to her part pixie heritage. You need a favor, you just ask. Nope, just mumbling to myself again. Crossing to my side, she laid her palm on my forehead. You okay? Not coming down with anything, are you? 'Cause I can ask my sisters Prentice and Pauline to take a look at you, or Christian, who's also a healer. No. Calm down. I feel fine. Her frown went on too long as she studied my face. Okay. She shook her finger at me. One cough and someone will flit here 2 seconds ago. She darted back into the bathroom, calling out, Yes, Alice, I'll be done soon. Geez. It sure wasn't easy for 4 girls to share the same bathroom. I could only imagine how challenging it had been for Patty growing up with so many sisters. Beatrice's next strand of spaghetti halted mid-descent.
You, Trixie, too.
Huh?
Trixie with friend.
Oh, caught. She meant telling Patty I was talking to myself.
not quizzing Beatrice for clues about Sierra. Wincing, I rubbed the back of my neck. It was just a little fib.
Not so.
I'm sorry. Heat rose in my face. You're right, I lied. She huffed, and I had the feeling my fate wasn't decided yet. Her tiny hand flicked toward the sole strand of pasta lying curled in the bowl.
More parm.
I dumped a mound as big as a snowball on top. She dipped a tongue-licked finger into the creamy fluff, then licked it off. So, back to getting on Sierra's good side. Any ideas? I asked. Ideas about what? Patty asked, striding into the room dressed in her PJs. She hopped up onto her bed and dragged a hand-knit afghan over her legs. Nothing. Her concerned glance took in Beatrice.
Is Floor coughing?
Beatrice snickered.
Maybe.
While I knew she was teasing, my grunt told her to behave. The last thing I needed was for Patty's family to descend, thinking I was sick. When Patty caught a cold, at least 15 of her siblings flitted here and hovered over her, spooning in soup, covering her with blankets, and basically making it a challenge to move around our room. Patty's brow drew together. I'm watching you. Feeling great. Other than the nausea caused by nerves. Patty stared forward. Her smile rose, telling me her nightly family convo had begun. Phew. Busy with them, she'd forget about me. I used to be jealous of her big family, how they loved and supported her and wanted to know every detail in her life. But lately, I felt more complete. I had Patty, teachers who I considered good friends, and the Outling Club, and Donovan. Beatrice's belly bulged and the bowl sparkled. I needed to get an answer out of her before she left.
Trixie Vane,
Beatrice said.
Pretty hair.
She fluffed her own golden locks.
Tail pretty.
Leaning sideways, she patted her butt.
Her everything pretty. Makes sisters jealous.
Her head tilted, and she tapped her temple.
Try there.
In other words, more thinking out of the square. A litany here lately. Beatrice blinked from the room, leaving everything tidy in a flash. Out of the square. Out of the square. Oh! My eyes widened as an idea popped into my head. Chapter 20. I'll have waffles and bacon and a mushroom Swiss omelet and... Tria shot a bemused look my way, as if she expected me to protest. Nope. I'd had days when I couldn't decide too, so I'd ordered everything. Whipped cream and berries, dear? The cook asked Tria. Yes, please. Raspberries, if you have them. The cook's brown eyes twinkled. We have everything. Plates appeared on Tria's tray, and she grinned. Thanks. You, dear? The cook asked me. The barbed wire in my unsettled belly suggested it would poke through the sides if I dumped anything into it. Was there any hope Niles would leave early? How about hot tea, dry toast, maybe? I kept my voice low, hoping Patty wouldn't hear and call her healer siblings. Rough night? The cook asked. Rough life. Her brow crinkled. Let me mix you something special, then. I shrugged. Sure. She passed me the tea and a steaming bowl of oatmeal topped with a drizzle of honey and fresh blueberries. Try this, if you still want that dry toast, she grimaced. I'll make it for you. With a nod, I took my tray and shuffled sideways while Patty ordered. We found a table near the window and sat. Patty? Tria, Patty, I said with a flick of my fork. Pixie? Tria asked, bracing her arms on the table. Part, my roommate said. On my granny's side. Mattia Coinwe Thada Triut. Ah! Patty slapped her hand over her mouth, and her eyes brimmed with tears. I haven't heard anyone speak Pixie since my granny died. Thrashu Wam Havath. Color filled Tria's face, and she stared down at her plate for a moment, as if she needed to collect herself.
3 Aunteig, ma pixie do Mariab. I grinned watching them, happy to see them getting along, like I'd set up a puppy playdate, though I wasn't sure what variety of pup Tria was. Pitbull? Patty was a golden retriever, for sure. Her tail never stopped wagging. They chatted in Pixie a few minutes, while I sipped my tea and nibbled my oatmeal, which, fortunately, my belly didn't reject. "I'm sorry," Tria said with a laugh my way. "I could teach you some Pixie, if you want." "Me too," Patty said. Tria grinned. "Then we can talk together." That would be fun. How cool would it be to be able to greet Patty's family in their language? "The forest is beautiful," Tria said, squinting through the window behind me and Patty. "But I sense something." She frowned. "Dark there." I explained about Professor Mealer, the slake draining magical power from Moira and Cloven. "Wow," Tria said. "And you and Donovan, did you say? You two killed the slake yourselves?" "They did," Patty said, dropping her head on my shoulder. "She was so brave. Can't imagine doing anything like that myself. I'd hide." "Were you scared?" Tria asked me. "Always, but I was more worried about Cloven and Cloven." From the way her face scrunched, she almost tasted the name. "Professor Spires. He teaches here at the academy. He's also the headmistress's assistant." Tria's fork, filled with a chunk of waffle, paused mid-lift to her mouth. "What's he like?" I must be mistaken, because I didn't hear longing in her voice. "Kind. Caring. I envy you." "Why? I mean," I rubbed my hot cheeks. "I'm not sure what you're saying." Diverting her gaze, she traced her fork along her food. "Nothing, really." She busied herself with her omelet, stabbing mushrooms hard enough her fork pinged when it hit the china. "Are you going to the city with us?" Patty asked Tria. "Can't. I just arrived 2 days ago. The headmistress thought I should acclimate here first." "That makes sense. Maybe next time?" "With..." Tria glanced between us. "You both?" Before I could say anything, Ashton stopped beside our table. His interest wasn't in me and Patty, since he showed us his back, but directed at Tria. "I wanted to welcome you to the campus. I'm Ashton, prefect of Windcoven." So far. If he kept pulling pranks like the one with the snipped nightlace, he might find himself demoted. "Nice to meet you." Tria's words came out curt, short, not the gush Ashton always received. Lips twisting, she rolled her eyes at me. "We're, well, some of the second-year students at Windcoven, that is. We're having a party tonight. Wanted to tell you you're welcome to come." "I'm busy tonight." "Oh." Ashton blinked. Patty and I shared raised eyebrow looks, enjoying the unexpected shutdown. "You're going to a different party, then?" Said as if he couldn't imagine anyone going to a party other than his. "If you change your mind, which I know you will, we're in..." "I won't." She flicked her finger in his direction. "Go." His face smoothed, and his eyes dulled. "Go." The word came out in a monotone. "Yes. Go." He took a quick step backward, as if his feet had been burned. Turning, he stumbled toward the main entrance to the cafeteria. Tria pouted. Irritating ass, isn't he? "Awesome!" Patty breathed. "Never seen anything like that before." Someone not bowled over by Ashton? How is this possible? Wait. "Is that an elemental magic spell?" I asked. "Please tell me it is and show me how to do it." "What do you mean?" Tria asked in all innocence. "You made Ashton leave mid-boast." I just gave him a suggestion. Nothing magical, I'm afraid. My shoulders deflated. Bummer. There are a few people I'd love to send somewhere permanent. Sorry, nothing exciting like that. But for some reason, Tria wouldn't meet my eye. Chapter 21. Okay, students, Professor Trarian said. I and a few of your other professors will be your chaperones for your trip to Grathie today. Patty, Jenny, and I stood in the center of the gardens, the three covens around us. Wait! Wait! I turned and watched Ashton, Vic, and Eben, the nasty trio, hurrying down the path from Wincoven. Out of breath and with ruddy faces, they joined our group. Ugh, Jenny hissed out. She leaned closer to me. Couldn't Ashton flit by himself? Thought second-year students didn't need chaperones. Maybe he's here for Vic. I shrugged and focused on Professor Trarian, who was explaining what to expect today. Once a month, Academy students were allowed to flit to the mall to hang out, shop, whatever. Today was the first time the incoming first-year class was being allowed to go. Once we arrive, Professor Trarian said, her long, deep purple robe swaying around her legging-clad ankles. We ask that you remain in groups of at least 2 students and not leave the mall. Disobeying Academy rules during a field trip such as this will result in detention upon your return. Detention? I asked Patty out of the corner of my mouth. What would that entail? I only vaguely remembered the concept from when I lived with my mom. Do we sit in a classroom staring at other kids? That would be easy, Patty winced. They make you babysit Vrilla toddlers. Vrillas have babies? I wanted to smack myself. Of course they would. It wasn't as if they stepped out of newly opened flowers. Although, maybe they did. Or toadstools, since they weren't frogs. Universally gorgeous mountain nymphs, Vrilla spent much of their time dancing in the moonlight. They also enjoyed playing jokes. I'd first met them when they tricked the gardener into turning away long enough for them to pick every flower in one of his beds. He chased them through the lobby of the academy with a rake on my first day here. Their high-pitched, tinkling laughter as they evaded him still rang in my mind. Believe me, students, Professor Trarian said. Some of you may laugh about doing detention like this, but babysitting Vrilla children is considered torture in some parts of the parallel universe. If you're not paying attention, they'll make your clothing invisible, Patty said. Nothing beats standing around in nothing but your skin while they snicker. My mouth dropped open. No way! Something else they savor is convincing you to eat bugs. Lots of people eat bugs. Coated in chocolate or ranch dressing. Not me, but some people. She tipped her head. Do they eat them while they're still alive? It wasn't hard to picture beetles wiggling down my throat. Gulping, I shuddered. I hope not. They love to find big, crunchy, crawly... Got it. Let's avoid detention. Forever. Detention will not be your sole punishment, Professor Trarian said. Mess up, and you will be forbidden from flitting to the city for 2 months. She held up her finger. Oh, and one final thing. As always, remember when you're in public, you represent the school. Let's leave a good impression, shall we? Smiling, she clapped her hands. It's time to depart. Gather on one of the rings. 3 large stone circles had been placed centered in the courtyard. Students started drifting toward them. I was walking with Patty toward a circle with Professor Crete standing in the middle, when someone standing in the gazebo among a group of people caught my eye. Donovan. Niles, too, but I just scowled at him. Patty tugged on my sleeve. What are you... She peered in that direction. Oh, it's Dee. You going to go get him? Maybe. Would that be considered making him choose? I lifted my hand. Donovan! His gaze met mine, and he frowned. Okay. I didn't like how uneasy that frown made me feel. Niles tapped his arm. Sorry for jumping in again without pinging first. He mind-spoke. I don't have much time. At least you're not calling from the bathroom. Silence suggested my joke fell flat. My stomach churned, and I regretted eating my oatmeal. I take it this is a no to going to Grathie? I said. Seems sorry is becoming my go-to word. Why had his voice gone dull, deadened? I'd never had to push for normal between us, but I did now. You can make it up to me. How? Where was the creative guy I'd gotten to know so well over the past few months? We can... Look, I've got to go. He started to lift his hand, but Niles stepped between us, bracing Donovan's arms at his sides. Air stretched between us, gaping like an endless cavern. Turning, they strolled side by side toward the entrance to the library. Donovan didn't look back, maybe just as well. He would have read the fear in my eyes. "Where's he going?" Patty asked. "It's almost time to leave." He's not going to Grathie. Now I was the one with the dead-sounding voice. Frost crept through me, freezing me solid. You know what it's like. Family. "Fleur?" She waved her hand in front of my face. I'd shared some of what happened with Patty, though just falling in the moat and then stabbing Niles, not the room beneath the academy. I hadn't wanted to say anything until I'd had a chance to talk about it first with Donovan. It scared me to think that opportunity might never come. I couldn't do this. Couldn't be afraid. He wasn't my mother. He wouldn't ditch me. I needed to hold strong and believe in him. In us. Because this was nowhere near over. Patty glared in their direction before taking a deep breath and growling out the air. She gave me a quick hug. "Hey, it's going to be okay. Niles will leave and everything will return to how it was before. This is just a glitch." Her arm linked through mine. "We'll have fun today. Forget about Donovan for now." She was right. I'd been looking forward to today, and nothing was going to keep me from enjoying every moment. If only my chest didn't ache so bad. We joined one of the emptier circles. Jenny waved from where she stood opposite us with a couple other girls. "Pay attention now," Professor Crete said. "The instructions are simple but must be followed explicitly." A Sketar witch like Esther, Professor Crete stood about mine and Patty's height. Her long black hair with sparkling threads of silver swished across her low back. Today, she dressed in a buttoned-up academy jacket and plaid pants. "I'll group ping the location to you all," she said. "Both a visual and a physical address. If you don't receive it, please inform me immediately." Like I'd opened to a knock on the door, the coordinates came through. "A group flit can be challenging," Professor Crete said, spinning in a slow circle while making eye contact with each of us. "That's why you'll have an experienced guide with you for this trip." Her thumb poked toward her chest. "Me. If one of you loses the location mid-flit, I'll ensure you arrive safely." Jenny shook her head. "I didn't get the ping." "You didn't?" Professor Crete strode toward my friend. "All you need to do is—" "Let's hope we arrive with all our parts," Alice said from the other side of Patty. She leaned around my friend and smirked at me. "Let's hope elites arrive with all their parts, that is." Ugh. Couldn't she have picked a different group to flit with? Outlings are on their own. She never could let a moment pass without adding another slam. Usually I could shrug it off, but today I'd been weakened. "Nice to see you in your usual mean girl form, Alice," I said, though my tone held no kick. Moira waved at me and rolled her eyes at Alice. Moira trying to rein in Alice was the second constant in my life, though she'd had next to no success. Mean Girl was embedded in Alice's skin. Ashton, Vic, and Eben stood in an adjacent circle with their heads close together. What were they up to now? So odd to see them together, especially after what happened the other night. Ashton had made it clear the day I met him that Outlings were on his shit list. Why spend time with Eben then? "Will we always need to group flit for longer distances?" I asked Patty. It sounded restricting. "For some students, sure. Others, with practice, will be allowed to flit alone. Once we've shown we can handle travel without winding up lost or
She winced. You know, the best at flitting are council members and seekers. They can flit anywhere, both here and into the parallel universe, while most elites and outlings usually stick to traveling to their jobs and short distances like the park or supermarket. Seekers can flit anywhere? Cool. Not so cool. Professor Crete still spoke with Jenny, who was cupping her temples while the girl next to her patted her back. From what Alice and Moira said, the Fey Court is on everyone's wish list, I said. Patty grimaced. Not for me. Personally, I hadn't thought about where I'd work once I graduated, probably because I still hadn't solidified a scapty. Finding a job at the Fey Court had lingered in the back of my mind, however, because it sounded exciting. Why don't you want to work there? I'm going to start a dating service. I blinked. That's a career opportunity? Leave it to Patty to provide an awesome distraction. She was right. We were going to have fun today. I wasn't letting anything, especially a boy, stand in my way. For someone with a divination scapty? Sure. Better than any old... ARP? Is that the word? ARP? ARP. It took me a minute to figure out what she meant, and it was all I could do to hold my face straight. You mean an app? Yes, that. Customers will come to me for help in finding their perfect mate instead of using their computers, pherophones. I blinked before my laughter burst out. Telephones. Or just phones. Yeah, that. So you'd work with outlings as well as elites? Yep. They'd sign up for your service and you'd, I guess, note down their preferences, but instead of running a program, you'd use your scapty to find them dates? Not just that. I'd also be able to tell them where they would meet their soulmates. That actually sounded like fun. Major envy here. Hopefully my final scapty would reveal itself and point me to a career like Patty's. Have you thought more about a job or major? Patty asked. I know your scapty's being elusive, pain-in-the-butt thing, but it'll be clear soon. I know it. Yes, Alice said. Perhaps you'll discover another trick you can use for performing. Hold hands, students, Professor Crete said, breaking Alice off before she could add more snark to her first. It's almost time to leave. If it helps, close your eyes, though it's not necessary. I'd pinched my eyes shut when the headmistress flitted me to Esther's. Now, I wanted to watch. Professor Crete stood in the center of the circle, her arms outstretched at shoulder height. Think of the location, students. On 3, 2, 1. The world closed in fast, spinning, and like when I was 10, the wind picked up my hair and slapped it in my face. My legs shuddered as if I weighed 1,000 pounds, barely holding me on my feet. Weightlessness replaced the heavy feeling, and I drifted through air, nothing holding me steady but my hand clenched with Patty's. Nausea cramped my belly, and acid rose in the back of my throat. My heart fluttered, and I clamped my lips together to hold back my scream. My sneakers slammed on the ground, and everything around me burst into focus. I stood in the center of a large indoor courtyard, in a mall with stores stretching off in multiple corridors around us. Bright lights lit up the area, and excited chatter and lilting music sunk into my pores, making my head spin like when I'd had too much Verdine. Even better, magic surrounded me. We stood in an area made up of a smooth, gleaming tiled surface with 3 flit rings like at the academy, called the Flit Hub, from what Patty had told me. A small milky white dome soared overhead, and sunlight filtered through the opaque glass, hitting prisms dangling underneath. Prisms, or... They were insects. Some sort of beetle buzzing in an erratic back-and-forth pattern, as if drunk on the light. Rainbows flickered around us, as the beams arced off their mirrored wings. Like spokes on a bike wheel, 6 corridors lined with stores stretched away from the central hub. And I told him to leave off,
a slender birch tree in a big pot nearby said in a high-pitched voice. At least, I think it was the tree speaking, complaining to the bush sitting in a wooden planter beside it. "Did he?" the bush said, its small leaves rustling. "Or did he try to sink its roots into you like he did with Felicia? Not that Felicia protested. That witch." "You know evergreens," the birch tree said dryly. "Everyone thinks they're eternal, but I'm here to tell you they'll drop their pine cones in any meadow available. Ain't that the truth?" The only mall I'd visited with Esther had sported a modern, gleaming appearance. The store facades in this mall looked like they belonged in 1400s Europe, like stone alleys, but instead of the signs I'd expect to find in the ancient setting, like Ye Old Apothecary, chain store names blinked, tugging my gaze in every direction. I recognized a few store names from when I was a kid, even Mom's favorite coffee place. Except many names were different. Academy's R Us looked like it offered a variety of plaid skirts, jackets, and winter coats emblazoned with school names. Matching scarves and mittens. Definitely wanted to check out magical pets, not your average painted rocks. Were we allowed to keep pets in our coven rooms? 3 centaurs dressed in striped jeggings and matching tunic tops trotted past, and a mother cyclops pushed a stroller with twin cyclops babies asleep inside. I'd never been anywhere like this in my entire life. "Remember, everyone," Professor Crete said, drawing my attention away from a leprechaun, leaping up to grab bits of insect-created rainbows. She stuffed them into her basket. "I'd like you to meet back here in 4 hours, and don't wander off on your own. Remember, stay in groups." "Where to first?" Patty asked, as Jenny came over to stand with us. Patty's shoes fidgeted on the gleaming marble tiles, and her head kept spinning around to take everything in. "You guys don't mind if I tag along, do you?" Jenny asked. "Welcome," Patty said. "I have a few things I'd like to pick up, but I'm open to whatever," I said. My gaze was drawn up again, caught by a steady stream of movement. Snake-like creatures undulated along the edge and a few feet below the high ceiling. Their pointed, bright blue wings flicked faster than a hummingbird's, propelling them along through the air in concise order, as if they flew on an invisible road. Their barbed tails flicked in the faces of the sleek, scaled heads of the ones behind. Each had a shopping bag hanging from the middle of its body, bowing it down. "What are those?" I asked, pointing. "We don't want to lug our purchases around all day," Patty said. "Wyleens carry them to the transport center, where they're ported directly to our rooms." "Cool," Jenny breathed. "I know, right?" Patty said with a grin. The Wyleens slithered and glided above us, seemingly oblivious to everything going on below them. Something, a prickle of unease traveled down my spine, as if someone was watching me. Pivoting sharply, I looked around but didn't see anything unusual. Probably just someone pointing at the outlings. Imagine, 2 of us standing together. "Who does the porting?" I asked. I'd had limited success with transporting things, but I kept getting practice in Cloven's private classes. Could porting be a future job for me in the transport center? Like working at the post office, only magical. Patty's brow knit together. "No clue. Never thought about it, actually." Staring past me, her face smoothed and excitement lit her eyes. "Time's a-wastin'." Living with Esther from the age of 10 meant I hadn't developed an itch for shopping. To put my plan with Sierra into place, however, I needed... "Is there a drugstore here?" Ye Old Apothecary, assuming it existed, would be a great place to start. "Sure," Patty grimaced. "I need tampons." "Ugh," Jenny said. "Me too." We left the drugstore. "Do we hold up our bags and a Wyleen grabs them?" I asked. The one slithering above us appeared overloaded already. "No, silly," Patty said. "We ring the bell." "How?" Jenny asked, glancing around. "I don't see one anywhere." "Pull elemental magic and think bell," Patty said. Simple. One wish, and something dropped from the ceiling and clunked into my head. Had to say, I was getting tired of things falling on me as I negotiated my way through this magical world. Patty clapped her hand over her mouth, but it didn't stifle her laughter, and Jenny's eyes gleamed. I snickered too, because it was funny. "Ring it," Patty said. I reached out. "How pedestrian," someone said from behind me. Didn't need to turn. "Anything else to add, Alice?" I shot her full-on scorn. "Or did you only drop by to sneer?" "Ring it with your mind," she said in a slow, exhausted voice. "Jeez." How would I know that? I focused on the bell hanging nearby. Ring, and a tinkle shimmered through the air. Magically appearing, a Wyleen dropped down in front of me. Its beady black eyes narrowed on my face. "Drop your bag over its head," Patty said. "Thanks," I said, as the Wyleen dipped forward and then shimmied the bag down its neck. My purchases settled in the middle of the creature, sagging its golden belly, creating a small U. I leaned closer to Patty. "Do we tip them?" "Why would we do that?" Alice asked. "It's their job." "Because it's nice?" She huffed. "It's nice of you, but you don't need to," Patty said. "They're paid well." As our bag-loaded Wyleens swished and swirled back to the ceiling, joining the others, we strolled through the mall, stopping for ice cream cones. Alice and Moira, unfortunately, stuck with us. "Where's Donovan?" Alice asked, after we'd sat at a table outside the ice cream shop to eat. Jenny had dug her spoon into her chocolate sundae, but held the bite mid-flight, her mouth open as if frozen. Her gaze remained pinned beyond me before her eyes cleared. She dropped her spoon and put her hand over her belly. "Don't feel good." Turning, I peered in the direction she'd been looking just in time to see Ashton duck into a clothing store. What was he up to now? As a prefect, was he trained to create wards? I'd have to ask Cloven. "Fleur?" Alice snarled. "What?" "Where's Donovan?" "With his brother." "Lately, where else would he be?" Jenny stood. "I'm going to run over there." She pointed to the clothing store. "Ashton said—" Definitely weird. Jenny shook her head as if her brains needed a reset. "I just remembered. I need to buy some socks. Yes, socks." "Want us to wait for you here?" Patty asked. She took a big bite of her strawberry frozen fruit bar. Jenny shot over her shoulder. "You don't need to. I'll catch up." "Thought we weren't supposed to go off alone," I said. Patty shrugged. "I guess it's okay. Seems like a silly rule anyway. Kids from the academy are everywhere." "Back to Donovan," Alice said. "I had dinner with him and his brother last night. The king, Niles, is so nice, isn't he? A mix of sweet and lordly, but you'd know that. I'm sure you've had dinner with them yourself." A pinch settled in my chest, but I had no reason to be jealous. I pressed my back against my chair and contemplated getting up and dumping my cookie dough cone because my belly was rumbling again. "Nope, I haven't." Patty glared at Alice, who completely ignored the imaginary dagger shooting her way. "But—" Alice's eyes widened. "Wouldn't you be the first to be invited? You're Donovan's girlfriend, aren't you?" "Yes." I lifted my chin, hating that stupid comments like this from Alice could feed my insecurity. "Then why—" "Oh, yes," Alice said. "That assassination attempt messed things up for you, didn't it?" I blinked fast, unable to say a damn thing. I trusted Donovan, but I did worry about Niles. How far would his brother go to keep us apart? Moira frowned. She popped the last bit of her cone into her mouth and chewed. "I swear, I only let her off the leash for a second." Her elbow gouged Alice's side, making the blonde release an oof. "Leave it to you to take the opportunity to bite." "Moira!" Alice ground out. "Alice!"
Moira mimicked. You're being mean. Again. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the salon for a cut? Yes. Then why are we hanging out here? Her gaze softened as it swept across me and Patty. Nothing personal. Mostly. Moira might try to keep Alice in line, but she wasn't part of the Outling fan club either. Good point. Alice stood. Unlike some of us, I prefer to have my hair done by a professional. Personally, I ran my fingers through my hair, light blue today. I love what Medusa does with mine. Plus, Medusa was sweet, despite the snakes writhing on her head, which she couldn't do anything about. I'd never want to hurt her feelings. You do know she could turn you into stone. I took another lick of my cone that tasted better already, now that Alice was leaving. Why would she do that? We're friends. She was friends with Perseus, too, and look what happened to him. Let's go. Moira tugged on Alice's arm. We don't have much time. Just 45 minutes until we have to meet at the hub. We stared after them. Good riddance. Should we go find Jenny? I asked, standing. I could polish off the rest of my cone as we walked. Sure. But when we entered the store, she was nowhere to be found. Ashton wasn't either. Huh, Patty said. She must have gone somewhere else. Another prickle between my shoulder blades sent me spinning around. Eben stood near the entrance, sifting through a bunch of shirts on a spiral rack. He didn't look up. And I shouldn't feel weirded out to find him here. We were bound to run into each other sometime. Where can I buy a concealer? I asked, eager to leave the store and Eben behind, though I wasn't sure why. I had no reason to fear him. Any idea where I could find one? Yours broken? Patty's gaze skimmed my hair. Esther had given me a concealer. When I twisted the stone, my hair changed colors. We could send it out to be repaired. Better than going to... A shudder rippled through her. I need a new one. One that'll do something different. Something that'll sweeten someone up. Don't even bother with Alice. She's stuck in a mean girl rut. Is it for the king, then? That guy needs a ton of sweetening. Something like that. Patty linked her arm through mine as we walked. Don't think I haven't noticed how Alice's comments about Dee made you sad. He's just busy with his brother. She leaned her head on my shoulder. I promise, it'll get better. Can't wait. This is just a little break. That's good for relationships. Unlinking her arm from mine, she walked beside me. Things aren't always perfect for me and Bryce. Her words came out casual, but the tight lines on her face suggested otherwise. You two having problems? At the moment, no. Yesterday, I wanted to smack him. That Slake thing. My feet ground to a halt, and someone behind me swore before darting around us. Ashton. Maybe don't turn into a pillar, huh? People are walking, in case you didn't realize. When I scowled, he stomped away. Jenny was not with him. Patty laid her hand on my arm. About Dee. Hang in there. Did her advice come from something she'd seen in my future? What do you see? For you and Dee? She stared past me, toward the end of the hall. It's confusing. It might make sense to me. Please don't tell me he'd choose Niles. I'm not sure what I see applies to Donovan. I think it mostly relates to you. And? Did I truly want to know? Like with stone selection, I had a choice. I could let her speak and live with the future I couldn't change. Or I could let fate guide me. It's just one thought, spinning through my mind over and over. I held up my hand. Maybe I don't. You need to start carrying a vial of Dandy-Bucklion anti-venom. Talk about mysterious. Why Dandy-Bucklion anti-venom? Like I said, I can't see anything else. Not very helpful. How could that have anything to do with Donovan? I shrugged it off to think about it later. So, you sure about wanting a concealer? There is a place.
Patty cringed. I frowned.
What's up?
It's just that Katya...
Katya?
As if she'd come to a decision, Patty's face cleared.
It's daytime. Nothing can happen, right?
We were at the mall.
What are you talking about? Who's Katya? You'll see. Come on.
At the end of the hall, we were met with a steel door. No admittance without prior approval. Did we go in the wrong direction? I asked, glancing around. None of the nearby stores looked like they offered magical devices.
Sadly, no.
She screwed up her face, then nodded.
Okay, we're in.
In where? She pulled open the door, and we were blasted with hot air. Little white bugs scurried over my sneakers as if eager to escape whatever waited for us at the bottom of the set of dark, gloomy stairs. Chapter 22. Katya's Curiosities. Shouldn't that be spelled with a C? I asked. I stared at the large red sign painted with white and black lettering hanging above an ancient wooden door. Bugs, real or created, crawled around the letters. I shuddered.
Her name's Katya,
Patty said with a frown.
Why would she spell it with a C?
I meant curiosities. Her lips thinned to a slice.
You can ask her. Or maybe not. She's a bespeller, and they're rarer than... Well, just be careful. We need to get in, order your concealer, and get out, fast.
Taking a deep breath, she waved for me to go inside.
After you.
Sure, let me fall into the pit of doom waiting inside. What was I getting myself into? I swallowed the spit clogging the back of my throat. Any other place we can buy a concealer? Someplace less daunting? Concealers were devices that magically changed things. Esther had given me one that let me switch my hair color by twisting the stone.
Katya's the only one who makes them. That and other bone-bled magic devices.
Bone-bled? I didn't want to ask. Like a rabbit frozen in place as a pack of coyotes descended, Patty's eyes widened. She stared beyond my shoulder.
Katya's...
Creepy, Patty. Tell me what you mean. This was just a store. Magical, but so were many of the others upstairs. Why was this one any different? After rubbing her face, she said,
It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Sure.
Oh, first years,
a scratchy, elderly voice said when we stepped inside. She crept on. I held in my yelp. 8 gray-haired legs. She was a freaking spider. Gulping, I backed away but was snagged by something that sent me whirling around. I shrieked and clawed at cobwebs clinging to my hair, my back, and my face.
Now, leave that alone. What is it with you first years? Always getting snagged in my web. You'll disturb my children.
There were more spiders around? Spiders' egg sacs could hold thousands of babies. My skin crawled, and I wanted to smack my arms and clutch my hair and run from this place, shrieking. But I needed that concealer. Katya crept forward and delicately plucked at the mesh, freeing me from its sticky embrace. I stumbled over to stand with Patty. Wanted to crawl into her arms and hide, actually.
Maybe take care next time, love,
Katya said with a chuckle, edged with the sting of a wasp.
Who knows what my kids will do if they find you snagged and unable to break free.
I inched toward the door, but Katya scrambled forward and grabbed my arm with a pincer, tight enough to sting, but not enough to break the skin. I hoped.
Not leaving so soon, are you?
She tugged me past floor-to-ceiling cases containing skulls and tall silver vials until we reached the center of a large room. My knees quaked and my skin prickled with goosebumps, and I was eternally grateful when she released me. Katya reared back, her head nearly hitting the ceiling.
I'm afraid my days of selling chairs that fart and food that stands up and walks off your plate are over, lovies.
Patty bowed deeply. We apologize, Your Highness. I flicked my gaze between Patty and the spider. Patty elbowed my side. Floor! What? Oh, I also bowed. Never offend a horse-sized spider, especially one with fangs as long as my forearm.
You may rise.
Katya held out one of her pincers, adorned with a ring set with a sparkling black, faceted stone that sucked me down, down. Patty elbowed me again. Watch out! She scowled at Katya. Don't. I mean it. Behave or I'll ping Pandia. You won't enjoy that. Katya's black eyebrows dueled on her brow, forming one thick, scrunched-up line. Patty kissed the spider's hand, and swallowing back the sour taste in my mouth, I did the same. When my lips met her furry forearm, a vibration shot from my lips to my toes. I gasped and reeled backward.
Oh!
Katya clutched a pincer to her chest.
Ew!
She leaned closer, squinting through big black eyes that reflected the cave-like room back at me.
Or maybe not. Although, it could be you.
What do you mean? I did my own hand-clenching to my chest thing. As if I stood on the edge of a cliff peering down, I watched her expression, though I felt unable to see because of a deep, murky fog. This is Floor, Patty said. Floor, this is Her Highness, Lady Katya. She's the Dowager Mother of the Arachnoid King, and the only sorceress capable of crafting bone-bled devices. Nice to meet you. Patty was right. We needed to order my concealer and get out of here fast.
Which of the original 6 are you descended from?
Katya asked, her inky gaze stuttering across my face as if seeking clues.
Wait, let me guess.
Scurrying closer, she pressed her pincer against my forehead and, eyes closing, she released a grating buzz. Her lids lifted, and the craftiness in her expression made my knees weaken. What had she seen?
Oh, intriguing. You're an outling, but...
Call me intrigued. Despite my fear, I inched forward, eager to hear what she'd seen. But what? She shook her head, and bits of webbing spurted around her. Patty and I dove to the sides to avoid being snagged.
I can't quite put my pedipalp on it.
Ever since the ball, I'd been curious about my identity. About my dad, actually. A man I'd never met. Mom had refused to talk about him. I'd only brought him up once, and she'd shouted I needed to let it go, forget he ever existed. She wouldn't even tell me his name. Then she'd locked herself in her room and sobbed. You keepin' secrets? Patty asked me, inching closer. She plucked a strand of web off my shoulder and tossed it aside, quailing. Not that I'm aware of. My fingers were drawn to my dragonfly pendant.
Ah,
Katya said, her gaze following my movement.
I haven't seen one of those in years. Not since... Well, it's not for me to say.
She pivoted, her pointy feet clicking on the floor.
I don't want to keep you, lovies. Please let me know if there's anything you need.
I'm looking for a crystal ball, Patty called out, and Katya turned. You hoping to enhance your divination, Skapti? I asked. Nope. She wiggled her eyebrows. Thought it would come in handy with my future dating business.
Katya pointed to a wall, hosting a glass-fronted case filled with colorful, sparkling balls.
Over there, love.
She crept closer and loomed over me, making me stumble backward.
How about you, Flor? What do you need? Oh, I see.
Latching onto my arm, she dragged me across the room, weaving us past tables overflowing with wands and cauldrons and daggers and candles. All the cliched stuff I'd associated with witches and wizards when I was a kid. We passed big bins filled with pungent spices and savory herbs, the mixed scents lingering in the air and making me sneeze. "I'm looking for a concealer," I said.
Yes, you are. I have a variety of them available. What particular kind do you have in mind? Something to make a boy...
I don't want to make a boy do anything.
Unusual, and perhaps too quick an answer.
What was she talking about? She didn't know anything about me and Donovan. Niles would go away. He wouldn't force Donovan to choose. Things would return to what they used to be between us soon. Why did I feel uneasy then? We passed big glass cases filled with chalices, gold-plated bones, and rings imprinted with symbols I'd never seen before. When we reached the back of the room, she released me and scooted around a glass-topped counter. I explained what I needed.
Oh!
Katya clapped her furry pincers, drawing Patty's gaze briefly away from a mirrored ball that looked like it would do well in a disco. She put the ball back on the shelf and picked up one with every color in a rainbow. Katya tapped my arm, redrawing my attention.
Your concealer sounds inspired.
Tapping her gray chin, her lips curled down.
I'll need to make it, then bespell it, which will take time. Do you want it ported to your coven room, or can you come back later to fetch it? Perhaps when my children are around, I'd love to introduce you.
My flesh crawled. No thanks.
If you'd like, I'll make it while you stay.
She drew the word out, the low sound buzzing through the air. Stay. My head spun as I was pulled into her eyes, sliding down into the bone. "Hey!" Patty smacked my arm. "Might want to avoid doing that, or, well, best not to mention specific words." Juggling a pink crystal ball to her left arm, Patty shook her finger in Katya's face. "None of that now. Really, I'll tell Pandya." Patty's sister, who was a counsel seeker. Katya's round body heaved.
Sorry.
Her gaze drifted back to me.
You sure I can't talk her into visiting a bit longer?
Nope. Patty tugged me backward and stepped between us. We're flitting back to the academy in 20 minutes.
How unfortunate. I'll port the concealer to you then.
Katya peering around Patty's shoulder to speak to me.
Later this evening or tomorrow?
Keeping my gaze cast down, I shook off the lingering haze. Sure.
I could ask one of my children to deliver it personally, if you'd prefer.
Transport, please, Patty said, no nonsense ringing out in her voice. Katya's chuckle made her plump furry belly shake like a vat of tar in an earthquake.
I was only teasing.
Avoiding her black hole gaze, I paid with my cointage, a golden disc the size of my palm. The diamond in the upper right corner indicated it recharged itself automatically. In other words, it never ran out. To my amazement, Esther had given it to me. We left the store, and once the jangle of the bell overhead faded, I stumbled up the stairs. Outside, I stared at a store called Dairy or Quag, not caring what it might mean, when at any other time, I'd be intrigued. I slumped onto a stone bench. What the fey just happened? Patty sank down beside me. Katya is known for a variety of unsavory magical activities, but originally, before the fey split, For luring the unwary in. She's that old? Older. I rubbed my face and shook off my quakes. At least I'd never have to see Katya again. 2 concealers would be enough to last me a lifetime. She doesn't mean any harm, most of the time. It's just, her children love power, and they're hungry.
Chapter 23. Patty put her arm around my shoulders.
Sorry, I should have warned you.
It's okay. I'm getting used to creatures and plants wanting to eat me. Kill me. When I'd come to the academy, I thought my biggest challenge would be learning magic. Never thought I'd be fighting for my life on a regular basis. I stood. We should probably go. It's almost time to flip back to the academy.
You're right.
Patty frowned, and a bell dropped from the ceiling. After loading her bag on a Wyleen, we walked toward the flit hub, where we sat on another bench near the tree and bush that still gossiped about evergreens. Jenny joined us.
We wondered where you'd gone,
I said.
I looked for you guys after buying some pens but couldn't find you. Technically,
Patty's gaze darted to mine.
No one was supposed to be alone.
Oh, I wasn't alone, Jenny said. I met up with Ashton and then Eben. We went to a few more stores. Then I came back here once I'd synced with the sundial and realized it was almost time to flip back to the academy. Where's Eben then? I asked, peering around. Not that I cared to see him. Ever since he, Vic, and Ashton tried to pull that Nightly's prank on me, I'd avoided them. Wasn't sure I'd even go to the next Outling Club meeting. I still wasn't convinced they weren't somehow involved in the murders. Were they somehow connected with Blaine?
Not sure where he went. Said something about needing to buy herbs for a class.
Patty pointed.
There he is now!
Eben, Vic, and Ashton walked toward us, talking. Eben's face had taken on the cast of a tomatoes, and he waved his arms in the air. What had pissed him off?
How was your first trip to the mall?
Patty asked Jenny.
Unbelievable. Amazing.
She turned to me.
You know how it is in the Outling world. There's nothing like this place.
Her voice rose with excitement.
I bought the best pair of jeans. They adjust to your size if you lose or gain weight. And they're comfy, stretchy, even if you lounged on your bed. Certainty jeans,
Patty said with a nod.
Guaranteed to make you look fantastic.
They're not cheap, but isn't that how it always is? Jenny said.
My parents got me a cointage. They're super proud of me. My parents, that is.
Warded not to share details with other Outlings about magic, but they didn't mind a bit. Her grin sunk into me, spreading jealousy wherever it touched. Just happy to see me getting the education I need. While I hadn't once regretted my stone selection choice, I couldn't hold back my twinge of envy. It would be unnatural to feel any other way after my mom ditched me. More kids arrived at the hub, including Moira and Alice with shorter hair she'd had tipped with purple. Good luck with the imps. Donovan pinged me. Some things. I need to tell you in person. You sound upset. Everything okay? Meet me on the roof at midnight tonight? I couldn't help noticing he hadn't answered my question. What was going on? Floor? Midnight. I'll be there. He hung up before I could say goodbye. When Alice and Moira sat on a bench, Ashton slunk over and stood behind them. He leaned forward and said something that made Alice tip her head back and laugh. Her smirk pinned me in place immediately after. All right, students, Professor Trarian called out. She stood in the middle of the 3 flit circles. Find a place, hurry now. It's time to return to the academy. Her attention scanned across us, and each bob of her head told me she was counting. Rising, we 3 took a place in a circle with me in the center, Patty on my right, and Jenny on my left. Ashton, Alice, Moira, Vic, and Eben strolled over to stand across from us. Hold hands, please. Appearing behind us, Professor Crete leaped into the center of our circle. She swiped a hand across her forehead. Sorry I'm late. I was getting a massage and Clotus, he's 100-handed hecatonkairs. Well, let me tell you. Professor Trarian's cough cut Professor Creed off mid-reveal. Thank the Fae. I really didn't want to hear what Clotus could do with his hands. Anyway, Professor Creed said, hold hands, and we'll flit you back in no time. You should know the coordinates to the Academy lobby, but just in case, I'll ping them to you. Please do not flit directly to your coven room, Professor Trarian shouted above kids talking. We do a head count once we arrive, and you'd hate to be found lounging in your room while we presume you're missing and conduct a wizard hunt. When you're ready, Professor Creech said after Professor Trarian nodded her way. On 3, 2, and 1. The ground dropped away, and I was yanked sideways, my hand wrenched from Patty's. Her dismayed cry faded only to be followed by a gut-curdling scream. I smacked onto my chest on the ground so hard the wind burst from me. A deflated balloon, I floundered, trying to remember how to breathe. The dirty stone floor beneath me was not familiar. I lifted my head and squinted into the gloomy room surrounding me. A darkened corridor stretched out on either side of the room. Rough wooden torches with flicking flames casting shadows in the gloom. Rancid smoke drifted around me, but I held back my cough. Didn't dare make a noise. I rose to my heels and rubbed my stinging knees. Where the Fae had I flitted to? This was not the Academy. Someone groaned, the pained sound reaching me from the corridor to my right. A voice, Jenny's, said, "Where am I? Is anyone—" She screamed, but the sound was cut off. Chapter 24. My belly cramped. Someone had flitted us here, wherever here was, for a purpose. I knew why. "Jenny!" I whispered, then called her name louder. No reply. Scrambling to my feet, I bolted toward where I'd last heard her cry, praying I'd find her alive, that I wouldn't trip over her lying dead on the ground, like I had Drea. I swiped my hair off my face, finding my skin clammy. Jenny screamed again, farther down the hall, as if she'd moved, or had been moved. I ran faster, my sneakers slamming on the packed soil. Though I'd only gone about 100 steps, my heart had turned into a sledgehammer beneath my ribcage, eager to batter its way through. I drew my blade, and pulling in threads of gray and indigo blue, the only strands available, I filled my moonstone with power. She whimpered. "No, stop! Help! Jenny!" I yelled. "Where are you?" Each time I passed a torch, my eyes struggled to adjust to the dense gloom beyond. Things scurried around me, bugs or mice or something even more horrifying. "Floor! Help! It's—" Scraping, dragging shuffles rebounded through the tunnel. "It's got me! A plant or a vine or—" Her shriek made goosebumps swell across my skin. "Floor!" A gust of wind shot down the hall, hitting my back with enough force to send me tripping forward. My arms pinwheeled as I fought to keep balance. The torches blew out. Coarse smoke billowed around me, choking my lungs. My footsteps slowed. Shivering, I peered around. Darkness engulfed the world around me. I drew power from my moonstone to create my finger glow light and held it up as I inched forward. "Jenny?" I called, my words swallowed by my fear. "Please, tell me where you are." Wind caught my hair, smacking it against my face, blinding me. I yanked it back and secured it with an elastic, then took a few steps farther down the hall. Trepidation slithered up my spine, the spindly footsteps of roaches. The dragging sound was punctuated by yelps and a long wail of agony. My skin crawled. "Please!" Jenny cried. "Floor! It's taking me!" Caution be damned. Tracking the echo of her voice, I raced forward, the walls creeping closer while I scurried through the tunnel. Scratches from too close by made me shudder and come to a standstill. Dread clamped down on my heart like the jaws of a beast. Don't look. Tipping my head back, I peered overhead while lifting my light. Night lace encrusted the arched stone ceiling, a writhing mass of serpent vines eager to kill. Unless someone lurked unseen, the plants had been warded to hunt us. Were Ashton and Eben involved? Thick bands caked with leaves must have sensed me, because a cluster spiked down, its sharp tip plunging toward my throat. Yelping, I ducked, and covering my head with my arms, rushed forward. "Jenny, tell me where you are!" "Help me!" A snap was followed by gurgling, like she was being sucked down into an endless pit of mud. Not again. Sarah's face, her bulging tongue, the horror that would burn for eternity in her eyes. Brighter. Light burst from my finger, revealing Jenny being dragged by her feet about 20 feet ahead of me. She clawed the ground, her fingers digging futilely at the packed soil. Head lifting, her stricken gaze met mine. Her mouth gaped wide. Vines enclosed her throat, a leaf-covered chokehold. I flitted closer, but the vines wrenched her away from me, dragging her faster than a runaway bus heading for a cliff. Air wheezed from my throat, and my muscles spasmed as I pelted after her. But I couldn't catch up, even with flip bursts. The cluster was hauling her away. "Ashton! Eben! Stop doing this!" Was one of them hiding somewhere close by, directing the plants? "Blaine?" How far would Cloven Sun go to kill outlings? Beyond Jenny, a round, dark area waited. The vines scrambled to maintain their hold on her legs, while tendrils whipped like trees in a Category 5 hurricane, slapping her face, her arms, and her throat. One lifted above like a scorpion poised to strike, then plunged toward her exposed chest, carving first an O, then a 5 in the center. "No!" I shrieked, diving forward, my hands outstretched. I slid across the ground and clamped my fingers around Jenny's arm. Her skin slipped through my grip. Vines dragged me with her, a feast of two, pulling us toward our final destination waiting in the dark. Hacking with my blade, I sliced through the vines networking her throat. The sharp edge bit deep, infused with power that surged through me from my moonstone in an arc of white-hot lightning. The nightlace snapped back, sizzling and smoking, but the strands wrapped around her legs tightened their hold. Wailing, she kicked. They won't let go!" Endless horror burst from her eyes. Straining forward, I lifted my knife, but I couldn't reach the vines wrapped around her legs. Nightlace hauled us both toward the darkness. A black hole. Hissing and snapping, more nightlace vines dropped from the ceiling, landing on my back and legs. They clawed at my body and latched on, wrapped around my throat. My lungs aflame, I sliced and hacked and the vines tumbled away. They reared back and in a cluster descended again, banding around my waist while others wrenched us closer to the edge. "She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes," I sang through gritted teeth. So freaking stupid, but this wasn't a church choir. Thuds and bangs rang out around us. Dandy bucklions? They hammered, trying to break through. How deep did the stone go? "She'll be coming round the mountain." Lifting my feet, I rammed my toes down, hoping they'd sink into the ground enough to hold us in place. Then I could think of a way to get us out of this. I couldn't let go. I'd save Jenny or die along with her. Earth chafed my exposed skin, and rocks jutting up from the ground ripped my clothing, tearing the tender flesh beneath. The vines hauled us closer to the bottomless pit. Would they pull us over the side or suspend us by our throats in the middle? No one would ever know what happened to us. Someone had flitted us here and sent the nightlace after us. I had to get free and make them pay. "Jenny, what's your scapty?" She frowned. "Cooking." No help from that skill. "Can you move your legs?" I winced when my body bumped up and over a gnarled root, Stabbing my knife in deep, I used it to hold us in place. Vines dropped from the roof like thousand-legged spiders. They crawled all over me, tightening in a noose. With renewed vigor, the vines dragged us closer to the hole. My blade was wrenched from my hand, and my anguished cry echoed as our sole chance of survival was left behind. The loss of my moonstone ripped through me like a jagged spike, severing something vital inside. Jenny's feet lurched over the edge, and she screamed, her hand tightening around my wrist. Her pleading gaze met mine, but there wasn't a damn thing I could do. Like a plane with blown engines, we were plunging to the ground with nothing to stop our fall. Her body was sucked into the blackness. I shoved the tips of my feet against the ground, hoping for purchase. Futile. The vines were determined to exterminate 2 outlings this time. I only needed an O and a 4 on my chest for the next murders to be complete. One sharp yank, and I was hauled forward. I clawed for something I could use as a lifeline. Jenny's head dropped over the edge. My arms followed. Clinging to my hand, Jenny stared up at me with terror and resignation in her eyes.
"Let go,"
she said in a whispered croak. The skin around the vines on her neck bulged.
"Release me. Save yourself."
No. No way. We're getting out of here.
"Too late. Let go."
A sob shot past her dusky lips.
"It's okay. Really."
Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her chest stuttered with her ragged breathing. Not happening! I renewed my grip on her wrist, and with my other hand clinging to the rocky side of the cliff, I tried to heave us backward, to pull her up. My body flopped on the ground as vines yanked her downward. I was dragged over the edge, bending at the waist. I couldn't let the vines take us. Power. I could draw it in, but what could I do with the uncontrollable energy? Fire would do nothing to something that couldn't burn. I tried to flit us to the academy, but something was blocking my magic. The vines? With her eyes locked on mine, Jenny released my wrist. She twisted, trying to break free of my hold.
"Let me go, please."
Her struggles yanked me over the edge. I was sucked into the hole. Chapter 25. Someone grabbed my foot. "Hold on to Jenny," Tria shouted. "We're getting out of here." A flash, and we stood in the academy lobby. Severed strands of nightlace vine dropped away from my legs, my waist, and my throat. Standing beside me, her face chalk, Jenny pried my fingers from her wrist.
"Let go! Let go!"
I unclamped my hand, and her legs crumpled. She collapsed in a heap on the tiles, sobbing.
"Healers! We need healers!"
Cloven cried from above, on the first landing of the broad staircase. Justine nodded as she and Cloven rushed down the stairs and to us. Healers appeared, and 2 dropped down beside Jenny. They spoke in tones too low for me to understand. One tipped her head back with a light touch to examine her face. As I'd expected, the O and the 5 had disappeared, magicked away by whoever had dropped us into a nightlace viper nest. "Where are you hurt?" a healer asked me. "I'm not, just shaken up. Allow me to assess you for injuries, please." She frowned as she swept her gaze down the front of my body. Cloven's attention remained focused on Tria, his face almost as pale as Jenny's. I grabbed Tria's arm. "Thank you." My voice came out scratchy, from screaming, or from the vines wrapped around my throat. She let out a huge breath. "Got there just in time, didn't I?" "How did you know where to find us?" She shot a glance at Cloven, who watched her more intently than Beatrice as I filled her bowl with pumpkin cookies. Tria lifted her chin as if challenging Cloven. "I'm a seeker. That's my scapty. A seeker can find anything." Wow, would she someday work for the council? "This is yours." Tria held out my moonstone blade. Scooped it up as I ran toward you. Tears welled behind my eyelids. I thought it was gone forever. Taking it, I carefully slid it back into its sheath.
A seeker.
Cloven's hands twitched at his sides, and his eyes sheened, an unexpected reaction on his part.
You said your name is Tria?
Yes. She dropped her fisted hands on her hips. I'm a descendant of the second family on my mom's side.
And on your father's?
He asked carefully. Not my secret to share.
I see,
he said. What did he see? The healers left, flitting Jenny with them.
We need to talk,
Cloven said to Tria. She released a curt nod, and her arms relaxed at her sides. I'd like that.
Why didn't you flit here with the others?
Justine asked me. Someone sent me and Jenny to a tunnel with a big black pit. Nightlace attacked. Someone had to be controlling it. It almost killed us. Her breath hissed out.
Impossible!
That someone diverted us, or that the Nightlace attacked?
Both.
Look, enough of the games. Someone's sending Nightlace after us. Jenny and I would have been murdered if Tria hadn't found us.
But
you need to find out who here has a plant controlling Skapti before clusters kill us all.
You're right.
Her shoulders slumped.
I'm sorry. I'll notify the council and tell them to send more seekers immediately. Until the perpetrator's caught, I'll need you and the other outlings to remain at the academy. No flitting to the city. Only leaving the main buildings with protection. I'll assign guards.
No! I'd never get back to that room with Rourke trotting around behind me.
Why not? You just demanded I do all I can to keep you safe.
It's just, I'll stay with her, Tria said. Protect her. I've proven I'm good at it already. Justine stepped closer to Tria.
A seeker, you say?
Tria nodded.
Normally, I'd never expect a student to.
I'm a second year, and I've already had official training.
Ah, with the council. Over the summer, I assume?
Mastered every test.
What kind of tests? Then I'll permit this. You may guard Fleur.
Standing right here, I said, able to decide about things like this all on my own. Already settled, Tria said. But I don't want you following me around, I snapped. Tria's lips trailed downward. You don't? Why not? I didn't mean it that way, it's just, how could I get out of this? We're friends, right? We are, but I barely knew her. She had secrets, but then so did I.
This is the way it needs to be, Fleur.
Justine pressed her palms against her stomach, and her breath wheezed out.
The council has indicated they'll have seekers here within the hour.
Her gaze fell on me.
You look exhausted. I'm sure their questioning can wait until morning.
Awesome. Were they anything like Rourke?
Are you comfortable flitting to your room, or would you like help?
The headmistress asked me. I want to see Jenny, make sure she's all right.
I'm sorry, but she has already left the academy.
What? She was here just seconds ago and, okay, we saved her.
The experience traumatized her. The healers hadn't even finished assessing her for potential injuries before she insisted they strip her of her power, blank her mind so she never remembers being a wizard, and flit her home to her family.
Grief deepened Justine's voice.
I'm afraid you won't see her ever again.
Which meant I would never get to ask her about Ashton, Vic, and Eben. Patty flitted into the room and wrapped her arms around me.
I was so worried about you.
Tears streamed down her face while I explained what happened. After I'd finished, she turned to the headmistress.
Can I take Fleur to our room? She needs to rest.
Justine dipped her head.
Of course.
Her concerned gaze fell on me.
Please don't go anywhere by yourself." Swallowing back shivers generated by the fear in her eyes, I nodded. Up in our room, Patty encouraged me to shower and dress in PJs, then lay in my bed, where she tucked the quilt Esther made me around my shoulders.
"No going anywhere for us tonight, okay?" she said in her best mom voice. "We'll order pizza."
I could agree to pizza, but not to remaining in our room all night. But after eating, everything caught up with me, and I fell asleep. Jolting awake after what felt like years later, I synced with the sundial in Grathie. 11:52. Not taking time to change, I flitted to the roof. "Donovan?" I called out. Only the wind greeted me, whipping across the open surface, stealing my heat. I wrapped my arms around my waist and walked closer to the tower. "Donovan!" I lifted my voice and said his name again. Thinking he might be waiting at the top, I flitted there and stood staring down at the empty wooden shakes. I dropped down and drew up my legs, wrapping my arms around them, holding them close. Because there was no one else here to hold me. An hour passed. Another. I huddled at the top of our tower. He never came. But after 3 hours had passed, he did send one message. "I'm sorry." Chapter 26. 3 days passed, and I heard nothing from Donovan. A part of me hoped he'd arrive at Professor Grimm's class and tell me I'd misheard him, that of course he'd never ditch me. Another part of me wanted to track him down in the king's penthouse suite and make him tell me to my face that he'd chosen. A third part of me couldn't see beyond my crushing pain. I hadn't given up. While I might be a silly, stupid girl, I couldn't give up. But he didn't answer my pings. While I knew I shouldn't, I missed seeing him, talking with him, kissing him. It wasn't easy stitching up a rip in your heart. And I was telling Donovan. Walking into the greenhouse, Alice trailed off when she caught my eye. One side of her pink lips curled, and she lifted her voice. I was telling him he didn't even need to ask. I'd love to hang out with him any time. "Keep at it, and pretty soon even you won't be able to tell the truth from the lie." Moira slanted a sympathetic look at me. "Just so you know, other than one long and very boring dinner where she sat across from Donovan, but between 2 council members who chatted her head off, Alice hasn't seen or talked with Donovan in days." Glaring at Moira, Alice smacked her fists on her hips and stomped her foot. "Why do you keep doing that?" "You really want me to tell you?" Moira shot back. "Here, in front of everyone?" The rest of our class had arrived and stood in clusters near a long wooden table, watching the exchange as if it was the last 10 seconds of a hotly contested tennis match. Alice took in the eager faces, and like a popped soap bubble, her fury collapsed. "You could try being more supportive, you know." "This is supportive. You just don't see it yet." Moira's smile held the patience of an angel. "One of these days, the Alice you hide from the world will shine through." Ugh, sappy alert. Alice left Moira and stalked over to stand next to me. While Moira chuckled and joined us, Alice made an effort to cut me with her razor blade stare. "Don't even start to believe I'll ever be friends with you." "Wouldn't dream of the idea." She nodded pertly. "Good, because you're still an outling, and direct descendants of the original families don't mingle with outlings." "Aw, thanks," I said with a cheer I didn't feel. "See? You do have feelings for me." Savoring Alice's sputter, I added, "Otherwise, why do you make so much effort to spend time with me? Whenever I turn around, you're talking to me, hanging out with me, hell, even sharing ice cream with me. At the mall, that wasn't real." She was so pissed off, I could swear steam blasted from her nostrils. I was trying to, hovering above the table like our latest ghostly haunting. Professor Grimm cleared his throat.
Students!
His shrill voice grated across my skin like a nail file.
Students! If I could have your attention, please. It's time to get started. I have a wonderful lesson planned for tonight. Come! Collect the bucket with your captured dandy bucklion and pick a spot to place it on the table.
We trooped over to the back wall and located the plants we'd plucked from the ground and hogtied a few nights ago. The cabinet where the professor had trapped the night lace was missing. He must have moved it after the guys tried to trick me with dead vines. Sparky's sparkler had snuffed out. His neck curled forward, his golden cheek petals drooped, and his cheery, though fanged sunflower face resembled a wind-battered flowers. Like tree branches after a storm, his stick arms lay askew at his sides.
I released their bonds this morning to give them time to stretch,
Professor Grimm called out.
But I waited to water them until moments before you arrived. They should perk up nicely after a bit.
You haven't fed them in days? My mouth unhinged. He said he'd take care of them after we caught them. I wanted to stroke my poor little dandy bucklion's stem. When we yanked them from the ground and brought them to the greenhouse lab, I never thought they'd be harmed. By the Fae, I would have come here and snuck them water if I'd known. Classes should be conducted with willing creatures. At least the Aldecors enjoyed giving us rides. You let them starve? Don't be stupid, Alice said, her voice dripping malice. If they eat, they're aggressive. You don't want them biting off your hand, now do you? Sparky doesn't look capable of biting a potato chip at the moment. They don't eat chips. She rolled her eyes. Haven't you reviewed the material for this class at all?
Okay now,
Professor Grimm shouted from the head of the long table loaded with bucketed dandy bucklions and encircled by students.
While holding an uncapped vial in one hand, you'll find vials waiting for you on the table. Wrap your other hand around your bucklion's neck. Don't be shy. They're compliant when they're nutrient-deprived, which will allow us to work with them without one of you suffering unnecessary injury.
What about them? I hissed out. This is inhumane. Ever thought of asking them nicely instead of using force?
Shh!
Alice barked as her hand snapped toward her dandy bucklion, who slumped against the side of its bucket. Professor Grimm floated around the room, encouraging the more squeamish among us to latch onto our bucklions. Sorry, I whispered to Sparky as I carefully slid my fingers around his stem just below his face. His dark eyes slid my way, and my guilty conscience read accusations in the murky depths.
Do any of you know how to get a bucklion to release its venom?
Professor Grimm asked. He coasted above the middle of the table, and when he rocked backward, the overhead lights revealed the sharp angles of the ghostly pale face he normally kept hidden inside the hood of his academy robe. We sing to them? I said. Sparky's head snapped back, and he bared his fangs at me. Definitely read betrayal in his eyes now.
Excellent idea,
our professor said.
Delightful, Fleur. It pleases me greatly to know you're researching before class.
Sweeping down between me and Alice, he patted my shoulder before swirling around to face us.
While singing is a grand idea, it won't work.
But
with careful study, we've developed a method that has proven effective on multiple occasions.
Our professor earned his name with his next words.
We choke the anti-venom out of them.
Not doing it. My hand snapped back, hitting my chest. That'll hurt them.
They don't have feelings,
Professor Grimm said. Says the guy who used to reap souls. In our textbook, only kindness came through in Moira's voice. It says they don't mind the procedure at all. I don't care. I'm not doing it to Sparky. Sparky? Alice sneered. You didn't actually name a plant, did you? Why not?
Come on, Fleur,
Professor Grimm said.
I can assure you this causes them no harm. Take hold of your buckline again, please.
I won't do it. Sparky lifted his face, and when his gaze met mine, he nodded. My hand twitched as I reached toward him, and I whispered, "Are you sure?" He nodded again. Beside me, Alice's fingers blanched when she latched onto her buck lion. It writhed, flinging its head back, and spat at her. Releasing the plant, she reeled backward, sputtering, her hands flying up to cover her face. Yuck! Yuck! By the Fae, I need a washcloth and a hazmat suit.
Don't waste the anti-venom, please!
Professor Grimm shouted. He zipped behind her, his dreadlock robes dragging along the floor, and nudged her forward.
Try again. Tighter grip this time, my dear.
Grunting, she approached her plant and snatched its neck, pointing its face in another direction. If she squeezed any tighter, she'd pop its head off. Teeth bared and with renewed energy, she wrangled with her dandy buck lion, trying to force it to bend forward.
The vial!
Professor Grimm squawked.
Place the opening beneath the fang and squeezing tight on its neck. Milk out the anti-venom!
I can't, I said, releasing Sparky again. Even if you give me permission, little guy. So what if I flunked the class? I'd take another, one that didn't involve creature cruelty. Sparky peered up at me and tilted his head sideways. I swore I read in his eyes, "Think outside the square." Farther down the table, Professor Grimm hovered beside Manuel, cheering him on as he wrung every last drop of venom from his buck lion. Alice had moved on from her own plant and had pinned Moira's onto the wooden surface with both hands clamped around its neck. Hopping and squealing beside Alice, Moira shoved the vial against its mouth. Droplets of anti-venom flew everywhere as the plant struggled. Across from me, Patty stood with her arms limp at her sides, a solitary tear gliding down her cheek. Her fingertips stroked her buck lion's neck, and when she looked at me, her lips trembled. "Sing," I mouthed, then waved toward her buck lion. "Try it?" Her tremulous smile rose, and she gave me a quick nod before leaning near her plant. I uncapped a vial, while Sparky stared up at me with complete trust in his eyes. There was more than one way to milk a buck lion, and Professor Grimm was wrong when he said singing wouldn't work. I'd made it happen myself already. Inching closer to Sparky, I whispered by his face, "Work with me, okay?" I hummed, low and off-key, but it was a song. Clear amber venom dripped from one of Sparky's fangs, shimmering as it glided down the glass to pool in the bottom of the vial. After filling one container and tucking it surreptitiously into my pocket, in case Patty's prediction came true, I filled a second. Across from me, Patty screwed the cap onto her vial, pure triumph alight on her face. She placed the vial on the table beside the bucket, then stroked her plant's neck.
Perfect, students,
Professor Grimm said, swishing around behind us, verifying we'd each filled a container.
I award an A+ to each of you for this lesson.
A few kids high-fived each other. Moira and Alice lifted their noses and smoothed their scattered hair.
Before you go, you'll need to feed your buck lions,
the professor said.
Remember, only 1 cup of water and 2 drops of liquid nutrition.
He swooped over the top of his desk and turned to face us. A wooden box drifted up from the floor and floated above the buck lion table, stopping to collect a brimming vial of anti-venom from each of us.
Your hard work will be ported to the council, who will distribute the anti-venom to our healers. Tonight, you've saved multiple lives.
Awesome, Moira breathed. Her grin slid to Alice.
And that will be all for this lesson, students,
Professor Grimm said. Wait, we're going to release them, right? I asked, shooting Sparky a reassuring smile. Soon he'd be back with his friends, playing whack-a-dandy buck lion in the eastern pasture whenever the moon rose.
They'll remain here, in the greenhouse lab, for future experiments.
Professor Grimm said, rubbing his ashen, skeletal hands together. Horror filled Patty's eyes, and mine must have mirrored hers. We can't keep them in captivity, I said. Even though I couldn't see his face, I could hear the frown in our professor's voice.
Such is the way of life, Fleur.
As if he knew anything about life, all he'd dealt with was death. We're starving them. They need to be free. Alice grunted. They're plants. I can't believe you're advocating for a salad. Let it go, Moira said to me. I promise. They don't mind. You're not much of an empath if you can't tell they're unhappy. I waved to the table. Look at them. They're half dead already. This isn't life. They look peaked because they're hungry. Professor Grimm will continue to feed them. She tilted her head toward the former Grim Reaper. Won't you?
Of course, Moira. I only withheld nutrients to ensure they're parched prior to a class.
He tapped the butt of his sickle on the surface of his desk.
Class dismissed. I'll see you on Tuesday, when we'll tackle a new assignment. I'm sure you noted that Trana capture and descaling is next on the syllabus.
Trana, Moira sighed. They love fire as much as me. I still hadn't figured out how pyromania played into her empathy, Scapty. Wasn't sure I wanted to know either. Patty came around the table and joined me. Tranas. Ugh. Now we're going to get scale gook underneath our fingernails. Scale gook? What in the fey was a trana?
Don't forget to purchase your butterfly nets and bring them with you to our next class.
Professor Grimm shrieked. He swooped to the door and tugged it open, urging us with a wave of his sickle to exit.
You can purchase them in the hardware store, located in the mini-mall. I've instructed the proprietor to stock a variety of sizes.
We'll get the biggest ones they've got, Patty said as we walked across the room. Because I am not touching a trana until I absolutely have to. Yuck. They're not only gooey. As you yank out their scales, they release a puff of smoke that reeks like baby poop. With 27 siblings, Patty would know more about baby poop than me. I turned to look back at Sparky, who'd perked up a bit since I'd fed him. I'd ignored Professor Grimm's instructions. Bad me. Instead of 1 cup of water, I'd fed Sparky 3, and I'd given him 10 drops of nutrients instead of 2. His head pointed toward the clear ceiling. The moon had risen, and he hummed and swayed, his branch arms extended as he drank in the light. This wasn't anywhere near over. At Professor Grimm's insistence, we shuffled out of the greenhouse into the inky night. Since Jenny and I were kidnapped mid-flit and attacked by the Nightlace clusters, security had been tight at the academy. The council had sent a herd of seekers, all centaurs, and armed them with searing shears. They patrolled the grounds, hunting down anything that moved. If a Nightlace cluster even thought about slinking past the perimeter, it would be snipped to pieces. Want to get ice cream? Patty asked, pausing on the stone path. Bryce had to run to the mall, so I've got time. I leaned close to her. After. Turning to me, her face screwed up. After what? Why don't I like the sound of this? Snagging her sleeve, I dragged her around the side of the greenhouse. Hidden, I peeked out as the other students left, and Professor Grimm shut off the interior lights. He locked the door and pocketed the key. Patty yanked on my academy jacket hem. What are we? I placed my hand over her mouth. Shh. Bug-eyed, she nodded. Once our professor had floated down the path, heading for the main entrance of the academy, I crept out of the shadows and scooted toward the greenhouse door. Not liking this idea already. Patty's steps pattered behind me. We can't leave them here. You heard Professor Grimm. He's going to keep them locked up forever and experiment on them. I agree, it's not the best life for a buck lion, but what can we do? He locked the door. Tria was going to kill me, but
I tilted my head. You up for some dandy buck lion rescue? Chapter 27.
As long as it means we're doing something for the dandy buck lions, I'm in, Patty said. What's the plan?
Sneak in, grab the plants, and return them to the eastern pasture.
Theft?
Is it truly stealing when they don't belong to Professor Grimm? We're the ones who caught them. 2 plants, that is. Never would have done it if I thought they'd be locked up in the greenhouse lab for the rest of their lives.
Valid points. Let's do it.
We stooped down. I pulled power to create my finger glow light to see what I was doing.
Whoa! Cool trick!
Patty shouted, but then covered her mouth.
Oh, sorry. Centaurs.
Yeah, I hissed. Don't want them catching us, because I have a feeling it'll be searing shears first, questions after. She shuddered. I peered at the lock, wondering how the Fae I'd pry it open, then wiggled my knife tip into the narrow slot. As I shifted my blade, hoping the door would magically unlock, a mind-speak ping chimed in my mind. Not now. My hands stilled, and I internally groaned because I recognized that signature, and for damn sure didn't want to answer. My sadness had decided irritation was a lot more fun. Another ping. Impatient, wasn't he? Sure. Go for days without responding to my pings, and then double ping me when I don't pick up the second he finally decides to call. A third ping. Grumbling, I answered. This isn't a good time. Floor, don't hang up. Wasn't thinking of it. Yet. What do you want, Donovan? You sound good. Relief poured through his voice. Great, actually. Did you ping me just to listen to my mind-speak voice? Yes and no. There he went again. Which is it, yes or no? Both. Silence stretched between us. Is that all you wanted to say? I poked harder at the lock with my blade. I really need to... Can you meet me on the roof? Please? Been there, done that already. It's cold up there when you're alone. I'd done my best to turn my heart into stone. I can explain, he burst out. My chest cramped, making it hard to breathe. I wanted to say yes, but after days with nothing, my pride stung. Floor, you still there? It's not a good time. Just give me a chance. Did I dare let him back in? He'd hurt me. I can't right now, but... He waited, and I knew I could say we were finished and he'd accept my answer. But I did want to hear whatever excuse he'd come up with, even if seeing him gave me more heartache. What if he said he'd chosen and it wasn't me? Tomorrow? I said. Has to be tonight. I released a low growl.
What's taking so long?
Patty whispered. Want me to try? She reached for the knife, but I held up my other hand and tapped my temple.
Oh, your mind's speaking. Who with? If it's D, he better be groveling. Tell him that. Totally groveling.
For sure. It can't be right now, I mind spoke to Donovan. I understand. The words came through stoic, accepting, even resigned. Was he giving up already? What kind of relationship did we have if he didn't fight for us? And what kind of relationship did we have if I wouldn't fight for us? He'd hurt me. It wasn't easy setting that aside. Okay, I huffed out. Give me an hour, and I'll be there. I'll wait. We ended the conversation.
So,
Patty said, her eyes widening as she gazed past my shoulder.
Can you go quicker? I hear something.
Night lace? I hissed. Pulling elemental magic, I thought, open. But nothing happened. Damn problematic elemental magic.
No, not something,
She frowned.
footsteps. Someone's coming.
My heart bolted, galloping in my chest. Faster. Wiggling the tip of my blade in the lock, I jiggled the handle, twisting it back and forth. I'm trying. I've never done anything like this before. What's up? A voice said cheerfully behind us. I tumbled back onto my butt, the knife slipping from my hand, and stared up at Bryce. My breath wheezed out, and my heart decided it didn't need to plunge through my ribcage. Yet. Bryce rocked back on his heels with his hands tucked into his jeans' back pockets. He glanced around, as if we were out enjoying the night air, not trying to pick a lock in front of him. Why are we hanging out at the greenhouse? Class ended, 15 minutes or so ago.
Floor's breaking in,
Patty said casually.
She's gonna steal.
Patty! She released a happy smile.
Well, you are. We are.
Tipping her head back, she blinked up at Bryce.
Great timing, by the way.
It's not great timing, I said. He's turning our heist into a party. Patty pivoted on her heels toward Bryce.
We're rescuing the dandy buck lions and returning them to their natural habitat.
I cringed. You don't need to be a part of this, Bryce. Might be better if you're not. He was a decent guy and Patty really liked him. But after what happened during orientation, when a slake attacked a student and teacher, Bryce needed to be careful. The last thing he needed was to draw the headmistress's attention. I couldn't do that to him. Sounds fun. I'm in. He dropped down onto the ground beside Patty. His arm slid around her waist, and he gave her a quick kiss. Didn't like the way we were treating the little fellas as it is. Thumps, a short distance away, sent me spinning back to the lock, where I renewed my efforts. The longer we remained on this side of the door, the better our odds were of being caught. So, Bryce said, as the lock thankfully clicked. You think the dandy buck lions will cooperate?
I think so,
Patty said, scooting to her feet and offering him a hand to pull him up to stand.
They're so frickin' cute.
Rising, I glanced around, but didn't see anyone rushing our way. The door creaked open at my touch, and we shuffled inside.
Aww,
Patty sighed.
They're singing.
I lifted my finger and created light.
Definitely need to teach me that trick,
Patty said.
The second we flip back to our coven room.
Seconded, Bryce said. The dandy buck lions still sat in their buckets on the table, but their heads were tipped back and their perky faces drank in the moonlight. They swayed and hummed as we inched closer. Where are we taking the little guys? Bryce asked. To the eastern pasture. Best choice, but in buckets? His gaze scanned the room. Seeing 10 of them here, that's going to be problematic. No way will we get past the centaurs lugging them around. No choice, I said. We've got to try. Maybe we can combine them into 3 buckets. Then we can make one trip.
Sounds like a plan,
Patty said. Footsteps on the path made me freeze. I blinked out my light, leaving us isolated in darkness. Only the gentle whoosh of the plants swaying and a soft buzzing of their song broke the silence. When the plodding sounds grew louder, we dropped to our knees on the floor. A quick glance over my shoulder made me want to groan. We'd left the door partway open. While my belly cramped, the gap widened. My skin crawled. I turned a panicked gaze to my friends. Bryce nudged his head to the right, and we scampered away from the door, looking for a place to hide. Fleeing around the professor's desk, we huddled together by the far wall. I held my breath, willing my heart to stop thumping like a drum on parade. Clump, clump, clump. Paces so light on the greenhouse tile floor, I barely heard them. The dull sounds encircled the table, then paused in front of the desk. Muted breathing revealed someone watched and listened. My limbs tingled, telling me to bolt from the greenhouse and keep running until I reached my coven room, but I clenched my muscles and held myself still.
Additional thumps suggested someone else had entered the greenhouse. The plodding of hooves paused in the middle of the room.
"Find anything?"
Someone whispered.
"Nah,"
the other bit out.
"Nothing but a bunch of plants. Teacher must have left the door open. There was a class here a short time ago." "Sure, leave the door unlocked." "No, why not leave it wide open, eh?"
The other guy snorted.
"Don't they realize we have to investigate things like this?" "Always, dude, always."
The centaur standing in front of the desk plodded toward the door, his steps heavy on the tiles.
"Let's lock her up and get back to the perimeter."
I carefully moved to the end of the desk and peered around the side as one of the centaurs exited through the doorway, followed by the other. Slumping onto my butt, I swiped my damp hair off my forehead. Phew, that had been close. Behind me, Patty sneezed. My mouth flashed dry. Crap. Growling, the second centaur spun, and his intent gaze sliced through the room, seeking. The second centaur crowded back inside and they nodded to each other, then split and stalked around the outside of the room. We were so cooked. Caught, we'd be hauled to the headmistress's office, and who knew what punishment she'd dream up. Was breaking and entering a classroom enough to send us to Demonscape Penitentiary? I could feel chains dragging on my wrists already. Sparky's lava pool eyes slid my way before centering on the centaur moving in our direction. He lifted his stick arms and, tipping his head back, did a good imitation of Patty's sneeze. The centaurs halted mid-trot, their attention focused on Sparky, who started humming and swaying again, his head tilted toward the ceiling.
"I tell you,"
the centaur closest to us said,
"some of these academy creatures are downright creepy."
Like a council seeker in the form of a centaur wasn't creepy in his own right? He waved.
"Look at those things. What the fey do you think they're doing?" "You see the fangs on them?"
the other guy said, poking at Sparky's teeth with the tip of his searing shears.
"Doubt we'll find anything here,"
the first one said.
"If I was a kid."
He nudged his chin at the dandy buck lions swaying together, their voices brimming with harmony.
"These things would downright give me nightmares. In fact, if I was a kid, I'd get my butt out of the greenhouse and go to my coven room pronto."
How did he know we were here? That's right, council seekers. Just like Rourke, they could detect a fly hiding on a black wall.
"Kids,"
the other centaur said as he trotted through the door, his shoulders at ease.
"You'd think they know we can smell them."
The door shut, but the lock didn't engage. "That was freaking close," Patty said. "I almost peed my pants for a second there."
"No kidding," Bryce said with a nervous laugh. "Not my idea of a fun date, Patty. You gotta do better next time."
She grinned.
"I do like to liven up an evening, don't I?"
They shared a quick kiss I studiously avoided watching. I didn't feel envious, or so I told myself despite the disappointment churning through me. Donovan and we were going to talk. That was enough for now. We stood, and I had no problem acknowledging that my legs quivered like rubber bands for a variety of reasons.
"Should we listen to their suggestion and go?"
Patty gnawed on her thumbnail.
"It sounded like they won't come after us if we leave. Like, if we head out now, they'll let us off. This once only."
"We've still got to rescue the dandy buck lions," I said. She nodded pertly.
"Kinda hoped you'd say that."
"So, Sparky," I said, crossing the room to stand in front of him. "Really appreciate the save." His lips peeled back, revealing his fangs. Took that as a smile. "We're going to get you and your friends out of here," I said. His head dipped. "Let's flip them," Bryce said. "Easy. Why hadn't I thought of that?" Sparky shook his head. "We'll hold tight," I said. "You can flit along with us." Sparky growled and waved his stick arms in the air. "Some creatures don't flit well," Bryce said with a frown. The magic has a hard time putting some back together. A spine-chilling statement.
Looks like we have no choice then, I said. We'll carry them. It isn't far, just partway around the main academy building. Plus a short trip across an open field, Patty added, ripping into her thumbnail.
Can we time it to miss the centaur patrols? Bryce asked. Heard they're like clockwork.
I shrugged. Guess we could try. If we could figure out their pattern. If we got caught, well, I'd deal with it. Say it was my idea. That Patty and Bryce had been making out. I'd stumbled over them while I was carrying buckets. They weren't involved at all. They won't let us off if they find us in the eastern pasture where the Nightlace lives, Patty said. If she kept at it, her entire thumb would be gone in an hour. No way we could pretend we got lost on our way back to our coven. Nope. I started moving the buckets closer together. You guys should leave. I'll handle this alone. I'm sure I can fit all the plants into 2 buckets. Patty dropped her hand on my shoulder. We're doing it together. Together, Bryce echoed, making my heart swell to the size of a watermelon. Once they could reach, the plants hugged each other like twins reunited after birth. Moira needed to work harder on her empathy, Scapty. Dandy bucklions did have feelings. It was wrong to keep them penned up in the greenhouse. They needed to be free. In no time, we'd combined them into 3 containers. Taking one each, we crept from the greenhouse and hid in the shadows. Bryce was right. Like clockwork, a pair of centaurs trotted past, heading toward the western part of the campus. We counted to 20, then snuck across the lawn, our shoes slipping and sliding in the newly fallen dew. When the centaurs paused and started to turn, we dropped to the ground and pressed ourselves flat. Sweat beaded on my face and trickled down my forehead.
See anything, Lilith?
One asked softly.
Thought I did, but nothing's moving now, dude. This place,
he huffed out,
gives me the jeebies. It'll be nice to get back to the office, to the usual routine. Leave creature investigation to the experts like Rourke. Agreed.
They continued toward the academy, their hooves drumming on the grass. We counted again to 20, then stood, and continued jogging northeast, the buckets smacking our shins. Think we should stick to the path and act casual? Patty whispered, getting winded already from our rush. Girl needed to work out more. I ignored the fact that I was breathing heavier than my roommate. We can say we're doing something for the headmistress if we're caught. Her air wheezed. Asked, whatever. I switched the bucket from my right hand to my left hand. 4 dandy bucklions in 1 container weighed more than 57. What would we say? I kept my voice low. What can we say we're doing? Not patrolling the grounds. Bryce hustled on the other side of Patty. We left the lawn and trotted up a path the gardeners must use to circumvent the outer part of the campus. Because it was unlit, overgrown, and it snaked beside the woods. The random sheds with tools leaning against the outside walls and wheelbarrows parked alongside confirmed my suspicion. I couldn't stop peering into the woods, hoping warded or wizard-controlled Nightlace wouldn't see me and attack. Maybe we can say we're bringing the centaurs a snack, Patty said. I bit off my laugh. Sure, I'll tell them I made brownies. How do you make brownies? Patty asked. They're tiny people, born from other tiny people. I meant the chocolate kind. They shot me matching frowns. Geez, how had Elite survived this long without tasting brownies? How much farther? Patty asked, dragging her feet. I'm worn out already. Blowing my hair off my face, I squinted, but night clouds had banished the moon, making trooping along the rutted path a challenge. Just up over the next rise and we're—
What the fate do you kids think you're doing?
A voice blasted out from the shed to our right. Lilith. He'd been heading toward the northern part of the academy campus when we last saw him. My guts quivered. Run!
We bolted, our buckets bruising our legs.
"Stop! Halt!"
rang out behind us.
"I mean it!"
"Don't stop," Bryce chugged, his feet slamming the earth.
"Don't halt! Mean it, too."
Dull thuds told me Lilith was giving chase. How could we outrun him? He was a freaking four-legged centaur seeker. We thundered up over a rise and reached the edge of the eastern pasture. Joy should be shooting off like fireworks inside me, but dread had snuffed out the flame. "You two head for the academy," I said, slowing. "Hide! Leave your buckets with me." I shuddered to a stop, and my bucket slipped from my sweaty palm, clunking on the ground. Sparky and his friends bounced against each other as the bucket wobbled. "I'll tell Lilith I'm alone, that I saw 2 kids along the edge of the campus, but they went inside. Go now! Get away!" "Absolutely not," Patty said, jogging back to join me, Bryce at her side. They lowered their buckets beside mine, and she swiped her hand across her face. "We're in this together. We don't all need to get in trouble." I nudged them toward the academy. If they ran, they could slip into the grove of trees between us and the campus, and then enter through the outer door near the cafeteria. I'd distract Lilith, and he'd miss my friends. "Really, go, I don't mind." "Well, I mind," Bryce said, as Lilith topped the rise and, spying us, picked up speed, his hooves a blur on the ground. I chugged out my frustration. Caught, and soon to be charged with theft. If we stood between the dandy bucklions and Lilith, could we hide the plants? Lilith slowed as he approached us, his steps dull thuds on the grass.
"All right, you guys, what's up? Don't you know there's a rogue nightlace cluster on the hunt? It's dangerous out here."
"We were taking a stroll," I said. "Looking for—" Aw, hell. I lifted my chin. "We were looking for Tranas."
"Don't see no nets."
"We're catching them with our hands," Patty said with a grimace. Her fingers flexed at her sides.
"You know they stink like
He coughed.
They stink."
"We told, Professor Grimm we'd catch some for him," I said. "Eventually. During our next class. What were the odds Lilith would check this detail with Professor Grimm?"
"Grimm says he never asked 3 students to capture Tranas."
Lilith scowled.
"Said that lesson is scheduled for next Tuesday."
Damn mind speak. Where was a phone with crappy cell service when you needed one?
"Thought my friend and I told you 3 to go to your covens,"
Lilith said. "We were heading there right now." His bushy eyebrows lifted.
"Entrance is nowhere near the eastern pasture."
"Okay, we'll confess," Bryce said. "Tell you what we're really doing." "We will?" Patty and I said in unison. What was Bryce up to?
"Yup, we were out here hoping to capture dandy bucklions
for class. They're antivenom. You know what it's used for?"
"Dragons,"
Lilith said. Why did no one seem to know the venom actually worked on Nightlace? The only dragon anyone knew of was made of solid crystal, so who the fae was worried about a bite? Lilith grinned.
"Nice story, but I don't see any buckets or rope."
Bryce stepped to the side. The buckets were empty. Chapter 28.
"Well, you tell a pretty decent story,"
Lilith said.
"And the buckets are a nice touch. I'm still going to have to take you to the headmistress's office."
"Can't you just, I don't know, escort us to the academy instead?"
Patty said, her thumb pressed against her mouth.
"We promise we'll stay in our coven rooms from now on."
"Justine wants to talk to you herself."
Great. He'd pinged her already. His curious gaze drilled on me.
"She wants to see you in particular, Fleur. Seems this isn't the first incident you've been involved in."
In a flash, we stood in the headmistress's office. "Neat trick," I said to Lilith.
Flitting all of us here without making contact? Lilith's easy smile slipped out. Thanks. Council seekers on patrol must dress in stealth mode, if his dark pants and shirt were anything to go by. Searing shears were secured in a sheath strapped across his chest. His dark hair had been pulled back into a man bun, like cloven. Care to teach me how to flit like that? I could only imagine the possibilities. He tipped his head back and released a burly laugh. And give you a way to get into more trouble? Not a chance. When his gaze fell on Justine, he sobered instantly, and his front hooves twitched on the braided rug. I'll, be going now. To the perimeter. Arab must be wondering what I've gotten up to. Thank you, Lilith, Justine said, standing. I appreciate you acting so quickly. Even her usual dignity couldn't mask her irritation when she turned to me. Fleur, she said as Lilith flitted from the room. Shaking her head, she settled back in her chair and ground her butt against the cushion. I could swear I told you to remain with Tria. She's... Not even a scrap of Nightlace could make it past the council seekers, and they'd put wards in place to keep anyone from flitting Nightlace past their barrier. Tria had studying to do. She'd trusted me to go to class and return to my coven room. Still, shame lit my face on fire. I owed her an apology. Resisting the urge to fidget, I sat in one of the chairs. Bryce took the other, and Patty settled on his thigh. Sorry, I breathed out. I was just... She held up her hand. Did you know I attended this very academy when I was 17? Can't say that I did. Upon graduation, I took a position here as a teacher's aide. After furthering my education in Grathie, I was able to obtain a full professorship. I'm happy for you? Her lips scrunched. My point is, after 40 years, there isn't anything a student can do at the academy that I haven't seen before. But let me tell you, try my patience. You've been one unexpected surprise after another. It isn't her fault, Patty said, lifting her chin. I asked her to help me. I'll get to you two in a moment, Justine barked, and Patty flinched. Pressing my knees together, I ran my fingers up and down my thighs. We wanted to free the dandy bug lions, a worthy cause under normal circumstances. But you know the campus is under attack. Outlings are dying. Yet you still defied my directive, and not only snuck around the campus at night without Tria for protection, you approached the Eastern Forest, the primary home of the Nightlace. You know we believe most of the clusters have been warded to attack. Or Blaine was sending them after us. Pain burst in the back of my throat. I had to do it, don't you see? While I understand completely, I deplore your methods. The color blanched from Bryce's face, and I felt doubly bad. I should have made him leave the second he found us at the greenhouse. Instead of taking matters into your own hands when the campus is under lockdown, you could have come to me. The edge in her anger fled like I'd flicked a switch, and her voice softened. I have a heart, and I'm always willing to listen. Why hadn't I thought of coming to her? Instead of jumping into something without looking, I could have asked for help. Then we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have gotten my friends into trouble. Justine steepled her fingers beneath her chin. I'm not pleased to see any creature held in captivity, especially on my campus. Believe me, I intended to speak to Grimm about this very matter myself. You did? I slumped in the chair. We'd broken into the greenhouse, stolen the dandy buck lions, and taken our chances crossing the academy with Nightlace on the loose. When the headmistress would have taken care of this anyway? Great. I'm sorry, Patty said. Don't blame Fleur. As I was saying, this was completely my idea. And mine, Bryce added. He stroked Patty's back, and my heart crunched.
They were a team, while me and Donovan... Donovan! A quick sync with the city sundial told me it had been 2 hours since we'd spoken. He was waiting. Well, he had been waiting. He might have left by now. I want you 3 to flit to your rooms immediately, while I'm tempted to give you detention.
Babysitting for little toddlers?
Patty gaped in horror. I'm prepared to be lenient. The narrowing of her eyes on me made it clear I stood on the edge of a cliff. One more misstep, and I'd plunge over the side. You're to remain in your coven rooms other than for classes and meals from now on. But she flicked her hands at my friends like they were pesky mosquitoes. Patty and Bryce, you may go now. They stood, and after a quick glance at me, popped from the room. The headmistress smoothed her neat bun. 7 years ago, she'd had deep chestnut hair. In the years I'd lived with Esther, Justine had gone completely gray. She'd lost weight, too. She must have been sick. I'm worried about you, Fleur. I'm terrified for all my students, and I don't like to leave when things are unsettled. I frowned. Are you leaving? Her finger traced along the edge of her blotter. Few know this, but I've been offered a position at an academy in the United Kingdom. Who would be headmistress here if you left? I believe Cloven is aptly suited for the role of headmaster, but I have not accepted the position yet. I've been given until spring to decide. She leaned back in her chair. But that's another matter altogether. Back to the night lace. Lilith and Arab are some of the council's best seekers, but these clusters, they have me stumped. Someone has warded them, or they're directing them to kill. We're doing all we can to prevent further injury. What can we do to stop the wizard? There isn't anything we can do. You are not part of the equation. Best not to talk about my ongoing investigation, then. There isn't anything that I or the council hasn't thought of, let alone tried. But the council isn't... Releasing a sigh, she pinched the bridge of her nose. My voice thickened as I forced my words through my tight throat. The council isn't concerned because only outlings are being murdered, not elites. Which is why they'd only sent 2 seekers. I'd like to say your assumption is wrong. It's not. I appreciate that not everyone. I waved to her, but also thought of Cloven. That not everyone feels the same. You speak of Cloven. He doesn't hide his outling identity, but I believe most have forgotten. He was raised elite, and to most, that must mean he is elite. His father was an outling who attended the academy, where he met Cloven's mother. He told me about his sons. He said he planned to, because of Blaine. A tightness appeared around her gaze that darted away from mine. Although I can't imagine he told you everything about his past. And what did that mean? Curiosity, my downfall, bloomed inside me. I'd have to look into this further. I have been doing a little research into night lace. You know that already. I could do more. I'm asking you to leave this to us. Again. I'm being careful, really. A vein throbbed in her temple. Tell me how being careful equates with running around the campus after dark. I have my blade. Tria is to be with you at all times. I scowled. I liked hanging out with her, but still. I can protect myself. Your power is wild and unpredictable, untrained. She's a level 3 seeker already. Wow, Tria must be very powerful. I'm learning all the time. Not enough to take on something like this, she snapped. Her pinched expression loosened. I appreciate that you always put others ahead of your own well-being. Bryce and Patty will obey my directive, but just as I'm certain they won't consider stepping out of line, I'm equally sure you'll leave this office and do whatever you please. I squirmed. No use denying her words.
I didn't intend to flit to my coven room, though it was only because Donovan was waiting. Maybe he was waiting. He could have given up on me already. The knot tightened in my chest. I also know what I would do in a similar situation, so all I can ask is that you be careful. I promise. That assurance I could give her. Standing, I turned toward the door. One last thing, Fleur. Not facing her, I paused with my fingers on the doorknob. Yes? Dragonsworn. The legend surrounding the crystal dragon. Alex had mentioned the word to me. What does it mean? You'll know soon. Cryptic as usual. With a sigh, I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. Chapter 29. One flit, and I stood on the roof. The empty roof. Turning, I squinted up but didn't see movement on the top of the tower, in our spot. The place where we'd lain on the tiles during one of our first unofficial dates. Where we'd shared our first kiss. Where I'd huddled waiting for him the other night when he didn't show, unable to hold back my sobs. The sharp sting of tears shouldn't fill the back of my eyes. This wasn't like when Mom dumped me on the front steps of the academy then drove away. He was an elite. A stupid, thoughtless, ugly elite. I didn't need him. I didn't want to need him. Should I send him a ping? Like that would do any good. He'd ignored me for days. He'd probably ignore me for the rest of my life. Sniffing, I blinked fast. It shouldn't hurt like this. He'd chosen, and he hadn't picked the silly, gullible outling girl. No. He'd made it clear he wanted... You came, he said softly from behind me, his voice slicing through my defeat. I wasn't sure you would. I spun and caught him stepping out of the shadows at the base of the tower. Turning my head away, I quickly wiped the evidence off my face. Maybe I shouldn't have. I'm glad you did. His measured strides brought him closer until he stopped a few feet from me. The moon had been playing a game of hide-and-seek with the clouds all night, first beaming down to energize the dandy buck lions, then yanking the clouds over its head like a baby nestling under a blanket. Shining as it did now, it could expose my vulnerability. I shouldn't be melting inside at the thought of being near him, of having the chance to breathe the same air as him. He was a boy. More than enough of them at the academy. None who could compare to my dark princeling, however. I was getting worried, he said, when you didn't show. I know the feeling. No hiding the bitterness in my words. I'm sorry. You said that already, too many times. Why couldn't I maintain the anger that had grown inside me like an invasive weed, thriving on my bruised feelings? I should be storming at him, telling him he'd blown me off one too many times, that we had nothing further to say to each other. But I didn't say sorry the last time, while you were waiting. Niles did. I cocked one eyebrow at him. You're saying Niles mind spoke to me while pretending he was you? Yup, he sighed. Would you let me explain? I guess. I didn't blow you off tonight, by the way. I was delayed. I flicked my hand out. You know how it is. Dandy buck lions. Council seekers. Dragonsworn. Dragonsworn? He breathed. Where did you hear that? Interesting that he'd focused on that word and not the others. The headmistress. Plus Alex, who I had not yet mentioned to Donovan. What does it mean? Long ago, Dragonsworn symbolized a pact between the dragons and the Fae. Dragons? Like the one living in the forest? Tell me. It's said that, in a time of great need, the crystal dragon will come to life, take wing, and defend the one it cherishes most. Who's that? He shrugged. No one knows. Someone, Alex, that is. Told me the time could be coming soon. Justine had too. Perhaps. He walked past me, his sneakers scuffing on the asphalt roof, but he turned before he reached the edge. I'm sorry. I need to explain why I couldn't answer your pings. Meet you here on the roof like I said I would. You acted like I didn't exist. The sting came through in my voice. I'm sorry about that too, but here it comes. We're done. My brother means a lot to me, and he asked me to ditch you. I agreed. I'm bespelled. My body swayed. By who? A growl rose in my throat. Your brother. He told me to choose, him or you, and I chose. His throat moved with his swallow. When he shrugged, his hands lifted at his sides. I chose you. Funny how the gloomy shades of night can light up, suddenly revealing sapphire, onyx, and mossy green, a midnight rainbow shining on my soul. Happiness bubbled up in my throat. I imagined the king was pissed. And then some. Donovan's tight posture loosened, and he rubbed his hair. Said he'd find a way to make sure I'd never see or speak with you again. Yet here you are. Can't say he didn't try, but I found a way around his spell. I thought once you were bespelled, that was it. You were stuck. Fortunately, few wizards seemed capable of controlling others with their magic. I'd assumed the ability was something granted only to those who would choose authority. What if it was a skill like any other, a skapti? Is this something your brother can do? He employs wizards for most tasks. But he has a court bespeller, one of 2 known to possess that skapti. I see. Stepping closer to him, I drank in the way the moonlight glinted off his hair, the indigo blue of a sunlit raven. How did you get around his spell? At first, I didn't realize I was bespelled. He released a half laugh. See, someone kept sending pings. That would be me. When I didn't recognize the signature, I didn't answer. How could you not? He held up his hand. Today, Niles had to leave for business. He'll be back tomorrow morning. Fortunately, he took his bespeller with him, which makes the spell. His gaze darted away from mine. It makes the spell weaken. When you pinged, I grumbled to Lillian that someone wouldn't leave me alone. She said, why don't you just block her? Her, as if she knew who was trying to reach me. Flustered, she left the room, but I knew she was hiding something. That's when I suspected I was bespelled. Are you saying you didn't know who I was? I was bespelled to forget you ever existed. Uncontrollable anger ripped through me. You didn't remember me? The back of my eyes stung. How could someone do that to a person they supposedly loved? Donovan should be allowed to live his own life, not one dictated to him by his brother. I kind of stumbled on a way to suspend the spell for a short time. I tilted my head as my fingers grew numb. What did you do? His lips curled up on one side. Jumped off a roof. Knew pain would buy me long enough to remember. And when I did, I wanted to kill my brother. His bespeller, too. Pain? He'd hurt himself for me? To remember me? Knowing distance could make the spell weaker, I flitted as far as I could, to friends deep in the forest, but they couldn't break the spell. What will we do? His lips flicked up when I said we. Niles is leaving soon. He'll take his bespeller with him to his palace on the other side of the world. The distance should be enough to weaken the magic. And if it isn't? He fidgeted with his collar. I've got a backup plan. Why wouldn't he meet my eyes? He was hiding something. I promise I won't forget you, Floor. His words came out frantic, urgent. I won't forget us. Is that what you've been doing all along when you jump? Breaking spells? Nope. In case you're worried, I jumped off a low roof today. High enough to snap my arm when I hit the ground, though.
That hurt like hell. Donovan! The weight of my anguish came through in my voice. You're going to break your neck one of these days. You have to stop jumping. Can't. It's in my blood. I won't deny the call. What compelled this boy to endanger his very existence on a regular basis? If only I understood what drove him. Your arm looks okay now, I said, my gaze drawn to it, hanging loose at his side. Healers work wonders. Almost as good as new. And the spell has weakened. Yep. The second the healer released me, I pinged you and flitted here. I'm safe for tonight, but I'll have to stay away once Niles and his bespeller return to the campus, until they leave for good in a couple of days. Hope he won't send a seeker after you. Think he did, actually. But I grew up in the castle. Younger brothers are often viewed as competition, someone to be manipulated. Or let's just say, I learned how to hide. I took a step toward him, then another, not stopping until the rise and fall of our chests made us brush. Where do we go from here? Niles is leaving. Once home, he'll be too busy running the kingdom to think about me. Planning his upcoming wedding. To the fairy tale woman in the pale blue satin dress, Lillian, who'd slipped up and handed Donovan the key to releasing him from the spell. Eventually, they'll have kids, which will bump me out of line. He huffed. Then he'll be the one having a hard time remembering I exist. Can't wait for that day to arrive. By then, the bespelling will have weakened, maybe faded completely. So bespellings are a bit like wards? Yeah. Those with strong magic can create wards, which are temporary and don't work well on people. It takes a bespeller to manipulate an outling or wizard. I'd wondered about the difference between the two types of spells. I don't like that you had to choose. Families shouldn't do this to each other. But then, look at my mother. It was my decision. His gaze drifted down my face, but returned to my eyes. Wasn't hard to make at all. You know I like you, Flor. There was no denying the husky emotion in his voice. Or my response to his closeness, or the aching need to touch him rising inside me. Inching forward, I cupped his shoulders and stared up at him. I like you too. His arms slid around my waist, and he let a healing silence stretch between us. I missed you, Flor. Biting my lower lip, I nodded. And you asked, where do we go from here? Stepping back, he took my hands and tugged me closer to the edge of the roof. The world is ours, but first, I need to share a secret. You have secrets? One big one. I hope it doesn't piss you off when you see what it is. I've been a yo-yo the past week, but we're here, together. I don't believe anything you say could piss me off. I'm asking you to believe I'd never hurt you on purpose. I narrowed my brow as he stepped up onto the short wall encircling the roofline. What are you doing? Did I really want to know? Join me. Not jumping, Donovan. I'll go splat. His soft smile called to the wildness deep inside me. But what if you don't? I stepped up on the edge and teetered with my hand clutching Donovan's. My head spun, and the ground seemed eager to suck me down. In the distance, a flock of rainbow wilty sparks danced near the western forest, oblivious to my imminent demise. This isn't a low roof, I said. I'm going to break more than an arm. I won't let you fall. Hysterical laughter shot from my mouth. Not sure how you'll stop that from happening if we jump. It was inevitable. We were 3+ floors above the ground. The moat waited below us. Dubious safety, considering Sierra would never release me if I fell into her clutches. If I missed the moat, the driveway would provide an unforgiving landing. You ready? He asked. No, I don't think I'll ever be ready for this. I want you to climb onto my back. I grimaced. Then you can splat before I do, unless you twist and I'll splat before you,
Not gonna splat. He tapped his shoulder. Come on. It'll be fun, I promise. I did trust him. But jumping off the roof? I'm scared, I whispered. I was the first time too. If it helps to hear, it gets easier each time. After taking a deep breath, I forced out my panic with the air. Okay, let's do it. By the Fae, I was about to die. Sweat trickled down my spine and my heart thundered behind my ribs. He turned away from me, and I hopped onto his back. I clung to his shoulders, and closing my eyes, laid my cheek on his back. I'm His hands extending, he leaped off the roof. Chapter 30. Donovan! I screamed as his plunge turned into a spiral dive. The wind clawed at my face, and my tears were torn from my eyes. He twisted, and a heavy, muted groan erupted from his throat. My eyes popped open as the ground grew closer. He wasn't going to break his arm, my arms. He was going to break our heads. Our brains would splatter across the driveway. They'd scrape up what was left of us tomorrow with a shovel. Rearing back his head, Donovan's eyes bulged as his spine tightened and elongated. What was happening? His body rippled beneath me, and his arms snapped out at his sides. Hard appendages erupted from his back, shoving me up. The new limbs shot out and flapped beside me. Flapped? Ah, he gasped. Hold. His words were cut off with a roar. I knew that sound, this shape beneath me. Renat was Donovan. Donovan was Renat. Adrenaline spiked through me, and my breathing stalled. I couldn't believe it. It was wild and incredible and beyond awesome. His wings flapped harder, pulling us up out of our tailspin. We surged into the sky, conquering the night, before he turned toward the forest. Of course, he'd take me to the meadow where I'd first met him in this form. But he didn't land in the pasture. He passed it and kept flying west, his wings moving steadily as the academy rooflines faded behind us. I still couldn't believe it. Donovan, a dragon. Questions rose from deep inside me, eager to burst free, but I held them back. He couldn't answer, and yes or no would never satisfy. Why hadn't I seen this? Or had I known deep inside? He'd said he was trying to fly when he jumped off the roof. I'd thought he was joking, when all the time he'd been as honest as he could be while still keeping his secret. Did his brother know? The tall peaks of a craggy mountain range cut through the darkness, and we approached a cleared area near the top of one of the hills. As we drifted lower, I spied wooden buildings sheltered beneath broad trees with wood smoke drifting from chimneys. Caught by the wind, it swept up and dispersed, leaving no evidence behind. We flew in close to a flat granite platform, and Donovan lifted his upper body, his back legs extended, and his claws unfurled. As he dropped down onto the stone, his claws added new gouges to those made by centuries of dragons who had landed here before him. I slid off his back to the ground, and he transformed back into the boy I'd fallen for. Clothing included, which, okay, I wasn't too sad about that. He stood with his head lowered, his arms flat on his sides. "Are you now?" he finally said. "Am I what now?" "Pissed off at me." To think he'd shared this with me, exposed his vulnerability knowing I could scorn him, or reveal it to the world. "I know." His words rushed out. "I should have told you sooner, after we met in the forest, but I was afraid." "Of what?" "That you'd reject me like my mom did me and my father when she found out. That's when she killed him." I gasped. His mom had killed his father? She would have killed me too. He gulped. But my stepfather. He swallowed deeply as if a huge lump had wedged in his throat. My stepfather stopped her. How? She came at me with the knife saturated with my father's blood, and he jumped between us. They fought. She fell on the blade. How horrible this must have been for Donovan. He'd seen it all. What happened to your stepfather? He was put to death for murdering the queen. Don't you see? He pleaded. He was only trying to protect me, and she betrayed him. Betrayed us all. Did he know about your dragon? Wait. I was reminded of my dragonfly. Alex's words about Parits being nearly extinct, though a few still lived in the forest. The rest worked at the palace, which might be where Donovan's mom had met his father. Your father was a Parit, wasn't he? He nodded. My blood, too. Most were killed. His growl rose in his chest. Murdered. Hunted. Why? The Fae believed Dragonbone could give them endless power. Wasn't true, but that didn't stop them from killing my family to grind up ours. A shudder rippled through me. That's horrible. That's why there are wards in the forest, to keep out everyone but those who don't intend harm. I was deemed worthy. Perhaps I'd passed a test with Alex. But then I'd helped the dragon when he was wounded, solidifying my right to be there. I'd helped Donovan, that is. Your stepfather didn't tell? He took my secret to the grave when he could have told everyone what really happened and saved himself. He made me promise not to tell anyone, and I couldn't be like my mother. His voice broke. I couldn't betray him, too. I've lived with the guilt of what happened ever since. How old were you? 11. Still a child. There was nothing you could have done. There must have been. If only I'd done something. Lifting my hand, he trailed his fingertip along the palm. Will you forgive me for not telling you? I stepped forward into his arms and stroked the shaggy hair off his forehead. You shared when it was the right time to tell me. There's nothing to forgive. The tension eased from his frame. Is this it? I asked. He tilted his head, frowning. You said secrets. More than one? Oh, the others aren't anything compared to this. I lifted my eyebrows. Okay, here's one. I hate pizza. That's a violation of everything sacred in life. No hiding my laughter. But you shared pizza with me at least 3 times for dinner. Just want to make you happy. I poked his chest. No more pizza for you then, because I want to make you happy too. His arms tightened around my waist, and he lowered his face close to mine, breathing my name like a spell that would make everything right in the world. I strained up on tiptoe, holding his shoulders as our lips met. Donovan! Someone called from below us. We jolted apart, laughing. There was nothing wrong with being together, yet we acted like we'd been caught robbing a Wyleen of its packages. Donovan took my hand and led me to the back of the platform and down a set of rough-cut stone stairs. A man waited for us at the bottom, curiosity darkening his sapphire blue eyes as he took in our hands clasped tight. Matu ir Triclin. Good to see you, Uncle. Donovan's eager gaze flitted between us. Fleur, this is my Uncle Glyn, my father's brother. Uncle, this is Fleur. This must be where Donovan had flitted to after he temporarily suspended his bespelling with pain. Ah! Glyn gave me a half bow, then took my hand, giving it a squeeze. Finally, I meet her. He talked about me with his family? A quick look revealed 10 to 12 houses nearby. Donovan had said most of the Parits had been killed. Was this village all that remained of his father's people? Glyn waved toward one of the houses. Come inside, please. Your aunt will be excited for the company. Glancing up, his brow furrowed.
There are nips in the air."
"Do you mean there's a nip in the air?" I asked, as we walked toward the cute wooden house. Wilty sparks fluttered above the door, revealing its purple color that contrasted in an interesting way with the pink-painted plank siding.
"No, I meant nips,"
Glynn said. He scowled.
"Pesky creatures. They live in this part of the forest and are known for... Well, let's just get inside before they attack."
Something chittered in the trees above us, making me jump and scoot forward. He led us at a jog to the door and thrust it open, gesturing for us to go inside while he stared at the sky. Ducking as if something had swooped down close to his head, he scooted in behind us, the strain on his face making me wonder what the Fae and Nip could be.
"Company, love!"
he called out.
"Donovan!"
A short, round woman emerged from a door at the end of the long hall stretching between a kitchen on the right and a living room on the left. She cradled a squalling baby in her arms. Rushing to the kitchen, she paused at the stove and stirred distinctive herbs emitting a smell I associated with Esther. A Sketar witch, full troll if I guessed correctly. The shot to my heart surprised me, and I was tugged back to the memory of me standing at Esther's stove, stirring brew and laughing while she teasingly scolded me to get it right. She'd laughed too, though. I'd forgotten, but now I smiled. They hadn't been the teen years I would have chosen, but there were good memories wedged in with the bad. The woman handed the screaming baby to Donovan.
"Take Ula, please."
Strain came through in her voice.
"She's been crying for hours."
Instead of bewildered surprise, Donovan grinned as he easily nestled the child in the crook of his arm, like he'd done this 100 times already. He cooed down at the baby.
"Floor,"
the woman said, with a twinkle in her fathomless black eyes.
"I'm Enoch, Glynn's wife.
Nice to meet you." She braced her hands on my forearms and studied my face.
"She is pretty, Donovan, just as you said."
My cheeks heated.
"I see I'm embarrassing you."
Releasing me, she stepped back.
"What can I get you, sweetheart? Would a hot mug of Willamar do? I make it myself, pressed from the fruit of my very own trees."
"Sounds awesome." She nodded pertly.
"I also made pinta cookies today."
Starting toward the kitchen, she called over her shoulder.
"I'll fetch us a treat."
While she bustled into the kitchen and opened a cupboard door, Glynn ushered us into the living room.
"Please, have a seat."
Donovan took a rocker and laid Ula on her back across his thighs. She stared up at him in probably the same way I did, as if he could pluck the stars from the sky. He held out his fingers and she latched onto them, cooing. I sat on the sofa beside the rocker and kicked off my shoes, tucking my feet underneath me. Glynn dropped down into the chair opposite the sofa, on the other side of the gleaming slab coffee table.
"I see Donovan shared our lineage with you,"
Glynn said with satisfaction, leaning back and propping his heels on the table. "Are all of you dragon shifters?" I asked, as Enoch joined us holding a tray loaded with mugs she passed around, plus a plate of cookies she offered. I took one and placed it on a cloth napkin on my thigh.
"We're not really dragon shifters,"
Glynn said with a sneaky grin.
"We're actually dragons who shift into fae."
He bellowed out laughter.
"Family joke,"
Donovan said, shaking his head. We drank our Willamar, which tasted like passion fruit and cider with a dash of ginger, and plowed through the plate of cardamom-flavored pinta cookies. Glynn, Enoch, and I did, that is. Donovan picked at his cookie and sipped his Willamar, but mostly played with Ula's toes while she squealed and giggled.
"I need to take you back,"
he finally said. By then, the baby snoozed on his lap, and the blaze in the fireplace had melted down to red and gray coals.
"It's late. You've got class tomorrow."
"You do too."
"Remember, I can't go back to the academy until Niles leaves, but I'll be there in the meadow every afternoon if you need me."
I had a feeling I was always going to need him. After Donovan carefully handed the baby over to Enoch, she and Glynn walked us to the door. It was wonderful meeting you, Enoch whispered. Please, come again. I will. The distance was probably too far to flit without a guide. As if he heard my thought, Donovan nodded, indicating he'd gladly bring me.
Take care with the nips.
Glynn squeezed Donovan's shoulder.
If they come at you, you know what to do.
Donovan grunted, stoic. How do we keep them away? I asked as we left the house, and Glynn shut the door behind us. Donovan took my hand as we walked quickly to the platform.
Like many creatures, they're afraid of fire.
Dragon fire. He smiled.
The best kind.
To change into a dragon earlier, you had to jump off the roof. The platform isn't very high off the ground.
I can take dragon form easily here. It's only at the academy that I have trouble. Old spells linger.
What kind of spells?
Ones that work against shifters. Long ago, Parit wizards were allowed to attend the academy, but no one wanted to see the evidence we were different. They bespelled the academy so none of us could easily shift, and the spells were irregularly renewed. I accidentally discovered that my body could be triggered in a life-or-death situation.
Falling.
Yup.
The Nips must have decided Donovan was up to the challenge, because other than chittering in the trees, they left us alone. We took the stairs and stood together on the granite surface.
Let me shift and then you can climb onto my back,
Donovan said. One thing first. I stepped forward and slid my fingers along the back of his neck, tugging his head close to mine. We need to finish that kiss. Too soon after, we were winging our way home. We were halfway there when a sound I'd come to dread eclipsed the steady flap of Donovan's wings. Below us, Nightlace, straining up from the forest, hunting me. Was Blaine, Cloven's son, down there directing the plants? Or Ashton and Eben? Or were there more clusters who'd been warded? Yanking my legs up, I crouched low on Donovan's back, trying to hide. Go! Nightlace! Rearing back, he shot flames downward, but I already knew they'd have no effect. The vines didn't burn. If anything, they thrived on fire. Like a tower of ants, each climbing up the stack to stand on top of each other, they clambered up into the sky, reaching for us, their spiky tips slashing and gouging like spears. We climbed higher, but the vines kept reaching, clawing at Donovan's belly, creeping up his sides, latching onto my legs. They wrenched me sideways. My hands slipped, and I fell. Chapter 31. I tumbled down through the air, my descent accelerated by the Nightlace. They had me in their clutches, and now they were going to yank me close and finally devour me. Overhead, Donovan roared. He twisted and gave chase, his claws extended, panic creating deep crevices in his face. Rushing up to me, he snatched me from the Nightlace's clutches with his claws, somehow keeping his talons from sinking into my flesh. Vines snapped around my legs. He tugged while they pulled until I was wrenched free. Donovan shot backward, holding me tight. His wings furious, and with smoke curling from his nostrils, he raced for the academy. It was almost anticlimactic to land in the meadow. I tumbled off Donovan and dropped to my knees in the deep grass. My lungs heaved, and my heart thudded irregularly behind my ribs. Part of me wanted to steal a pair of searing shears and return to the eastern forest. An even bigger part of me wanted to curl up in a ball and cry. Donovan shifted to his fey form and swept me up before I toppled onto my side. He held me close, my cheek pressed to his chest. Dropping to the ground, he cradled me in his arms, stroking my back, my hair, all while murmuring soothing nothings in my ear. "That was close," I finally said.
"Not happening again."
"I'll be careful." Easy to say, more challenging to do. Yes, I put myself in the path of trouble, but the vines tonight,
they'd come after me. I was only secure behind the walls of the academy, with the council seekers patrolling the grounds and endless spells keeping danger at bay. Something hard on Donovan's chest pressed against my cheek. Leaning back, I frowned. He wore a chain, and there must be a pendant attached, since I'd felt it against my face. I tugged on the chain to pull it out, but he stilled my hand. "It's nothing," he said. "Leave it tucked inside my shirt." "Why not show it to me? It must be new. You weren't wearing anything the last time we met up." "I got it recently. You might say it's my good luck charm." I snorted. "Lately, we both need one." "We sure do." I climbed off his lap and settled on the ground beside him, leaning into his side. His arm wrapped snug around me. A quick sync with the sundial told me it was well past midnight. I needed to flit to my coven room. Tria had to have noticed me missing. I'd catch hell for that. I also had to make sure Beatrice wasn't hosting a revolt, because I'd neglected to fill her bowl and Patty always forgot. After that, I needed to get some sleep. He shifted, and his shirt briefly parted at his neck, revealing a spider pendant. The red eyes winked. Suddenly reminded of Katya, I shivered. Chapter 32. "Sierra!" I called in a sing-song voice, leaning over the rail on the western bridge overlooking the moat the next afternoon. "You around? I've, come to play." Sorta. I'd actually come to make things right between us. She burst from the moat, rising up to loom over me. Murky water sleuthed down her iridescent scaled body, the late-day sunshine making it glisten like sapphires. Under other circumstances, I'd call her beautiful. Under all circumstances, I called her intimidating. "You not here, plays." Her glare pierced my hide like a spear. "You heard, Sierra." "You're right. I'm sorry that happened. I didn't mean to." Actually, I had. I just... Think fast. I was scared. I pulled my knife. It hit you when you tried to grab me. She reared back, baring her fangs. "You lies." "Not exactly. I was scared. I did pull my knife, and you did try to grab me."
"Only to plays."
Baring her fangs, she darted toward me. Yelping, I stumbled backward until my back hit the railing on the opposite side of the bridge. Thankfully, it held. The last thing I needed was to fall into the water. I held up my hands. "Wait! See? No blade." She paused mid-strike. My jaw shook and my belly quivered, but I crept forward and continued with my plan. "I left it in my room." So scary. I hadn't been without it for more than a few minutes since the jeweler set my moonstone in its hilt. I wanted to talk, see if I could do something to make amends.
"Amends?"
"Yes, it was wrong of me to stab you, and I want to show you we can be friends." Her wrinkly face drew together.
"How we be friends?"
"You probably already know it, but everyone admires your beauty. You're simply stunning." "Don't lay it on too thick."
"Is true?"
Yay, her voice was softening. "But..." There was always a but. "I think, with a few changes, you could be the fairest in the land. Fairest of them all." "Thank you, Mom, for letting me watch all those movies when I was a kid. TV babysitters were the best." Her head tilted, and a half-smile played on her pale lips.
"I like this. How?"
I'd thought hard about this after learning Sierra was a bit self-indulgent. A bit? No, a lot. I pressed on. "I've brought you presents." Lifting the bag full of goodies I'd picked up at the mall, I shook it, making the insides clink together. I'd like to do something nice for you, something women do for friends to make them look even better.
Tells me.
I want to paint your nails. Talons, actually, about 3 inches long and pointy. They'd been eager to fillet my flesh. But who was being picky? Every girl deserves a manicure every now and then. Frowning, she slithered closer, creating a rippling wake in the fathomless water.
Paint nails? What is this?
Something that's going to blow your mind.
No! Blow mind, not place.
Her claws raked out, and I ducked. Hold on! Huddled against the rail, my arms remained wrapped around my head. It's just a saying. It means you're going to be excited and happy. Watch. Before she could decide this was a decent time to bite my head off, I unraveled myself and, grabbing my bag, dumped the contents onto the stone bridge. The bottles scattered, rolling down the incline, and I gave chase. After gathering them up, I set them in a colorful row on the railing. Unsure which shade would work best, I'd bought a good variety. What do you think? Should we start with pink? I could add tiny white polka dots on top, or we could paint them black with orange stripes for Halloween. Very seasonal, as I'm sure you know. All the elite naiads are wearing polish nowadays. She shook a finger at me.
No tricks.
That was her specialty, not mine. Wouldn't dream of it. Promise. I'm here to enhance your natural beauty. She studied me for a long moment before her face smoothed, and she gave me a decisive nod. Vanity wins every time.
This.
She nudged the red bottle. Awesome choice. I held it up, and light hit the bottle, making the blood-red liquid inside gleam. This one's called Sizzling Scarlet, and that's certainly you, Sierra. You sizzle in multiple ways. Your sisters are going to be so jealous when they see your nails.
Yes.
To do this, I'll need you to keep your hands on the railing. Can you hold yourself above water for 10 minutes or so while I work? She scoffed, which I took for a yes. Shimmying in closer, she dropped her hands onto the wooden surface with a dull thud. Her nails. Let's just say, the ladies and guys at the mani-pedi shop my mom went to when I was little would pass out if these babies showed up for a polish. Sierra not only needed a good filing, slime coated the undersides of her thick nails. Fortunately, I'd brought a bunch of improvised salon tools. I held up a package of baby wipes. Mind if I give you the full spa treatment today?
Spa?
Pamper you. It's not just about the nails. It's the entire experience. Your hands. I made a tutting sound. Did you know that a woman's hands can give away her age? No matter how many tucks and brow lifts she has done, lines and creases on her skin can make her look older.
Not old.
I tucked my palm underneath my right cheek and posed. Sierra, honey, you don't look a day over 20. 20,000 might be closer to the real number. During class, Professor Aileen told us Sierra had been living in the river when the Sidhe built the academy. They diverted the water to form the moat, and Sierra and her sisters had agreed to guard the academy ever since. The naiads had lured outlings to their deaths initially. Mustn't forget that detail. She preened.
You think I look young?
Definitely. I pointed to the rail. But there's no harm in massaging your skin with some of this. I held up a bottle of anti-aging cream I'd purchased at the drugstore. Lay those puppies down and I'll get to business. In no time, your sisters will be oohing and awing, begging you to tell them where you got your nails done. Her lips curled back, revealing her fangs. I hoped it was a smile.
Jealous.
Indeed. I blotted the dampness off my forehead with my sleeve. I lifted her right hand, and while I held in my grimace, my flesh squirmed like centipedes crawled all over me. Something wiggled underneath her thumbnail. One package of baby wipes was not going to be enough. My belly churned, and I swallowed back the bile rising in my throat. After carefully cleaning each nail and drying it with a cloth, I massaged in the cream, then laid her hands on the railing, the talons curling about 8 inches over the edge. Now came the fun part. I unscrewed the nail polish and lifted the wand. You sure I can't talk you into flowers, or? Hate flowers. Love bugs. Naturally. I can do bugs. In Sierra's world, bugs must be treasured jewels. Who was I to judge someone else's perception of beauty? Ladybug? Beetle? Spider? What's it going to be? Black beetle. Perfect choice for the season, and black will look fantastic with the red. With infinite care, I coated each nail. And yay for the quick-drying variety of polish. Once I'd finished, I stood back to admire my handiwork. You, Sierra, are smokin'. While I recapped the bottles and tucked everything into my bag, Sierra held up her hands, twisting them to catch the light. Fairest in land. In the world, Sierra, in the world. I like this place. Me too, surprisingly. It had been fun hanging out with Sierra. Who would have thought? I likes you, student, she said. We friends. I held out my hand for a shake to solidify our new friendship. My name's Fleur, by the way. You come place again, Fleur. In waters next time. While I'd love to, doubtful, I can't breathe underwater. Her eyebrows shifted, and her gaze narrowed to a sly slant. You sure? This was the second time she'd implied something like this. Is there a spell that allows a wizard to breathe underwater? She dipped her head coyly. Perhaps. I wasn't sure I wanted to try. Failure meant drowning. But it would be cool to explore the moat and the room underneath the academy. Her face lit with eagerness. Sierra turned to leave. I show sisters. Wait! I held up the small box I'd kept hidden in the bag. I have another gift for you. Taking it from me, she carefully opened it. Necklace? A special one. I had it made for you. Katya drove a hard bargain. Sierra lifted it and it dangled, shooting colorful arcs around her. Pretty. See the circle in the center of the pendant? She stroked a talon across it. Yes? Give it a turn. Just one click each time. Her gasp rang out as her nails turned bright blue, decorated with red spiders this time. Bespelled? She asked. Yup. Now you don't need to have your nails painted again. You can accessorize the color to match your outfit, which she wasn't wearing because she wore nothing. That is, you can change the color to make your sisters even more envious. Yes. Dropping the chain over her head, she stared down at the pendant lying on her chest. We good now, Sierra? I asked. Good, but... Rising out of the water, she hovered above me, dripping moat muck, which I ignored. Tried to, anyway, as it drizzled down my temple. But what? Did I really want to know? Now Sierra owes Fleur a favor. No way. I was the one in the wrong. We're even. No favor for use today, though. She dropped down into the water until only her bright eyes peered above the waves rippling around her. You comes back for it laters, and I share secret.
Her head dipped below the water. I leaned over the rail. "Sierra, wait!" She popped back above the surface. "Yes?" "Would you mind, too much, if I came back soon for a swim? I'd like to explore the room underneath the academy." Silence stretched out so long, I prepared myself for a vehement no. But then she rose up out of the water and moved in fast, not stopping until her head was close enough to mine. Her froggy breath smacked the back of my sinuses. "You wishes to enter Minerva's room and learn all she knows? Very well. I grant you access." Spinning, she dove back into the water, her tail flipping in the air before sinking beneath the waves. Turning, I walked toward the steel entrance door. Soon, I'd learn more about the sixth family, the elites who'd been banished. Chapter 33. Say someone wanted to permanently break a bespelling, I said to Cloven. Yes, I was willing to wait for the court bespeller to leave and for the spell to fade, but maybe there was something Donovan or I could do to make it happen faster. On my way to meet Patty in the cafeteria for dinner, I'd seen Cloven's door open and ducked inside for a quick chat. I couldn't stay long, but Donovan's problem kept running through my mind. Cloven waved me inside, but I hung in the doorway. "Not a simple task, I'm afraid. Why are you asking?" I shrugged. It was just something I was curious about. Yeah, sure. For a class. The sharp look in his eyes suggested he saw right through me. "Your curiosity may never be satisfied. When Professor Mueller was hunting on campus, the headmistress and I warded the grounds. Wards wear off, unlike a bespelling, which cannot be broken. Not any longer, that is." Wait, this wasn't what Donovan told me at all. I shook my head as confusion spiraled through me, but pressed on. What if someone was bespelled to forget another person existed? The spell would eventually fade and they'd remember, correct? Unfortunately, no. Bespellings last forever. He frowned while I pressed my fist against my breastbone, holding back the anguish rising inside me. Unusual concept, however. Bespelled to forget someone. His low chuckle leaked out. I suppose it might be nice to forget one or two wizards sometimes, but if the person bespelled didn't wish to forget, it would be a violation of their will. But are you sure the spell won't fade once the person who created it is far away? I'm sorry. I can see this troubles you. But bespellings don't work like that. You're speaking of a ward. Donovan lied. The hurt crashing through me made me want to slink to the carpet and cry. There must be a way to break it. The person can't be trapped in the spell forever. That would be cruel. This is why the 2 remaining bespellers are registered and regulated by the council and the palace. And why a king used one as his own personal bespeller. Why ward when he could create a spell that would never end? You said there was no longer a way to break the spell? They can be broken by someone with an unraveling skapti. An unraveler, they're called. I stepped forward, grasping at this thread of hope. Awesome. Where can I find the right wizard? I'm afraid you'd have to go back in time. And... His gaze traveled over my face. This is all hypothetical, correct? Get control of yourself. I schooled my features and slouched back against the doorframe. Of course. Like I said, it's research, for a class. I see. I'm happy to help you any time, as you know, especially regarding schoolwork. Unraveling takes a particularly specialized skill, one that died out. His gaze darted from mine. The last wizard
with a level 5 unraveling skapti passed away during my mother's generation. A member of the 6th family.
Dead. Terrifying news for me and Donovan. But an unraveler. I still hadn't dismissed the idea I might secretly have elite 6th family blood on my father's side, and I hadn't yet discovered my final skapti. What if? Is the unraveling skapti a family trait?
Oh, no, not at all, he said. They're rare, like bespellers. There's never been more than one in any family.
There went that theory. We'd wondered if his son was somehow involved. But what if the night lace wasn't being manipulated by a plant-controlling skapti or a ward after all? The clusters could be bespelled. That would explain why their pursuit hadn't faded like it would with the ward. And it would explain why it appeared every night lace cluster within the surrounding area was after us. A plant-controlling wizard couldn't be everywhere at once. We could really use an unraveler right now, I said. His eyebrows lifted. To break the night lace bespelling.
Ah, yes. Interesting notion. The clusters could have been bespelled to hunt outlings at the academy.
Persistent. They were killing my friends.
I'll notify Justine immediately, of course.
He frowned a moment, then hung up. Without an unraveler, there's no way to stop the night lace? Could a bespeller break it? And eliminate Donovan's spell? The night lace must have been directed on Niles's command. But I knew of one other bespeller, Katya. I'd beg her to stop the night lace and free Donovan, if I had to.
Not possible. The only way to end a bespelling permanently is with a level 5 unraveler.
Which means the night lace, will be cursed forever. My knees weak from how this impacted Donovan. I sank into a chair.
Person, yes. Bespellings are for wizards and outlings, whereas a ward usually works best on an inanimate object.
They bespell things like a door? Why?
Long ago, when bespellers and unravelers were common, spells were used for what we today might consider silly tasks. For example, someone might be hosting a party and wish to light up their gardens with strategically placed wilty sparks. A bespeller could compel the creatures to remain in certain locations throughout the party. Then the unraveler would arrive after the party ended to release the spell and free the wilties to go on as they pleased.
They were bespelled against their will? He pointed a finger at me, a pleased smile on his face.
Bingo. And therein lies the problem with bespelling in general. The bespeller doesn't need consent. This created a world of problems, especially with the 6th family, and it explains why the remaining bespellers are regulated. Ethics are a sticky thing when magic is involved.
The 6th family, you said. Was this a clue to their banishment?
Did I say the 6th family?
He frowned.
Not sure why.
I held in my growl. Wilty sparks aren't inanimate objects.
True. As far as inanimate objects go, a bespeller could create a spell to hold a door open for a certain period of time during the day, then close it at night, that sort of thing.
So, bespellings work on everything, but in the case of wizards and outlings, they last forever? I repeated, fear tainting my words.
Yes.
But Donovan had told me. Pain can suspend the spell, though, right? Like a burn or a broken bone? Hurting his arm had allowed Donovan to escape the bespelling, long enough to flit to his family. He'd implied he'd be free once the court bespeller left the campus, that the bespelling would fade. But that wasn't true. Why had he been dishonest with me? Dread roared through me, spiking my pulse and overheating my face.
Breaking a bespelling with pain is a myth. Believe me, many wizards have tried. While it's believed pain might allow someone to behave normally for a short time, the bespelling would clamp back down again quickly, and they'd return to the bespelled behavior.
Had Donovan found an unraveler? If so, why hadn't he told me?
You seem sad. Cloven said. Are you sure this relates only to a class? Of course. I flicked my hand to dismiss the question, but my voice sounded tense even to my own ears. Donovan had done something. What was it? I only needed to unlock a few more pieces of the puzzle. Assuming someone possessed an unraveling scapty. I studied the pattern in the carpet as if it possessed all the secrets in the parallel universe, when in fact, all the secrets might reside within Cloven. Unraveling is a special scapty, as I said. Even if someone was born with the skill today, they'd never achieve their full potential. They might, perhaps, be able to unravel a bespelling for a second before it renewed itself again. But the only way out is with a level 5, and to achieve that, the wizard would need to study under the tutelage of a master unraveler. The last one died years ago. What's the highest level someone could achieve on their own? Why was I pursuing this? There must be another way to work this out. I just needed to think. At most, a level 3. Niles had asked me to let Donovan choose, but he'd made Donovan's decision for him. If he was here, I'd wrap my hands around his skinny throat. I see this is distressing you, but you needn't be concerned. There are strict rules regarding bespellings. Yet the night lace appears to be bespelled. As I said, bespellings are permanent when applied to wizards and outlings, but they fade when applied to plants. If we wait a short period of time, the spell will end. Until then, the Council Seekers will keep you and your friends safe. I stood. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate your help. You're welcome. It was nice seeing you, Fleur. Please, feel free to stop by at any time. I'm always glad to chat with a student. I reached for the doorknob. Oh, wait. His chair creaked when he leaned forward. There is one other way to break up a spelling. I shouldn't bother mentioning it, because no one would consider it a true option. But in the interest of furthering your education... My fingers trembled on the knob, because I knew. Here was the final piece of the puzzle. Cloven's sigh broke through my rising anguish. After what happened years ago, now that was a truly horrible situation. Who would have thought something like it was possible? Pivoting, I braced my trembling body against the doorframe. What happened? I didn't want to hear, did I? That wizard's mistake has stood as an example to us all. Get to it. For an exorbitant price, a bespelled wizard persuaded Katya, a sorceress you do well to avoid, by the way, to make a charm that would suspend his bespelling. Such a cluster. No one has used one since. The final price was too much for the wizard to pay. Katya, the creepy spider who could create a device that would do anything. Cloven was wise to warn me away, but it was too late. The wizard suspended his bespelling, right? I said. Yes and no. My heartbeat slowed to almost nothing. Cloven scratched the back of his neck. The charm was a curse. What did it do? What you should be asking is, what price did the charm collect from the wizard to hold back the bespelling? Tell me. If he removed the charm, the bespelling whiplashed back on him tenfold. Then he wore it forever. What was the trick? To keep the spell at bay, the charm slowly drained his power until he had none left. After that, it no longer mattered. Couldn't he pull in threads to replenish his power? Impossible. We're not talking about thread power, but elemental magic. Magic innate to each individual. It feeds on itself, but once completely drained, a wizard is left with no elemental magic at all. And sadly, no scapty, and no ability to pull in threads. Powerless. Turned into an outling, he was sent to live with. He swallowed. He was sent to live in the world you grew up in.
No, Donovan would never do something like that. He'd temporarily broken the spell by breaking his arm. Or the bespelling would fade once Niles and his entourage returned to the palace. Please, let the spell fade. Cloven had no reason to be dishonest with me, but Donovan, he told me a story he hoped I'd believe, because the truth would have devastated me. After the healer had mended his arm, he said he'd flitted to his family for help. Had he instead flitted to Katya's curiosities? What would a charm like that look like? I asked, hoping, no, praying, that my suspicions were unfounded. There had to be a rational explanation for all this.
Katya adores her own image, Cloven said. The wizard's charm was shaped like a spider.
Like Donovan's new pendant. My knees crumpled, and I sank back into a chair, dropping my face into my hands. By the Fae, Donovan, what have you done? Chapter 34. All I can say is that I'm grateful the headmistress is finally going to do something about the dumb thing, Alice said. She and Moira sat behind me in the library the evening after my conversation with Cloven. After dinner in the cafeteria with Bryce and Patty, I'd come here. They'd gone to our room, promising to leave Beatrice a treat so I could study late. I had a big test and power thread engagement coming up. Threads could unravel as you pulled them in, and I could blend colors to manipulate power. Who would have known? Busy all day with classes, I hadn't found a second to flit to the meadow to see Donovan. Liar. I'd told myself I was too busy with classes all day, because I was afraid to go to the meadow. If I saw Donovan, I'd shriek, wail, cry. I couldn't face him, what he'd done, yet. It wasn't the fact that he'd been dishonest. Who could blame him? It was the fact that I couldn't help him. I couldn't fix this. I feel bad for the poor thing. Moira's words broke through my troubled thoughts. It wants something. If they could figure it out, the poor babe might leave on its own. Maybe a student in one of the second-year magical creatures classes can help. No need to ask them, Alice said dryly. They're going to trap it and take it far from here. Farther than they have already. It won't find its way back this time. I still feel horrible. It's emotions. They wrench me apart, Moira sighed. It's just a cute little baby. What were they talking about? Leaning back in my chair, I let their conversation distract me from my inner demons. Alice snorted. It won't be a baby for long. Soon it'll be as big as its three-headed parent. Can't have anything like that stomping all over campus. It could hurt someone. Three-headed baby? I whirled around, giving up the pretense I wasn't listening. Tria was sitting at an adjacent table, and I waved to my bodyguard before returning my attention to Moira and Alice. What are you talking about? Though I truly didn't need to ask. I already knew. Can't you see we're studying? Alice pointed to her open textbook. Leave us alone. Moira scowled at Alice, then said to me, There is a Cerberus pup that keeps leaving the forest and wandering around the pastures, bleeding. Poor thing. It seems lonely. Not such a poor thing, Moira, Alice said. It chased away an albacore herd. If they don't relocate it permanently, the Tranas will never let us catch them. Then we'll fail the next part of Professor Grimm's class. Capria, I whispered, my suspicion confirmed. Had I somehow lured her close when I returned the dandy bucklions to the pasture? What's a Capria? Alice asked, frowning. Some weird spell you've dreamed up? You do know magic has rules, right? It's the name of a friend. Ignoring her, I focused on Moira. You said they're moving the Cerberus soon? Yes, relocating it, she said. Taking it to a larger, magicked forest in western Massachusetts. They hope it won't be able to find its way back here after that. But the pup's home is here, in the eastern forest.
with its puppy siblings. It refused to remain in the forest, Alice said. What else can they do? Them? Nothing. Me? Maybe something. I wouldn't rush into this, however. That would be stupid. And contrary to what some people who shall remain nameless might think, I was not stupid. I was ruthless. Ruthless was completely different. It was cool and edgy, and it took on the world. And my bodyguard, after a strong chastisement from Justine, was watching. I might be ruthless, but I also had to be careful. If I could sneak away, there was no reason I couldn't flit to the eastern pasture, get Capria back to her family, then flit to my coven room before anyone realized I'd left the campus. Tossing my books into my backpack, I crossed over to Tria. "What's up?" she said, her finger holding her place in her textbook. "I'm going to the bathroom." The library's bathroom was located near the entrance. "Then I'm going to flit to my coven room." I wanted to add I planned to go to bed, but I'd stretched my lie too far already. My face would give me away. Tria nodded and went back to her reading. I crossed the room and passed the main desk. The librarian, Mr. Zoriati, looked up and smiled. "Have a nice evening." "Thanks. You too." As I reached the door to the bathroom, an electrical tingle slid down my back. Turning, I caught Alice's glare. She wrinkled her nose at me. "Yeah, well, I don't like you either." I stormed into the bathroom, then exited out into the hall. Partway between the library and the stairwell to the skywalk, I ran into Ashton, Vic, and Eben. Figures. "Whoa, watch it," Eben said, grabbing my arms, steadying me. "Almost knocked me over." Vic snickered. My bag clunked on the tile floor, and Ashton picked it up and started to hand it to me with a slick smile. When I reached out, he yanked it back, grinning, holding it aloft. I ground out a sigh. "What grade are we in again? 3rd? His smile soured, and his gaze hardened to ice. Jumping up, I snagged my backpack and jerked it from him. "You sure you're a prefect? I think you need prefect remediation. Or to be fired. How many infractions would the headmistress allow before she yanked his prefect privileges?" He drew himself up stiffer than a toy soldier. "Don't push it, Outling. As a prefect, I can give you detention if I choose." "For what?" Rolling my eyes, I shoved past him. "Go right ahead, because I love babysitting Vrilla toddlers." Definitely a bluff, but he couldn't know that. Vic and Eben stood between me and the stairway. Pivoting, I didn't turn as I strode in the opposite direction. Okay, I did look. The guys stood where I'd left them, watching me with matching speculation in their eyes. Vic flicked his hand in my direction, and shivers crept down my spine. Awesome. Only the Fae knew what would come of this interaction. Had they arranged for more snipped nightlace to spring out and grab me? Since none of them are bespellers, it was doubtful they'd send the nightlace after us outlings. Hold on. My steps slowed before picking up again. That conversation I'd overheard on the path during orientation. Ashton had been speaking with someone. At the time, I couldn't identify the second voice. Had it been Eben? He hadn't officially been on campus yet, but he could have flitted in for a day. What had they said? Oh, yeah. "I'm sorry," the guy had said. "I am trying, and I can handle it." Handle what? Plants? A ward? The only other thing I remembered the guy saying was, "Give me one more chance. I promise I won't. Just don't tell anyone." Don't tell anyone what? I growled out my frustration and wished I'd crept closer to them, heard more. But I'd flicked a mosquito and Ashton had come running. To avoid discovery, I'd fled. That's when I realized I was walking to my coven room when I could flit. A blink and the thought, my coven room, and I still stood in the hallway. "Oh, Floor!" Eben called in a sing-song voice. Ashton and Vic chuckled. You lost? Again, I tried to flip myself to my room. Not happening. Was I experiencing a flit malfunction, assuming such a thing was possible? Having problems, Outling? Ashton asked, stalking toward me with his fists flexing at his sides. Maybe I can help you. Yeah, Eben said, slithering along behind Ashton. I'm training to be a prefect in Earth Coven. Guess I can help too. Me 3, Vic said, rounding out the trio. Not waiting around to hear more, I ran. Their footsteps thundered behind me, but I pulled ahead, darting out into the inner courtyard, then back inside the main building. As I raced down the hall toward the lobby, I tested flitting one more time, without any luck. I'd need to see a healer or ask Cloven about my flit problem tomorrow. I planned to exit the main building through the western entrance, and if able, sneak past the council seekers. It shouldn't be hard to locate Capria after that, assuming she was the Cerberus Alice and Moira had talked about. I'd convince her to return to her family. I'd be in my coven room within an hour, Tria completely unaware I'd done anything unexpected. Sunlight slanted low across the sky, blinding me as I scooted around the outside of the building, taking the path on the inside of the moat. Less chance of running into the Seekers, since they'd be patrolling out farther, I hoped. Leaving the path via the eastern bridge, I headed toward the pasture. Weird that I saw no one as I scurried from one concealed location to another. Not so weird when I saw why. Arab and Lilith stood in the upper part of the pasture, battling a wall of nightlace with searing shears. The vines writhed and strained to get past them, seeking the campus. Seeking me and the other surviving outlings. They must have sensed or smelled or seen me standing in horror on the edge of the field, because they flung themselves frantically at Arab and Lilith while the centaurs galloped back and forth, their shears clicking. This had to be an unbreakable bespelling. Severed vines snapped back to the woods as if a larger, even more deadly parent plant hid, feeding its young to the shears. "Get to your coven room! It's not safe here!" Cloven said as he rushed past me, searing shears in his hands. "Go!" he shouted over his shoulder. A mournful bleat in the woods made my lungs freeze, though I couldn't see her behind the writhing wall. Capria. I recognized her voice. She cried again, the sound coming closer. Then she burst through the thrashing mass of nightlace, her 3 heads ripping and tearing and chopping, sending segments of torn vines into the air. As if gaining the energy of 10 wizards, the wall of nightlace slithered forward, knocking Cloven backward to the ground. Vines descended on him like hyenas on downed prey. They lashed him to the ground, while other vines reached for his neck. An outling, they'd murder him in front of me. "No!" I rushed forward, shrieking out a stupid song about birds and flowers. A dandy bucklion army sprung from the ground and attacked the wall of nightlace, spitting anti-venom, making them shrink and sizzle. More vines rushed from the woods, surrounding us, some slashing at me, others joining the attack on Cloven. Calling threads of power, I swirled them into my moonstone until it strained at the seams. My heart thrashed as my feet thudded the ground. I had to save him. I'd done it once, and I could do it again. A black thread wavered in front of me, and I mentally shoved it aside. Useless thing. Reaching Cloven, I clawed at the vines encircling his throat. The plant dug deeper. While bucklions snarled and spit at the nightlace engulfing us, making little headway, Cloven's eyes bulged. He strained to rip the vines away, to suck in a breath. One vine, pointed on the tip, lifted up, prepared to carve an O and a number on his neck. "Get away from him!" I snatched up the searing shears that had fallen beside Cloven and roared to my feet. With a gouging cut, I severed the strands latched onto his throat and the one about to strike. The vines writhed and sizzled and snapped back to the others. Capria continued to trample vines while the Seekers fought new clusters emerging from the forest. More dandy bucklions popped out of the ground, and with Sparky leading, charged at the wall of snake-like vegetation. I helped Cloven stand, and we were instantly driven back by more clusters.
There are too many, Cloven bellowed. Run! Ping Justine!
I can help!
Go! Now!
Seizing the searing shears from me, he pivoted and attacked the advancing wall of nightlace. It towered over us at least 2 stories high, a tsunami of toxic plants seeking our death. Cloven, seeing my hesitation, turned me and gave me a shove toward the academy. A nightlace cluster snapped out, latching onto my waist. While Cloven's shears slashed and sliced the plants around him, more vines struck, determined to overwhelm us. Releasing a guttural shriek, I pulled my blade and hacked at the plant clinging to my waist. More vines snagged my legs and my thighs. They dragged me down to the grass and encased me like wrappings around a mummy. I was a goner. Even if Cloven and the Seeker saw what was happening and fought their way to me, they'd never reach me in time. Screaming, I struggled to get free, but the weight of 1 billion vines piled on top of me. I'd smother before they choked and branded me. A black power thread rippled in front of my eyes, but I couldn't shove it away. When I drew in what might be my last breath, the thread jumped down my throat. I gagged, and my belly heaved. Like a river of lava, the thread's energy cauterized through my veins, traveling through my body to the tips of my limbs. The power hit my blade and sunk into my moonstone. According to Cloven, black threads were useless to most wizards. They hadn't been manipulated since the last Unraveler. Gathering the power stored in my stone, I shoved it out with a command, shrieking it at the top of my lungs. Unravel! A shockwave smacked into me like I'd ignited a nuclear bomb. The vines froze. As if in horror, the cluster released me and cringed backward. The strands slithered off my body, unwrapping themselves from around me. I rose to my elbows, watching. The plants retreated to the forest, leaving only me, my friends, and 1 nightlace cluster behind. It must have sensed I'd escape, because the cluster flowed toward me, littering the ground with its leaves. I scrambled backward as it pounced, diving through the air to land on top of me, driving me onto the ground. My wind was knocked from me, and I lay stunned for only a fraction of a second. Much too long. Vines tightened around me as I pulled in more of the black threads surrounding me. Did they sense my need? Reaching out, I tried to grab onto them, to pull them in to store in my stone, but they slipped through my mind's fingers. While the vines encircled my throat in a chokehold I'd never escape, I tried to draw the threads again. They whipped away, and I screamed as they sliced my fingers like razor wire. Giving up on them, I gathered the scraps of what little Unraveler Scapty power remained in my moonstone and sent it out in a rush. Unravel! The nightlace tightened all around me, choking my breath from my lungs and making it impossible to suck in another. While 1 solitary pointed strand wavered above my chest, it had all the time in the world to mark me. Kill me. Someone rushed over, and with a snip, sliced through the limb about to carve into my throat. A shriek of mortal pain rippled across the meadow. As the voice wavered, the vine lifted up, and with a shudder, morphed into something else. Someone fell on top of me. Alice reeled off me, screaming. Blood rushed from where the tip of her index finger had been severed. Her wail reached for the sky. She gaped at her hand. What's happening? The vine cluster was Alice? She'd been bespelled, and the pain had temporarily suspended the spell. Cloven and the Seekers rushed over and grabbed Alice, pinning her arms behind her back. A pop, and the 4 of them flitted from the pasture. Dropping onto the ground, I rubbed my face. I couldn't believe what had happened. Alice, bespelled, had been hunting outlings. Had she been aware of her actions? Would I ever learn who had bespelled her? Her head's swaying. Capria whimpered nearby. I needed to give her hugs and kisses, play with her for a while, then send her back to her family, once I found the strength to move. Sparky, at the head of a group of dandy buck lions, hopped over and saluted me with a stick arm to his forehead. In a flash, he and the others dove back into the ground. Exhausted,
I dragged myself to my feet and turned to my savior. Tria grinned. Searing shears clasped tight in her hands. "Any more left?" she asked, looking around. "Let me at 'em." Chapter 35. 2 days later. I lay on top of the tallest academy roof next to Donovan. While I'd been unable to stop thinking about him, I hadn't sought him out in the meadow. The king was finally gone. The academy held a departure ceremony on the front lawn near the Crystal Dragon today. After Niles and his entourage flitted to the palace, Donovan pinged me. Concern had reached through in his mind-speak voice, telling me how worried he was that I hadn't communicated with him. He'd flitted here. I'd taken the stairs. My flitting capabilities were gone, though Justine assured me the lack was likely from a simple warding. Only time would tell. Could a newbie unraveler release a bespelling on herself? I had no idea, though I tried. This was virgin territory for me. Alice. We'd heard nothing about her other than she'd been bespelled and was unaware of what she'd done. The court bespeller denied the crime, as did Katya, even when they'd been put under seeker serum. Which meant we were dealing with a rogue bespeller. He or she could be anyone. I imagined they were still here at the academy, watching, waiting for the chance to strike again. Without an unraveler, Alice would remain a nightlace. For all I knew, she'd been shipped off to Demon's Gate Penitentiary, the magical reform school for the under-18 crowd. Turning to face Donovan, I rose up onto my elbow, in time to catch him fingering the charm he wore on a chain around his neck. A gray spider the size of my thumbnail with beady red eyes that shifted. She watched me, mocked me, because she knew she'd won, while I'd lost. I hated her. As soon as we were allowed to go to the mall at Grathie again, I was going to be all over that spider. But growling about her wouldn't help me right now. "I'm an unraveler," I said. "That must be my main scapty." "By the Fae!" he exclaimed. "If I'm lucky, I'll hit level 1 by the end of the term." "There's no living master." Sadness came through in his voice because he knew what this meant. We both knew. There was no one to guide me. "I'll learn on my own." No hiding my desperation. It leaked from my pores. "I'll reach level 5. By the time that happened, assuming it was even possible, it would be too late for Donovan. For us. Sitting up, I tucked my legs beneath me and watched his face. Watched how he reacted to me. His eyes. They softened. "I want you to take it off." I forced out the words through my throat clogged off with pain. "I believe I have some say in this." His breath eked from his lungs. "You figured it out, or someone told you?" I waved away the comment. "I can't let you do it. The charm will drain you away." It would feed Katya everything inside him. "Don't you see?" Rising to his knees, he cupped my face in his warm palms. They shook. We kissed with urgency, wishing it could last forever. Nothing lasted forever but a bespelling. "I couldn't stand it if I forgot you." "You wouldn't know." "You would. And that's what would finally kill me. Somewhere deep inside, I'd know. I wouldn't be able to do anything about it, and I'd fade to nothing." "Do it for us." "Floor, Please?" While my eyes stung and the tears I couldn't deny slid down my face, he pulled me into his arms and held me. Overcome, I sobbed against his chest. I hated what I'd asked him to do and what that meant for the future. Sometimes, it was better not knowing what tomorrow would bring. This boy had been everything good in my life. I'd miss him. We kissed again and clung together as the sun sank one final time on Donovan and me. "I'll find a way," I said. "I'll achieve a level 5 and I'll unravel the bespelling before. I promise." We held hands, and he stared into my eyes as if he wanted to hold on to my image forever. I stored this last moment with him in my heart. Someday, I'd be able to pull it out and smile without crying. No matter how I tried to stop them, my eyes continued to shed. His did too. As the sun winked out on today, on our future, he reached up. Our gazes locked together. He lifted the chain over his head. Then standing, he crushed us and the spider beneath his heel. Chapter 36. 1 month later. Hey, I hope it's okay for me to come over here and, well, intrude, the cute boy said. Wanted to introduce myself. Seated at the library table next to mine, Ashton snickered. Closing his textbook, he tipped back in his chair as if preparing to watch the show. I glared at him, but my irritation lost impact when a couple of other kids pointed. Some ignored us, partly because they were here to study, but mostly because this had become the new norm. Cute boy half smiled, not getting the widely known joke. I'm Donovan. He was sweet and silly and sometimes beyond goofy. It killed me to see him because... Hey, Donovan, Ashton said. The Wind Coven prefect. He'd snatched up the crown of ruling bully now that Alice had left the academy. Donovan glanced toward Ashton. Hey, Ash, what's up? Oh, nothing, Ashton snickered, and his brother Vic, sitting beside him, collapsed across the wooden table, hooting with belly-rolling laughter. Donovan turned back to me, and he paused before another smile rose on his face. His hand jutted out. Hey, sounds weird, but He swallowed. I'm Donovan. He'd introduced himself to me yesterday, and he would again tomorrow, as well as the day after that, never remembering that we'd known each other since the first day of orientation months ago. This was what ripped me apart the most. I squeezed his fingers as tightly as this boy unknowingly squeezed my heart. I'm Floor. Nice to meet you. Floor? Cool name. He tugged out a chair and, spinning it around, spread his legs and dropped onto the surface, facing me. Sounds like a stupid pickup line, but I haven't seen you around at the academy. Are you a new student here? I suppose I am. To him. I'm an outling. Maybe. Probably not. But an elite, that was yet to be decided. Outlings are cool. What's your scapty? He asked. Mine's controlling weather. I'm an unraveler. Whoa! He whistled out. There hasn't been an unraveler born in over 100 years. How will you learn without a living master to teach you? Great question. With Cloven's tutelage, I'd almost reached level 2, but he'd said getting me this far had maxed out his capabilities. I'd have to find a way to advance further on my own. I have 3+ levels left to discover, I whispered, leaning so close I could kiss his cheek if I wanted to. But I wouldn't. As much as I ached to touch him again, I wouldn't until he really knew who I was. And that time was coming. I refused to let go. It's going to be okay, Donovan, I said, as if somewhere deep inside, a part of him could hear my words. I have a plan. This recording of Dragonsworn was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Text copyright 2019 by Marty Mayberry. Sound recording copyright 2020, Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapeab.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.